Order. À l'ordre. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Secretary. To the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Hearn, seconded by Mr. Lunn, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Sustainable Development of Canada's Seacoast and Inland Fisheries. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Hearn, seconded by Mr. Lunn,
moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very busy this summer as an interparliamentary group, and I have the privilege to, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at, first of all, the New England's Governors and Eastern Canadian Premiers Conference, 31st Conference in Burdenell, Prince Edward Island, June 25th to 26th. I think I pronounced that a little wrong, but that's all right. The second is the National Government Associations, in 2007 annual meeting, Innovation America, Traverse City, Michigan, July 20th to 23rd, 2007. And the third one is the Council of State Government, Southern Legislators Conference, 61st annual meeting, Williamsburg, Virginia, July 14th to 18th, 2007. And Pacific Northwest Economic Region Legislative Leadership Academy in Banff, Alberta, September 28th to October 1st, 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and there will be more to come.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to trafficking of women and children during the 2010 Olympics. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee of the Status of Women has done an extensive study on human trafficking issue. It is an important issue that has world attention. Human trafficking is a heinous crime, and that is why the previous Minister of Justice and the Liberal government made it a criminal offence. I hope that the government will provide the House with a plan of what specifically is being done in advance of the Olympic Games. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committee.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee of Finance concerning the introduction of the tax measures in a unanimous report of February 2007 entitled Manufacturing Moving Forward, Raising to the Challenge.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties. I think you'll find consent for the following, that the order for second reading of Bill 376 be discharged and the bill withdrawn.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? D'accord. La Chambre la...
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
So, it's no. So, shall we simply defer this matter until another time? Motions, the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that Bill C-254, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, stand in the name of the member for London West instead of the member for Etobicoke Centre, and that it stand on the order of precedence in the place of motion M400.
Does the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Pardon? Oh, the answer is no? Okay. There is no consent. Oh, good. So I'm sure there'll be continuing talks in that case. All right. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for York South.
York West.
York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to have the opportunity to rise and to present a petition on behalf of my constituent, Mr. Lance Ryan, and many of his friends and neighbours in the riding of York West. Mr. Ryan's petition calls on the government to formally include nicotine in the Canadian Hazardous Productions Act. I am pleased to table it on his behalf. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q26, Q36, Q40, Q61, and Q68. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q7, Q8, Q25, Q39, Q51, Q54, Q70, and Q91 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that questions Q7, Q8, Q25, Q39, Q51, Q54, Q70, and Q91 be made orders for return? Agreed. So ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Are there any left? Is it agreed? So ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Debate at second reading of Bill C-28, the Budget and Economic Statement Implementation Act of 2007.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Halton.
Thank you, Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to get up and remind Canadians of the economic performance of this government, and I'm pleased to have a few minutes this morning to do just that. I also would mention, Speaker, I hope that Canadians and our media and everybody who's watching the proceedings in this House today will not be too amazingly distracted by what happens in the Ethics Committee and Mr. Schreiber's testimony, because there are a lot of things that actually affect individual Canadians in their everyday lives. And we tend to lose sight of them sometimes around this place as we go for the headline-grabbing sensational. So I'm pleased right now to be able to talk a little bit about the economic reality for a lot of Canadian families. And there are some issues that I know are very much on the minds of Canadians. One of them, of course, is our high Canadian dollar. And the Canadian dollar has gained about 28% in value in the course of a single year. That is very substantial. And the shock to a lot of Canadian industries has been breathtaking, because the acceleration in the value of the dollar has been far, far faster than those industries have been able to cope. Why has the dollar gone up so quickly? There are a number of reasons. Obviously, our dollar is considered to be a petrocurrency, and because of the rise in oil prices, that's one reason. Also, the American dollar has fallen in value against almost every currency in the world, and Canada's is no exception. So our dollar's gone up relative to the American dollar going down. Those things we can't do a lot about, Mr. Speaker, but there are some factors here that are domestic, that are Canadian. Their root and cause is found in the actions of this government. For example, our government has been spending more money than any Canadian government that ever has gone before. In fact, the rate of increase in government spending is now about twice the rate of inflation. When we see inflationary spending by government, we tend to have an impact on the inflation, the CPI. That tends to have an impact on the currency. It also affects fiscal monetary policy, Mr. Speaker. So we end up with a lot of money coming around the world to Canada for a number of reasons. And that's only accelerated our problem. So we have a government right now with a high dollar, high interest rate, high inflationary policy, and this is hurting Canadians. Now, what is the damage being done? Well, retailers, tourism, manufacturers, shippers, resource sector, and automakers are very much on the front line of what's happening today. We're seeing plants closing. We've seen factories go idle. We've seen equipment unbolted from its cement pads in factories, crated up, and sent to China. I was in an aerospace manufacturing facility in my riding, Mr. Speaker, the other day, where hundreds of high-qualified, high-skilled jobs are in peril right now, and much of the equipment in that plant, people are contemplating actually selling it and shipping it to China. I found out during my tour to that plant that there are more of these high-quality, very expensive metallic fabricating machines sitting in crates in China ready to be installed in factories than there are existing now in all of Canada. This is a very, very disturbing situation. We have 350,000 Canadian workers in the manufacturing sector who have lost their jobs in the past year. Now, we heard at the Finance Committee, Speaker, because we've been spending a little bit of time looking into this issue, we found out at the Finance Committee from experts, a lot of them economists from unions and banks and industry, that this is just, as they call it, the tip of the iceberg. They are expecting at least another 300,000, at least that many jobs to be lost in the next year. And if the Canadian dollar remains at parity or above the American dollar in value over the next 2 years, probably an equivalent number of jobs will be lost each year. That means 2 years from now, the accumulated loss of manufacturing jobs could be close to 1 million. That is breathtaking. And this is an issue that goes to the fundamental economic management of this government, because they are not managing this problem. The finance minister runs around the country and talks about the strong Canadian dollar. It's not strong, Mr. Speaker. It's toxic. And when it comes to the jobs of a lot of Canadians, they are seeing them go as a result. One example, in the minister's own riding, the Minister of Finance, he represents Whitby. There is one of the premier yacht building companies in Canada, in Whitby. It's called PDQ Yachts. It went bankrupt last month. And the reason it went bankrupt is it could not cope with a 28% rise in the value of the Canadian currency. Why? Because almost all of their sales are into the United States. What company can take a 28% drop in the price of its product being shipped to its clients? Well, almost no company can do that, Mr. Speaker. PDQ Yachts and the Minister of Finance's own riding went bankrupt, and on December 13th, the equipment in that plant is going to be sold at public auction. It's not a good thing when you see companies who are deserting small companies. There's only 100 employees, Mr. Speaker, but you know, you go 100 by 100 by 100 and riding by riding by riding, community after community in this country, and all of a sudden you have a jobs crisis. What are those people supposed to do? Those workers, highly skilled. How about their families? How about their mortgages? People who live in the Minister of Finance's riding where houses aren't cheap. They spend $300,000, $400,000, $500 buying a home. They have to finance it. They have mortgages to pay, and their jobs are now gone. This goes to the very heart of the economic mismanagement of this government. Second, Mr. Speaker, after the high Canadian dollar and the way that's been mismanaged, we have an income tax situation that's very troublesome indeed. This government, in its first budget, raised income taxes. The basic income tax rate was raised in the first budget, then it was raised in the second budget. And this is the same government that campaigned, and I must say, I admit it, I was a Conservative candidate in the last election. I did not go from door to door promising people that their income taxes would be increased. I was rather shocked when it happened, but it did nonetheless. 2 income tax increases, and in this last economic statement in October, the government finally relented and brought taxes back down to where they were 2 years ago. But not only 2 years ago, $2 billion later, $2 billion out of Canadian families in overtaxation, we finally see it ended. Income taxes, second problem. Third, family financial stress. Our families are under a lot of it. Mr. Speaker, You know, we're insulated in this place. We're surrounded by opulence and gold leaf on the ceiling and stained glass windows. We make $150,000 as members of Parliament. Ministers make another $70,000 more. We got lovely offices. We live in a bubble here in Ottawa. We don't see the financial stress that's going on across our country. Well, families are under financial stress. They've seen higher income taxes. They've seen higher mortgage rates because this government has inflationary spending that's forced the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates over the past few months. They're seeing higher energy costs, $1.04 for regular liter of gasoline right now, Mr. Speaker. Families have a hard time coping with all of that, and now reduced employment prospects because of the devastation that's been wrought in the manufacturing sector by the Canadian dollar. So, high dollar, loss of jobs, higher taxes, family financial stress, 4 strikes against this government, but it doesn't end there. We have another thing this government has done, and 2 million Canadians will never, ever forget, and those are people who are income trust investors. I'd like to read for a moment a sentence of testimony before the House of Commons Finance Committee this week. It was delivered by Margaret Lefebvre. She's Executive Director of the Canadian Association of Income Funds. Here's what Margaret had to say to our committee. This committee should be aware that the damaging consequences of the government's actions continue. Since October 31st, 2006, there have been more than 42 transactions that involve the selling, merging, or acquisition of income trusts with an enterprise value in excess of $31 billion. The majority of these transactions by dollar value involve foreign buyers of Canadian assets. Most have gone into the hands of private equity and pension funds, and virtually all of these entities pay little or no tax. This is probably the greatest failing and I think the greatest symbol of this government's economic mismanagement. Campaign on one thing, deliver another. Campaign and tell Canadians they will never tax income trusts, turn around 10 months later and impose a 31% tax. The consequences of that, although unintended in large part, have been devastating, and 2 million investors will never forget. Mr. Speaker, I could go on for some period of time. I see my time is up. But I would just simply end by saying this. It is my conviction that our Minister of Finance is out of his depth. He has done many things on his watch which have hurt this economy, they've wounded it, and more importantly, they've hurt Canadian families. And for that, so many millions of them will not forget. And when they come to cast their ballot soon, I would say, Mr. Speaker, the consequences will be obvious and painful for the friends across the way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to ask the member across the way, being he talked a lot of promises and keeping promises and trying to harangue our members on this side, actually all around the House, actually, in the matter of keeping of promises. But I would direct to the question, does the member intend to keep his promise to resign his seat and step away? Is that a pledge that he feels that he should honour and follow through on for the members of his constituency?
The honourable member for Halton.
Thank you, Speaker. Of course, it's got nothing to do with the subject of what we're debating, but I'm happy to answer it. I did stand in this House on the day that I joined this Federal Liberal caucus, and I said to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister, I will resign my seat. All you need to do is give me a date on which we will have a by-election. The Prime Minister would not do that. I also said, I think it would be incumbent upon perhaps the Minister of Industry in Vancouver, who was elected as a Liberal and ended up as a Conservative, perhaps the member who's now an Independent, but from Mississauga, who was elected as a Liberal and sat as a Conservative. And I think if we're going to have members resign their seats who across the floor, let's have them all resign their seats and have simultaneous by-elections. Why not? That makes sense. So I think if the Prime Minister and the members opposite have the fortitude to call a by-election and determine a date, then absolutely, we're all happy to do that.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for his fine speech. I'd like to ask him a question. Any government in an era of surplus has a responsibility to plan for an economy not for the next 5 years, but for the next 50 years. At a time of surplus, you can invest in those strategic assets that a country needs in order to ensure that they can weather the storms that will inevitably come. Investments into education, access to education, investments into infrastructure, cities, those things that enable our economy to move forward, and those that enable our private sector to be nimble and competitive internationally. I'd like to ask my colleague, because he was on the other side, whether he thinks that the absence of this in the Conservative government, the fact that the Conservative government has in fact grown the government by 14% in a year and a half, whether he thinks these are symptoms of a larger problem and that the Prime Minister is turning our democracy into an autocracy and in fact into a dictatorship.
The honourable member for Halton.
I thank my colleague for the question and the observation. Well put. Actually, I'm very disappointed that this government, although it has been overtaxing Canadians to the tune now of some $15 billion a year, has not invested in any long-term projects to date. And I think a great example of that is the infrastructure deficit that's happening right across our country, where the lower level of government, the junior level of government, now has to deal with a very, very serious situation of a fraying infrastructure. And what does the Minister of Finance tell the mayors of cities? Basically tells them to stop whining, to get a life, go home, drop dead. That's what the Minister of Finance is saying to our municipalities, and I think that is a very disgraceful way to go. We have many serious structural problems. Physical infrastructure is one, demographics is another. With a rapidly aging population, going to be real pressures on our social safety net and on our healthcare system coming down the road. We're doing basically nothing to prepare for that. So while this government swims in a surplus of overtaxation, we have very serious problems yet to be addressed because we have a government right now that is more interested, Mr. Speaker, and you see this, you sit there every day, you hear these guys, more interested in campaigning than they are in governing. And that is a very serious deficit.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Dartmouth. The honourable deputy to Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I've been listening to this debate for a few minutes, and I feel like I'm attending a Conservative caucus. The buck seems to be passed back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives, but what are the Liberals trying to do today when they talk about foreseeing the finances and investment and so on for the next 5 years in manufacturing, forestry, and so on? If they had implemented this theory or this way of doing things, we wouldn't be in the situation we're currently in. So Conservatives, Liberals, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, Mr. Speaker. If they had listened properly, first to the public and its needs, its aspirations, and also listened to the main spokesperson for the people, the Bloc Québécois, the situation wouldn't be what it is today. A number of members would be in better shape, in fact, today, because perhaps they would have wasted less energy rehashing the past. I'd like to ask the honourable member to explain to us why a year and 10 months ago, which isn't that long ago, why didn't the Liberals do what they're asking the Conservatives to do today?
Because time is up. Very briefly.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, a year and 10 months ago, my friend, the Canadian dollar was not 28% higher as it is today. And the serious situation that evolved with manufacturing, forestry, did not exist. So it's a little disingenuous of him to ask that question. What governments need to do is cope with situations and events that happen rapidly, and they need to respond rapidly. And that's where this government has failed. There are a number of things it can do in terms of economic and fiscal policy in order to mitigate the effects of the Canadian dollar. It can certainly be encouraging the Bank of Canada to respond as well. My time is up.
Has expired, and
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have before us a very unique bill here. Usually when a budget is passed, there's a Budget Implementation Act that follows, and if you voted in favor of the budget and the measures in the Implementation Act are the same as what the budget called for, then normally one would support the Implementation Act. That's the logic that the Bloc was expecting to follow through on. But here we have a more partisan approach. Here, disparate elements are being brought together in the 2007 budget, which we supported and continue to support. But there's other elements that come from the economic statement, which we voted against. And the Canada-Nova Scotia offshore oil agreement, we didn't agree with that either because there was unfairness for Quebec in that. So the Bloc is going to vote against this bill because it goes against the interests of Quebec. I think the main part of our opposition has to do with the economic statement, because on one hand, the federal government decided to spend, without debate, $10 billion to pay down the debt. There was no debate on that. And yet there are significant needs among the public that are urgent needs, and I'll tell you what those are just briefly. First of all, that $11 billion in surplus, the Bloc Québécois said that $3 billion could have gone to paying down the debt. Not $11 billion, $3 billion, because the ratio between the debt and the GDP is improving year after year and has been for 10 years systematically. And we've reached a point where applying the whole surplus to the debt is like the obsession of a homeowner who wants to pay off their mortgage as quickly as possible, but they make themselves house poor. They don't paint the house. The children are not properly clothed. So they're so obsessed with the debt. Well, the Bloc doesn't share that obsession, and we don't want this kind of legislation passed. Instead of spending $11 billion on debt service, $3 billion would have been a reasonable amount. That would have allowed Canada to reach its 25% goal for debt versus GDP, but it would leave $8 billion for urgent needs. First of all, seniors and the guaranteed income supplement. In a rich country like Canada, it's important to treat our seniors fairly. There's an old age system currently that includes the basic pension plus the guaranteed income supplement. The GIS is supposed to shelter seniors from poverty, but the total amount currently spent on that is $100 a month below the poverty line. So with an $11 billion surplus, instead of spending it all on the debt, they could have at least begun by retroactively paying seniors the GIS they were entitled to but weren't getting because the system was designed in such a way that there was no automatic enrollment. So the government took advantage of the unawareness of some seniors to pocket as much money as possible. And the upshot of this is today we have people that were witnesses last week, extraordinary people, but unfortunately their situation is real and pitiful. They're below the poverty line, but with retroactivity to age 65, they might have been entitled to $12,000. But these people, since 2001, have been living with very little money. They were entitled to the GIS, but the current legislation allows only 11 months retroactivity. All of us remember at one point or another having contacts with Revenue Canada, and when they go back through our taxes, they don't just go back 11 months. They may go up to 5 years back. And so we think that people entitled to the guaranteed income supplement, they should get full retroactivity, and that the cost of that would be $3 billion. Then $1.5 billion for workers, a program for older workers. We're not talking about huge amounts here, but it would enable a lot of workers affected by the forestry and manufacturing crises to bridge up to retirement, to reach retirement and their pension in dignity. And a reserve for EI, $1.4 billion, when you know that for 15 years the federal government has been pilfering from the EI fund to the tune of $54 billion from employers and employees' funds. The government has taken that money for all kinds of reasons, including to pay down the deficit. They're not investing in the unemployed. These people who've paid into the plan, they've toughened up the criteria and stolen from the account. So we think $1.4 billion could have been earmarked for an EI fund for these people, senior older workers. So $3 billion for the debt, $3 billion for seniors, $1.4 billion for workers, and for the manufacturing economy, for the industry, $2 billion. And everyone in Quebec's unanimous on this. The government of Quebec, the chambers of commerce, the manufacturing associations, the forestry industry, they've been sending us letters congratulating us, saying don't give up. There absolutely have to be changes to policy on the manufacturing industry, because the economic statement mentioned great tax cuts for companies making profits. But the problem is those making profits these days, like the oil companies, are going to benefit greatly from these tax cuts, but less profitable or companies with no profits, they don't benefit from any tax cuts, but they would certainly benefit from refundable tax credits to enable companies to get as much as possible out of the rise in the value of the dollar. Manufacturing companies, if they could buy equipment that would increase their productivity, that would be one way of having a competitive product. But you need money to do that. And when you don't have profits, you can't do it. But if you had a refundable tax credit for R&D, it would be doable. I know that on the government side, especially in the senior civil service, people think the cost would be too high. But we've done assessments, people have looked at it, and it's a very reasonable amount. And with the surplus we have, $1.5 billion could be used for that, and $500 million could be used to recreate the Technology Partnerships Canada. You know what that program is? It's a program that, for example, in La Pocatière, there was a company that was able to use money to develop new products. And this made it possible to develop an industry that's really taken its place in our region. It's one of the main drivers of economic development in our region, and that's a program that the Liberals created, and I recognize that. I've always defended it. The Bloc has always defended it, but the Conservatives chopped that program. And I think that today, given what we're experiencing, the strength of the dollar, world competition, this was a program that was a very good investment for the federal government. It's not an expenditure, it's an investment. And out of the $11 billion surplus, $500 million, I think that would be a reasonable way to try to encourage development and a way of investing all across Canada in companies that develop new products. So that's a reasonable amount for the manufacturing industry, $2 billion. And that could still come out of the $11 billion surplus this year. If they had put $3 billion into the debt, then we'd still have the means to do all these other things.
Now for the forestry crisis and the regions that are affected, and I had an opportunity to see this in Roberval. I saw how hard hit the regions were, and I saw the mayor from Hearst, from Northern Ontario, come and tell us this in committee as well. I live in an area that is very much affected by the forestry crisis, and with $11 billion, if it's used to pay down the debt, that's one possibility, but we could also take that money and put it in a regional development fund, and in coming weeks and months, we could breathe a little life into regional economies, and we have the money to do it. It isn't money we have to borrow, it's money that we have in the surplus. And finally, $1 billion for the environment, so that people can buy energy-saving appliances, and they can convert from one type of heating to cleaner energy. So this is a fundamental difference between the bill that the government wants us to pass today. In the 2007 budget, we gave our support. It helped to deal with part of the fiscal imbalance, and I think Quebecers are happy that that bill passed. But when it comes to the economic statement, Quebecers are not happy about it, and it's important for us to vote against that bill. included in the bill is the agreement with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and for the Bloc Québécois, this is not something positive because it gives undue advantage as it relates to equalization, and I will explain the Atlantic Accords for Newfoundland and oil and the whole issue relating to Nova Scotia. Well, it was rather difficult to follow what happened with the Conservative government. There was an initial commitment, and the Atlantic provinces were happy about that, but then they refused to take into account all of the resource revenue in the equalization formula, and now they arrived at some type of agreement to correct some of the shortcomings. But what happened was that even more inequalities have been created, and the Bloc Québécois doesn't think that this measure should have been included in the same bill as the 2007 budget implementation, because these are two different things. The government could correct the situation, but in the form of the current bill, this would be unacceptable for Quebec. You can't, on one hand, want to have the 2007 budget adopted and then include measures that would directly impact the government of Quebec. So we must wonder, after having paid to develop fossil fuels, as Quebec has done, would Quebec then pay to have these developed, or these federal investments did cost money. $10 billion has been invested over the years, and this agreement would give the provinces that produce oil a premium to the detriment of the provinces that produce hydroelectricity. We want to develop clean energy. That is the trend now, and yet the government is going against that trend, and this shows that there's a somewhat unhealthy relationship between the federal government and the oil companies, and we are paying the price for that, particularly in Quebec, where we have paid to develop hydroelectricity without any support from the federal government. So the government must review and revise its position if they want us to vote in favor of this bill. Now I will explain why I think the economic statement is somewhat particular. In the fall of 2007, the government had, since February of that year, or of this year, a committee report. It was from the Industry Committee, and it dealt with challenges relating to the manufacturing industry and others, and it says very clearly in the report that we needed a quick action plan to help the manufacturing sector. The member for Edmonton-Leduc, chair of the committee, said, and I quote, "While the rest of the economy is generally dynamic, many manufacturing companies are having a hard time because of the increase in the value of the Canadian dollar in less than 4 years, the increase in the cost of energy, international competition, particularly from China and India, and other inefficiencies." And I continue, the committee chair said the committee feels that the Government of Canada should set a national objective to conserve or maintain the competitive edge for the manufacturing sector, particularly in light of the difficulties being experienced by the sector. Now, had this come out in October or November 2007, then we might have said, well, the government hasn't had time to react, and this will be in the next budget. But this report came out in February 2007, so they had plenty of time to prepare an economic statement that would include a program to help that particular sector. Yesterday, we had to adopt a motion at the Finance Committee with the support of the NDP and the Liberals so that the government would, as quickly as possible, implement all of the tax measures that we find in this report. And what's very important to remember is that the Conservative members didn't vote. It was adopted unanimously because the Conservatives didn't vote against it. So this means that our recommendations, in a unanimous report, all the members from all parties who sat on this committee adopted this in February of 2007, and yesterday the Conservative members, through abstaining from voting, recognized the fact that they should have acted. So now we have to act. And that is why the economic statement is somewhat surprising. The Minister of Finance comes from Ontario. He knows the problems with job creation in Ontario. In Windsor, when the committee visited that city a year ago, we saw that a catastrophe was in the offing, and we know that the recent increase in the value of the dollar, not last fall, but the recent one in the past 4 months, will have its effects in a year. There have been huge job losses since the Conservatives were elected, and we could add another 150,000 or another 200,000 jobs that will be lost. It's a catastrophe in waiting, and the Conservatives are doing nothing. They're going to reduce taxes across the board, and they're going to let market forces work. But we know what this will lead to. It means that the energy sector will be making huge profits, and the manufacturing industry that can't keep up with competition will be the losers. In our report, we said, let's give refundable tax credits to corporations and businesses. Let's have some type of fund like Technology Partners Canada. Let's give our regions an opportunity to diversify their economy. These were very specific recommendations, and the government could have put those in the economic statement, but didn't. And our vote against C28 is born out of the fact that we are unhappy with the lack of action by the Conservative government. Their approach is theoretical, and the Minister of Finance should, of course, consult with people, but we're told in the newspapers today that tomorrow he's going to go to the Quebec City region, and I hope that when he comes back, he will be spurred to act as quickly as possible, because we had a unanimous report from the Finance Committee. The Bloc, the Liberals, the NDP all voted in favor of this motion, and the Conservatives, by abstaining, were more or less saying that we have to act quickly, because if we wait till the next budget, we will have wasted a number of months in this battle that is being waged today. The Canadian dollar is at par with the American dollar. It isn't because it dropped from $1.05 back down to $1 that the crisis is over. $1 at par means that it has increased in value by 40% in the past 4 years. And we have to correct productivity. The manufacturing sector has tried to do that, but now they need a hand from the federal government. And the minister seems to be throwing the ball back in the provincial minister's court. But he's not doing his job. We need concrete action, some type of impetus to help these companies, because the Canadian system is rather complicated. Whenever you want something, you have to convince two governments. If we only had one government, it would be much easier. But as long as we are working with a Canadian government system, well, in Quebec, you can criticize what's being done, but they have an action plan and they realize what the priorities are. And for all of those reasons, to send a clear message to the Conservative government, the Bloc Québécois will be voting against C28. Of course, last fall's budget is something that we agreed with. We continue to agree with it because we think that something had to be done about the fiscal imbalance. But we don't agree with putting the economic statement in this bill and including the other agreements as well. And I believe that we are representing the opinion of Quebecers. And in voting, we will give a clear message to the government. That is, that they have to go back to the drawing board and they need to give us a plan for the manufacturing sector as quickly as possible, and they have to find some way to use the surplus other than using it all to pay down the debt. That's over now, and whenever we have a surplus, part could go to pay down the debt, but a significant amount should be used to help companies. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to the message, the contradictory message, I'll say, delivered from the member, who I sit on the Finance Committee with, and was very attentive yesterday to his motion, and also was intrigued by the fact that he did use the industry report as part of his presentation this morning. And while he may have used selective, I would like to say selective memory, but probably selective choice of words in the document that he chose to quote from, because if he reads carefully, one of the important parts of that document is the foreword that is put by the chair of the Industry Committee, and in where he says, on behalf of the committee, the recommendations presented in this report should be implemented in a timely fashion, not abruptly, not stupidly, not without thought, not without the necessary work in order to make sure that taxpayers' money is spent wisely, and that manufacturing, that all companies in this country that would benefit from further tax reductions or investments, proper investments from government, could benefit from them. So while the member is certainly quick to point out the aggressive nature upon which he acted yesterday, and I don't think a very thoughtful manner. I think had he accepted the amendments moved by the Conservative members of the committee, we certainly are in agreement with the report. We take no issue with that, but we are certainly not going to move forward in a manner that either handcuffs industry and manufacturing in this country, or certainly handcuffs the financial aspect of the Minister of Finance's responsibility. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the member to at least acknowledge that the implementation that the Finance Minister and that the government included in the budget that he supported, the accelerated capital cost allowance for manufacturing that has produced $1.8 billion of investment, of which, Mr. Speaker, a majority of those funds are in Quebec, used by manufacturing companies in Quebec. Does he not want to acknowledge that it has a benefit to his province and to this country?
Deputy
The honourable member from Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will tell my colleague the following. If one half of the recommendations had produced that result with respect to accelerated tax write-offs, imagine what would have happened if all 28 recommendations had been implemented. We'd no longer have a manufacturing crisis, or at least our businesses would have a solid footing. Yesterday in the debate, when the Conservatives wanted to replace the word as soon as possible, the industries in my riding, industries throughout Quebec, throughout Canada, the entire manufacturing sector are all sending out an SOS and have been for months now, and they don't think these measures would be too hasty. They already think we're quite a few months late in implementing them. Now, the government implemented one half of one measure. We understood that they couldn't implement all of them immediately, but 6 months, 8 months later, when they made the economic statement, there's no reason why the government couldn't have gone forward. The only reason I was given is with respect to refundable tax credits for the public service. They felt that the costs would be too high, but we have figures from experts, and the costs are not that high. In the motion brought in by the Bloc yesterday, when we talked about not putting the full $11 billion against the debt and taking some to help the manufacturing sector, had we been able to do that, we would have been able to implement these measures much more quickly, and we would have avoided tougher financial times later on. My position yesterday, the position that was supported by the opposition parties and that was supported by the Conservatives since they didn't vote, that was a very clear signal that they weren't against the motion because they knew that it wasn't acceptable. When we said it was urgent to implement all of these measures to help the manufacturing sector, had they voted against it, it would have looked very bad. So we should quickly follow up this position that was brought in by committee. It's advantageous to everyone.
Shaw.
And I thank my honourable colleague. I have so many questions, and many of them pertain to manufacturing. The honourable member will certainly know that I'm from London Fanshawe, and that we've experienced a manufacturing crisis of our own there. 300,000 jobs across Canada, and a significant number of them in London Fanshawe. Siemens just last month announced that it's closing. We've lost Beta Brands, and Ford Talbotville is now on one shift, and that has significantly reduced the economic advantages that we once rejoiced in the London area. Now, to add insult to injury, the federal government is currently negotiating a Korean free trade deal. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that while we import $1.7 billion in the automotive sector from Korea, we're only allowed to export $11 million. And that, of course, is adding to the difficulties that we're undergoing. Now, a couple of weeks ago in this House, the Bloc put forward a motion that indicated very clearly that the government should do something tangible in support of manufacturing jobs and jobs in the natural resources sector. The Conservatives voted against it. The Liberals sat on their hands. And I wonder if the member could respond to this inaction and this lack of concern from two sides of the House.
Deputy de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. And in the Industry Committee's documents, there were measures to help with certain safeguards, for example, to avoid importing certain unacceptable products. And what she said demonstrates how wrong the Conservatives are in saying that this isn't an urgent matter. It is urgent. It's a very special type of situation. It was felt that because unemployment rates were low and the economy was working well, that there were no problems. And things are working well out west for the energy sector, but things are not working well for the manufacturing sector. And everyone together has an opportunity to pull together and come up with an aggressive plan that will truly help our companies. Because if the GST is dropped by 1%, then the consumers have more purchasing power. But this might cause a direct transfer to Chinese products and help their industry. And I have nothing against Chinese manufacturers, but we should be able to manufacture our own goods at a competitive price to sell them here and protect our jobs here. The Quebec Chamber of Commerce said a lot of jobs are created, but often they are low-paying jobs, $8, $9, $10, $12 an hour, and the jobs that are disappearing are the higher-paid jobs, the $15 and $20 an hour jobs. And this increases poverty. It affects our economy, and we think we should move forward, and I hope that we will all have a unanimous consensus, as was the case in the Finance Committee, so that the Finance Minister will have an action plan for the manufacturing sector as quickly as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'd just like to ask the member, the Conservatives have suggested that they've solved the fiscal balance in their budget and there's peace amongst all the provinces. Is that true?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'm not sure I understood the question correctly, but with regard to fiscal imbalance, obviously, those $3 billion that were put forward in the 2007 budget was money that Quebec was entitled to and that we wanted it to receive, and that's why we supported the bill. But the counterpart to that is that fiscal imbalance has not been settled for good. We need a settlement that will truly transfer money to Quebec. And as long as we have this piecemeal approach, such as we've seen with Nova Scotia, that is not a good model for us. A good model on equalization would be something that takes into account all resources, all revenue from resources, and have a formula that takes into account the whole reality and not do this only for electoral reasons. We need a more dynamic approach, specific criteria, a willingness to have good productivity and support for people who are affected by that. So an integrated policy of aid to manufacturers and support for people who may be victims of this globalization. That is why the Bloc intervened, and that's why today we are voting against the Liberal bill, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, there's lots of song and fury in this House this morning, and yet signifying not a whole lot. Well, why? Because ordinary Canadians cannot count on the official opposition, the Grand Liberal Party of Canada, to actually do anything about this mini budget. They are going to be sitting on their hands and not vote at all. In fact, not participate at all in the vote that will be coming up after this debate. So, if you look at this bill in front of us, there are 14 parts, and none of the 14 parts really contribute much to ordinary Canadians and their communities. But what it does is continue the grand Liberal tradition of giving a large corporate tax cuts to the most profitable organizations in Canada. Since 2001, Canada, up to 2007 this year, Canada have in fact lost of revenue that we could have had over $53 billion. Imagine what that money can do in terms of investment to the community. So it doesn't surprise me that in the upcoming vote in this House, that the official opposition is going to sit on their hands and not vote, because this budget in front of us, this mini budget, in fact continue that tradition. So if you look at Part 14 of this bill, A, it reduced the general corporate income tax rate much further from the original 2001, from 28% to 21%, and now it's going to take it down to 15%. 18% is not low enough. It's going to forego at least $14 billion per year on corporate tax cuts. So what does that mean? When this bill passed the House, we are going to, in total, of all the massive tax cuts in this budget, in this mini budget, there will be a complete gutting of close to $190 billion of lost revenue. And that is really unfortunate, because there really won't be much money left to invest in the ordinary Canadians and the communities. And if you look at the cities across big urban centers and small communities across Canada, they are suffering a great deal. Every one of them are trying to struggle to balance their budget as they have to, and there are massive property tax increase all across Canada, because the municipalities just cannot handle the kind of debt load that they're having. They are looking to cut of services, vital services in our local communities. In my area, there is a library just up the street from where I live, and it's always open 7 days a week. But this coming month, the library is not going to open on Sundays. Well, why? Because it had no money to open up on Sundays, and because the City of Toronto didn't have that kind of funding to continue to open on Sundays. And that is really unfortunate, because a lot of families and their children count on the library being open on a Sunday so they could do their homework and do their reading and take out some books or some videos. And it's a place where a lot of the community gathered. And then speaking about gathering place, and there's the community centers in the local area where it's the lifeline for a lot of the at-risk youth especially, because they have no other place to go to other than the local community centers. And yet what is happening is their community centers are facing also trimming because there's just not enough funding. And we know that because of smog, a lot of people suffer asthma attack, etc. So you would think that this budget invests in public transit in a massive way. Well, not really. So again, in municipalities all across Canada, there's hardly any funding. There's no. What we are in fact seeing is fare increases and service cuts or inability to increase the service. So people are standing out in the cold waiting for buses to come. The subways are jam-packed, and more people want to leave their cars at home. But unfortunately, that's not available because there is just not enough investment in public transit across Canada. We are looking also at a massive deficit of infrastructure funding. We know that from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that there are billions of dollars, 120 billions of dollars of, I think the last I saw it was 123 billion of deficit of infrastructure. And this budget really has no increased funding for the infrastructure for different cities to invest, whether it's on the highways or in housing or in the potholes. None of that is going to be done much because there's no investment there. We also notice that there is hardly any, because of no investment in the communities and cities and municipalities. A lot of the municipalities are having difficulty in investing in their water treatment plants, the sewage plant, and in Toronto, for example, again, there is just not. You're seeing the water rate going up because the capacity is just not there to retrofit the pipes that needs to be done because they're very old. The other thing, there is no money in this budget, in this mini budget, is that there's really nothing to support immigrant families. We have recently found out that because of the use of fees that are being charged by the Department, Canada Immigration Centre, that in fact the fees are going into a general revenue stream. That the department actually make $100 million per year from immigrants that are applying to bring their families, father and mothers, into their countries. Refugees have to pay hefty fees in order to bring their families into Canada. And yet none of this money is invested, this $100 million of application fees money, is invested in dealing with the backlogs that is now 800,000 long, 800,000 people long, that if you're sponsoring your family, for example, it might take 3 years, 5 years, 8 years. And in fact, we've heard of cases where immigrants have their parents have died waiting in order to come to Canada to be united with their families. We are also, with this $100 million or any new investment, there's none in terms of settlement services. We recently heard that a lot of agencies that are waiting for immigrant services funding from the ISAP funding, which is the Immigrant Settlement Adaptation Program. They have not received their funding, so they are beginning to lay out notice to a lot of their agencies. And that means that a lot of new immigrants will not get the services that they desperately need. And in fact, Ontario, the minister recently sent out a notice to everyone saying that they are missing $100 million that was promised by the federal government to the province of Ontario for settlement services, and that money has not arrived. So while we have a lot of funding here for tax cuts, surpluses, yet there is nothing for cities, for communities, and for ordinary Canadians. What we have noticed is that as we have greenhouse gas emission continue to rise up, the eco-energy program, unfortunately, yes, it is renewed here, but there's no expansion of criteria. So, for example, affordable housing are not included. So seniors that barely can afford to pay rent, they now have to pay hefty hydro bills. And some of them, I heard, are not even turning up their heat because even in this winter. Why? Because they cannot afford their hydro bills. So you would think those kind of buildings, the affordable housing buildings, are the kind of buildings that this government would immediately invest to retrofit so that the building would be the most efficient, most state-of-the-art kind of building, so that the tenants would burn less and pay less in their hydro bills. But unfortunately, the eco-energy program that is mentioned in this bill does not include affordable housing. And the $100 million program that was established when the NDP pushed the former Liberal government into establishing, that too is gone. On top of that, the eco-energy program does not include condominiums. So in my riding, for example, there are condominiums owners that would love to retrofit their buildings. Some of them are old. They would like to find some ways to do it, to make it most green and most energy efficient, but yet the condos owners, not $1 can be received from this eco-energy plan. So it's not fair for people that are earning very low income. Neither is it fair for people that are living in multi-residential buildings like condominiums. There are also, in this bill, there's nothing for people that are unemployed that are seeking to get some of the money back on their employment insurance. So United Way report recently that was given in Toronto said very clearly that one of the reasons why people remain poor is because they cannot access employment insurance. The national average in terms of number of workers is only 40% that can access their own funding on employment insurance. And in big urban centers, sometimes even 22% or 30% of the workers that find themselves unemployed, only 20-30% of them can access their own funding through the employment insurance program. No wonder they're stuck in a cycle of poverty, and that is why Campaign 2000, even just a few days ago, said that we must deal with the tragedy of child poverty. And we do know that 18 years ago in this House, unanimously on November 24th, the former leader of the NDP, Ed Broadbent, said that we have to deal with and eliminate child poverty by year 2000. And yet we are now 2007, and 18 years later we are seeing a complete flat line of there's no improvement of the number of kids that are that needs to leave a life of poverty. So there's really not a lot of funding. There's no increase in the child tax benefit, which means that children that cannot go to school because they can't afford to pay that $1 to buy a hot dog day or pizza day, they will be excluded. Kids that, because the feet grow fast, do not have the money to buy a pair of new running shoes will be excluded from the gym classes, and we will continue that cycle of poverty. And Mr. Speaker, I tell you, that is a national shame when there is funding for the biggest, most profitable oil companies, the biggest, most profitable banks, and yet there is no funding to help the kids in Canada. This bill, in fact, also breaks the Atlantic Accord. It's a complete betrayal of people that lives in the Atlantic provinces, and no doubt my colleague, Member of Parliament from Halifax, will address this in detail later on. This bill in front of us actually doesn't do anything for Aboriginal people because for the second straight year, the Conservative announced that they will ensure there's safe drinking water, because we know that a third of the communities, Aboriginal communities, don't have safe drinking water. But this budget does nothing. There's no money included to accomplish this. And there is really hardly any money to support the arts, CBC, Canada Council, a promotion of our artists. There's no new funding for it. And that has really, unfortunately, a missed opportunity. There is no funding, no increased funding on foreign aid, even though this House keeps saying that we have to increase the foreign aid to 0.7% of the international of our GDP, and yet this mini budget actually decreased the percentage of foreign aid representing our GDP from 0.34% to 31%. So that's it's going down rather than going up, and that again is makes Canada a really. It's hard for Canada to talk about our international relationships, our standing in this world, when we don't even contribute much to foreign aid. We are seeing, even today, a shameful... We know that we've been talking about AIDS funding, for example, because December 1st is the World International AIDS Day. And what we are seeing is, in fact, cuts to community groups that assist people in preventing AIDS. We heard that there are 30% cuts. In fact, I have organizations in my riding that have come to me to say that they are laying off staff. All the good work they're doing are going to stop because the funding for a lot of the AIDS organization are being cut. And there is no new funding for a national home care program that a lot of the seniors desperately need because they want to stay at home, and it is a lot cheaper for them if there's affordable, high-quality home care for our seniors so they can live in dignity. And there is nothing in there for farmer care, for home care, or long-term care, and nothing new for our seniors. There is, again, no new funding for housing, so that we have a national crisis of homelessness. As we get colder weather, we will see people still on the street, and there's no new co-op being built, and there doesn't seem to have any indication that this is a priority whatsoever. This bill in front of us there's nothing on student loans or student debt, and we know that the average price of Canadian student tuition undergrad has tripled since 1991, this mini budget, does not make the post-secondary education any more affordable. And any of the funds that are transferred to the provinces, there's no accountability at all. So we don't know how that funding is going to be used. And sadly, when we're talking about seniors, not only do they not get the kind of home care they want or the nursing home care that they desperately need, there is no increase in the guaranteed income supplement, which means that seniors will continue, a lot of them will live in poverty. And we do know that 25% of seniors living in poverty, and for women, that figure's climbed to 36%, and there's nothing in this mini budget, so-called mini budget, for seniors. Yes, $14 billion for the most profitable organized companies, but nothing for seniors. There's hardly any mention about the minimum wage. There is no commitment to increase the minimum wage for $10 an hour, and hardly anything for the status of women. I know that our critic and our advocate for women who's have been saying that we need $100 million a year. Well, this one have made it for $10 million a year for 2 years. That's hardly enough funding for a lot of the struggling women's organization out there. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget, unfortunately, does not invest in our communities, does not make our country a better place to live. In fact, if you look at this mini budget, there's a photo on the economic statement recently released by the government, and you will see the photo. There's a little kid, a child looking out into the world, And if you look at it, this child is actually standing on a high ground, and it looks as if this child might even fall off the cliff because we are not doing anything to invest in our children and our young people, and that is a really tremendous missed opportunity because we should be following to other countries like Ireland that have set up a plan to invest in children, to reduce child poverty. They have mapped out a plan for children, and they are delivering the targets, and they're meeting the targets. Whereas in Canada, we do not have a commissioner for children, we have no plan for children, we have no targets to reduce child poverty, and yet there are a lot for very big companies. So it's a sad statement of in this House on how we are dealing with our communities. And sadly, the Liberals, when we finish this debate, will abstain in their place. They will not make a statement. They will not vote. They will not do anything to say no on this terrible plan. And that is a missed opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen with interest to my honourable colleague from the NDP and in her comments about C28. It is certainly difficult to understand how the honourable member can say that there is nothing in all of these tax measures, reduced taxes for personal income, all of the supportive measures in what has been lauded by many Canadians as a very forward-thinking and very positive move, all wrapped into one in this Implementation Act, second Implementation Act of our budget. The economic statement that the Finance Minister tabled in this House, and because of the NDP was unable to speak to in this House, because they refused to allow the Finance Minister to make a public statement in this House about the economic statement, the economic update this fall, I'm still amazed that the NDP refused to allow the Finance Minister to actually speak in this House of Commons to tell Canadians that we are giving back some of their hard-earned tax money. It's interesting that the honourable member suggests that the Liberals may abstain. Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is going to vote against this. And the Bloc this morning has said that they're going to vote against it. I have more respect for the Liberals abstaining and not blocking this than I have for some other members of this House that are going to deny the benefits. $190 billion over 22 months is what we have provided in this economic statement when it all comes together of reduced taxes for Canadians. And the NDP are going to vote against that. I wish the honourable member luck going back to her riding and say that she opposed $12 billion in cuts to GST. My question is, how is she going to face her constituents when she has to tell them that she doesn't think they're worthy of a cut in taxes?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that the Liberals would not want to comment on this budget because it follows, the new government follows, well, not so new government anymore, but follows the North Star government. It's following the Liberal tradition of not investing in municipalities or cities or communities and the ordinary Canadians. A tax cut does not build affordable housing. Tax cut does not means that your bus they would come more frequently. A tax cut does nothing to make sure your library opens on Sunday. It does not build community centers or libraries. A tax cut does nothing to help out farmers. A tax cut does nothing to help out people that are desperately in need of affordable child care, whether it's in rural communities across Canada or in big cities. Ordinary families. In fact, there's a report, OECD report just came out yesterday and said that the families cannot afford childcare and there's not enough decent, high-quality childcare out there. So what does a family do? They either have to stop working or they stop having babies. Oh, no wonder we have the birth rate in Canada is so low. It's only in the province of Quebec that we are seeing, because they are investing in the $7 a day childcare, that they have been able to have, in terms of the number of children, they've stabilized the birth rate, whereas outside Quebec, we are finding that ordinary families can't afford to have babies. Why? Because they don't have affordable childcare. So how does a tax cut really deal with these problems that families faced? It does not. So we have seen report after report that said that among OECD country, Canada is dead last in terms of our investment in affordable childcare.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuqua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all know that the NDP's economic plans can best be defined by high spending, high taxes, and that's the hoary, woolly-headed, socialist economic plans that were so destructive to Northern Europe. And we saw what happened there. The problem with the NDP's plans, Mr. Speaker, is they don't understand that you need to have a competitive private sector to be able to provide for the taxes, to be able to support the social programs that all of us want to have. And if we're going to help those who are least privileged in our society, you can't hammer the private sector, because they're the ones who pay the taxes, as do all individual citizens. So it's a matter of balance. The problem is that the NDP don't understand that word. And historically, they've always stood for spend, 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 without any possible rational economic plan that would enable us to have a competitive economy. So I want to ask my colleague from the other side, can she tell us when, if ever, a federal NDP party has ever put forward a rational, cogent economic plan that would produce a surplus or balanced budget?
The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
In fact, if the honourable member asked the Parliament Library, and asked them which government, actually, which party, have run the most fiscally responsible budget and government, he will be surprised. It is, in fact, the NDP. It is the NDP. Well, Mr. Ray actually turns out to be a Liberal, so I'm not surprised that he was having difficulty. But we have, in fact, seen over and over again. Look at Manitoba. Look at how many balanced budget they've had. Look at Mr. Douglas, Tommy Douglas' government through the years. Balanced budget. So you will notice that, in fact, in terms of number of years, just look at the facts, look at the figures. You will find that, in fact, when the NDP runs a government, it, by and large, has a balanced budget. Unlike some other government that have huge debt and make promises to children and said that they would invest in children to make poverty history. What do we have? After 18 years, what do we have? We had the Conservative government, we had the Liberal government, and then we had the Conservative government again. After 18 years of promise, what have happened? Okay? Well, then there was another promise of lowering greenhouse gas emission by 20% by 2000. I remember that Red Book promise. And guess what? It have gone up. Why? There was no investment in anything green. No investment in public transit or green technology or retrofit program. Well, how does that help the community? So in order for us to have a prosperous Canada and with high productivity rate, we have to invest in things like childcare, post-secondary education. How did Ireland, for example, come from a country that are doing not very well and to a place where they are able to deal with child poverty? Well, what have they done? They invest in post-secondary education. They invest in people. Well, we don't do that. We just give big corporate tax cuts, and guess what? No wonder we lag behind in our productivity. No wonder we are having trouble in our place in the world. Yes, I understand that the Liberal Party likes to make big promise. I heard a recent promise on dealing with poverty, something about 30-50 or whatever. And yet, where is the money to do all that? If you give it from 2001 to 2007, $53 billion corporate tax cut. That money should have gone to deal with poverty, to go to deal with communities, investing in cities, investing in people and their families. That's what we should have done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt 1 Dashuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from York West. In a time of surplus, Mr. Speaker, any responsible government has a duty to strike a balance and to plan out for a country not for the next 5 years, but for the next 50 years. Because in a time of surplus, when you don't have to deal with the crushing burden of an economic catastrophe, running deficits because of economic circumstances within or outside your control, you have an opportunity to plan for a nation, to plan for our people over that time. In doing so, it requires, in my view, a balance between debt reduction, enabling us to have a strong economic, productive, nimble, competitive economy, and to be able to invest in those things that help the most underprivileged of our citizens. So what could the government have done in these areas that they failed to do? We know that the government reduced taxes both on corporate, in the corporate world and private citizens, and we're fully supportive of that. To be fair, the tax reduction, particularly lowering the lowest tax rate, came after the government actually increased the lowest tax rate. So it's really neutral. They reversed the change that happened in the previous Liberal government where we reduced the lowest tax rate. The GST tax cut you've heard before is really the stupidest tax cut you could possibly do, unlike the Minister of Finance, who suggests that this is sensible. It isn't, because it primarily affects those who spend a lot of money, i.e. those who are rich. If you want to help those who are least privileged, you reduce personal income taxes because it gives the individual in the low and middle income brackets the chance to do what they want with it, to invest it, to spend it on food and education, on basic necessities. If you reduce the GST, you don't have that option. The government, in effect, is directing what that option is for you because you only receive that when you spend money, and you spend money on high-ticket income issues. For those who are poorest, they're generally struggling to put food on the table and to pay rent for a roof over their head, and there isn't GST on that. So it doesn't apply to them. So what could a government have done? On the issue of infrastructure, education is critically important. And what the government should do is reduce the economic burden on students by lowering the burden of their tuition fees. And they can do that by lowering tuition fees, or, for example, taking the Millennium Scholarship Program that is coming to its end and turn that into a needs-based program for students who are of modest means. That would enable students to have access, and education is a critically important pillar for our economy. I couldn't have gone to medical school, Mr. Speaker, if the tuition fees are what they are today, because I had to pay to get my own money to go to school by summer jobs. Today, tuition fees for medical school can easily be in excess of $18,000 a year, which would be completely impossible to do, and I, for one, like many others, would not have been able to go to medical school. And that's the situation we have today with qualified students who can't get access to the facilities that they want to and the post-secondary education they need because they don't have the money. We should not have an education system that is based on money in your pocket, but it must be based on your abilities to get access. On the issue of infrastructure, we had a plan that we introduced that would put real money in the hands of the municipalities. It's where the rubber hits the road for the infrastructure that Canadians need. So what the government should do is double the gas tax that the municipalities are receiving and give them 3-year stable funding bases in order for them to plan in the future for the programs that they want. With the price of gas being what it is today compared to what it was when we introduced that program, it makes umpteen sense for the government to say we're getting a lot of money from gas taxes because of the price of gas, so why don't we double that gas tax revenue, give it to the municipalities for infrastructure, and we can do it so that they have 3-year stable base funding so they can plan for the future. On the issue of research and development, we made the largest increases in research and development for organizations like the Canadian Institute for Health Research and Innovation Canada. Innovation is a cornerstone for a competitive economy. We need to continue to make those increases in this area. It's smart for Canada, it's smart for Canadians. On the issue of the environment, there are many intelligent solutions that we can apply today, and rather than having this continual quagmire debate on Kyoto, I think it's important that we have that, but that the government should also make those investments into things like hydrogen fuel cells, into operationalizing hydrogen fuel cells, electric cars, wind power, and tidal power, which we can use because we have such a large coast. Let's get those projects on the ground and operationalize them. We had a plan when we were in government in excess of $600 million for these kind of projects. The government does not support this, and they should. For those who are least privileged in our society, I introduced a private member's bill called the Canadian Low-Income Supplement. What that bill does is it puts $2,000 into the hands of every Canadian who makes less than $20,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, it declines to zero at $40,000. It's real money. It's not $25 or $35. It's $2,000 into the hands of the neediest Canadians. Real money for those in real need. That's what they need, Mr. Speaker. And in effect, my Canadian Low-Income Supplement bill will, in fact, obliterate any kind of tax for federal or provincial tax on those who make less than $20,000 a year. We also, Mr. Speaker, need to address the issue of housing. Housing is a crisis. In my riding of Esquimalt-Waundapuka, it is a huge problem. Housing is unaffordable to most Canadians. So how do we address that? The feds must stop their ideological approach and just continually say to the provinces, you deal with something, we'll deal with something else. There's no reason why the federal government cannot exercise leadership in these areas that, yes, are a provincial responsibility, but the feds can bring the provincial premiers together, bring the other ministers together and say, look, this is for Canada, we're all in the same boat, we all have the same problem, let's share the practices that we need to implement to address these problems. One such solution would be have a tax rollover provision that the Minister of Finance can introduce that would enable individuals to sell assets and roll over those profits into purchasing and upgrading other real estate. On the issue of seniors, Mr. Speaker, many seniors live lives of quiet desperation. They can't get access to housing. They can't get access to health care. Again, the federal Minister of Health should work with his counterparts to address these. And here are some solutions. There needs to be, right out front, a strategic investment into assisted housing and extended care in Canada. We have an aging population, and the numbers of people who are going to be over the age of 65 who are retired are going to increase geometrically over the next 20 years. We are ill able to deal with this. It is the largest unspoken, unheralded, unattended issue that this House is not dealing with. And we have to deal with this and deal with it now while we have a surplus. On the issue of health care, a simple win solution. The government should work with their provincial counterparts and medical nursing associations across Canada to have a national medical manpower strategy, to know what kind of doctors, nurses, and technicians we need, how many we need, and where we need them. I can't emphasize how critically important this is, Mr. Speaker, because if you don't have the healthcare worker to provide care for you, regardless of how many MRIs or CT scans or hospitals or clinics you have, you do not have a competent healthcare person to do the history, the physical, the diagnostics, and the treatment plan that you require when you fall ill. As we get older, so too are our caregivers. This is a problem amongst nurses, it's a problem amongst physicians, and it's a crisis amongst those who are specialists. You can go to a general practitioner and get competent diagnostics done in a number of areas. But there's only one type of person that can actually fix your knee or repair your broken leg or operate on your brain or manage your dialysis. Those are specialist responsibilities. And the specialist cadre that we have in Canada is shrinking dramatically. This is a rate-limiting step that cannot be addressed overnight and must be addressed as an urgency today. In closing, on the issue of childcare, which has been mentioned, the government promised childcare spaces. They are not there. This is a huge issue for Canadians. We say to the government, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just readopt what the Liberal Party introduced by negotiating with the provinces for a national childcare strategy. It works for the public, it works for children, it works for families, it reduces crime, it saves the taxpayer money, and it's healthy for our lovely country. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some solutions the government can introduce. We implore the government to do that and do it now for the interests of our country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax.
Speaker, I have to say, listening to the member from Esquimalt-Fuca, you sort of have the sense that that he and his party are still fighting the last election instead of addressing this issue, which is the current bill that is before us, C-28, which effectively combines the budget in the spring with the mini-budget that has been brought in this fall. I'm not sure how that serves Canadians, but I listened very carefully when he conducted a fairly vicious attack, actually, on my colleague, the member from Trinity-Spadina, around the issue of balance and his criticism of her speech on the budget that's before us and also on the NDP's decision to oppose this budget was that really budgets need to be about balance. And so I want to ask the member, speaking of balance, because I'm sure he is well aware that the Harper budget, that this government's corporate tax cuts alone will cost $50.5 billion phased in over 6 years and will keep costing the Treasury $14.8 billion every year. And if this member has done his homework, and he usually does, then he will also know that this budget actually will benefit the average hardworking Canadian about $1.50 a day. And so I want to ask the member whether this is his idea of balance, and if it isn't, why it is that not only this member but his entire caucus have decided, instead of taking a stand against the lack of balance contained in this budget, are actually going to sit in their seats, as they've already done, and indicate that they're not prepared to commit themselves or vote one way or the other.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, we actually do support the tax cuts that are in this bill. We support the personal income tax cuts because it puts money into the hands of pockets. We think it's it's not wise for the GST cut. We do support the corporate tax cuts. The member from the NDP doesn't support that. We believe that in order for us to be responsible to Canadians, Canadians need to have jobs, and Canadian private sector must be competitive. Also, for us to have a competitive private sector enables us to generate the tax base upon which to pay for the very programs that the honourable member and us all support. Things such as childcare, health care, education, the myriad of social programs that Canadians need and want, and those that in fact enable us to help those who are underprivileged. So we've offered in my speech, and my colleagues have offered constructive solutions to the government that they could adopt to have more balance in their budget to address problems that they're neglecting, such as, and the honourable member was quite correct, daycare, early learning programs, tax reductions for the poor, more money in the hands of the poor, disabilities, seniors, and health care. So there's a lot more could go on, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to answer another question if she'd like to respond.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax on a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of supplementary, the member from Esquimalt-Fuca just made my point, that he knows perfectly well that the very things that he not just he alone, but every one of his members is standing up and calling for the government to support. The very things that he's criticizing the government for not having done with this budget, he knows perfectly well cost money. And if you give over $50 billion away in tax cuts to the corporations, and let's be clear, the single biggest beneficiaries of these tax cuts are the banks that are gouging people with servicing fees and the oil companies that are gouging people at the pumps, then there will be no money to support the projects that he is talking about and that his members are criticizing the government for not funding. So where is the sense in that? How is this just an act of hypocrisy, or is this a case of an entire Liberal caucus that have not done the math and have not done their homework in analyzing the negative impact of this budget that's taking us in the wrong direction?
The honourable member for Esquimalt 1, if you could, briefly.
Mr. Speaker, we have obviously a different view of economy. I just draw the members' attention to the socialist economic interventions that took place in Northern Europe in the 80s, where taxes were raised quite high, and what happened is that the private sector was constricted, which meant people lost their jobs, and in losing jobs, there was more dependence on social programs and less money for those social programs, because in the contraction of the private sector that occurs when you raise taxes and make your country's economy non-competitive, you actually, ironically, you actually damage the people who you want to help. You damage the ability to have the tax base to be able to put money into research and development, for health care, for education, for social programs, for all the things that Canadians need. So it is a matter of balance. We have some criticisms on some of the tax cuts, as I said, the GST. The government should put a lot more money into lowering the tax burden on the poor and middle class. They have not done that in a way that is broad-based. And our colleagues have put forth a lot of solutions to enable the government to do that. So I thank you again for my time, and also for the member for York West, who is going to give an absolute barn burner of a speech, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague for these wonderful comments. Talking about budget bills and Ways and Means motion is something that I think all of us have a real interest in. So when we have a opportunity, whether it is a last-minute opportunity or not, to stand up and speak in the House on things that matter to us, I'm glad to have that opportunity. Bill C-28 that we are talking about today clearly is not something that we're 100% happy with. But at the same time, do Canadians want an election? No. We've had plenty of them. This next election will be my 5th in 8 years, and I'm not anxious to, thank you, to go out there on the hustings again. And in fact, the $500 million that elections cost, which was the last number that I heard, I'd much rather see it being invested into our children, or being invested into our seniors, or to helping lower the tax rates, a variety of things. So I think it's a far better idea is for us to try to keep the government going and move it forward for all of us. But there are a variety of things in here that, as my colleague said, we are supportive of, but there are clearly other issues that we are not. The economic policies of the current Conservative government are very different in some ways than the Liberal policies are. I think they're much more designed to be focused in on the next election, which clearly they've been most anxious to have. I'm not sure today they're still as anxious to have it as they were, but they were quite anxious to have one, and I think our party and our leader were quite clear in not taking the bait and falling into that trap of going back into an election that at this particular time is frankly unwarranted and will quite possibly bring us back into the same situation, except we could be on the other side of the House rather than on the opposition side. But I, for one, am not interested in going down that road at this particular moment. I want to go down that road when we've got clear, decisive issues for the public to make that decision on. So even though we do support some of the measures in C-28, the idea of reinstating our Liberal personal income tax cuts, that was quite interesting because we had reduced it to 15%. And when the Conservatives' very first budget, which to me indicates who they really care about, was that they increased the very lowest rate up to 15.5%. Now that rate, that's not one that the corporations worry about or the rich worry about, but it's certainly one that affects thousands and thousands of low-income Canadians. Again, that, as with many other issues, has clearly indicated to me where their priorities lie, and they don't lie with many people in Canada that need that helping hand up that many of us are supportive of. We also oppose their economic vision. I don't think they have one. I think they have a vision strictly to the next election, how we're going to get there, and how we're going to get a majority government, which is not, I believe, what our Canadians sent us here for. They sent us to effect a positive parliament and to work on behalf of all Canadians, and not have an eye always on how soon we can have an election campaign so that we can get a majority. Our job here is to come every day, is to work on the best interest of Canadians, period. Those that are rich and well off, and those that are not as wealthy off as some of them would like to be. The GST cut is an issue that I think is frankly, I don't know other than to say it's ridiculous. I know it was a political move by the government, but I have to tell you, when I look at all of the things that we could be investing that $5 billion in on that GST cut, into whether we're talking about investing it in, again, in our seniors, or we're investing it in childcare and early learning opportunities, we could be just doing so much with that $5 billion that I'm sure if we ask the Canadian public, what do you think we should do with $5 billion rather than cut it out of the GST? Look at our cities and our campaign in Toronto, which is the city I represent, and their campaign for the 1 cent now out of the GST. If you took that $5 billion and you reinvested it into our communities, and even if you targeted our major cities, Campaign 2000 this week came out with a huge report talking about just how much poverty there is in Canada. And I think a lot of people like to think that poverty level is quite low. Well, it's been a very difficult issue to deal with, and as much as we try to move forward and reduce it, and it reduces it very slowly. Far more investment has to be made into helping people ensure that they have an education. So that's the key to end poverty, as far as I'm concerned, is making sure that everyone has an opportunity to get a good education, because that opens the door to so many, many opportunities. But education for some is way beyond what their means are, and I think refocusing some of that $5 billion on those opportunities would have been a good thing to do. Putting them into the early learning and childcare, that was going to be this century's probably newest and best social program that clearly would have provided help for a lot of single parents that are out there struggling. I know many women in my riding. I have one area that's quite affluent in my riding, but I have a very high needs riding in other areas. And I see many of these women that have gone back to school, that are single moms, that want to get a job. But the problem is now they can't afford to get into childcare, and there's a huge waiting list for subsidies to get into find somewhere safe for their children. So as much as we say we want to get people into a healthy economic stream, if we're not there to provide the learning opportunities for them and safe environments for their children, then critically it's a waste of time. We can spin our wheels all we want talking about how we're going to end poverty, but if we are not providing the opportunities for those people who are at the minimal level, we're not ever going to succeed, which is why that early learning and childcare commitment that we had made, that yes, it took a while to get it. First we had to deal with the fact that when we came into government in '93, we had a $43 billion deficit. Canada was almost at a point of bankruptcy. So we had to take 6 or 7 years to deal with that issue and to get the country's finances underway. From that point, we were able to start reinvesting and working on trying to achieve the goals that we all wanted to see go forward. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and we didn't end up with the support of the NDP, and they defeated the government, and I expect that it'll be a very long time before that desire to have that new social program here in Canada put together again. It took a long time to get provinces on board and to be able to do all of the work that's required for any of these agreements. They don't happen overnight, and it was a lot of great work done by my colleague, and it was unfortunate that we weren't able to see that come into fruition. But it's just one more of the casualties that I don't think people voted thinking that that's what was going to happen. But politics being what it is, governments come and governments go, and as this one will, and we will continue to make sure that we are moving very rapidly forward so that when an election does come, that we have plenty of opportunity to be investing and to be laying out a platform about where we're going to go to ensure that we have a richer, fairer, greener Canada. Investing in our manufacturing, because if we want to have enough money to invest in our children and in low-income seniors and so on and so forth, then we have to make sure that we also have a strong economy. Our manufacturing section and our auto industry are suffering tremendously as a result of the rising loonie, and that we need to find a way of dealing with that dollar issue and how we're going to be able to protect jobs. And when we talk about jobs, we're not talking about $7 jobs. Because for someone to have to feed their family, pay their mortgage, they need more than a $7 a job. So, you know, the comments about how we have all of these increase in jobs is not a valid comment, because we are very much losing the good quality jobs that Canadians had as a result of various issues, and we don't hear this Conservative government saying what they're going to do to offset that. So it's an important issue for all of us, is to make sure that Canadians are employed. We don't want our country to go into a recession. We clearly, many of us remember how difficult that was for many people. We want to have a strong Canada, and I believe that we need to make sure we're moving forward in a positive way. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make comment this morning, and I look forward to this continuing debate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the Liberal member who has just spoken is not from Atlantic Canada, but hopefully what we are all here in this place to do is really continuing ongoing nation building. And the member will be very aware of the fact that what was originally labeled the Atlantic Accord has become a major source of Atlantic discord. And I'm sure that the member will be aware that that her members, together with all other opposition members, were represented in a briefing that finally came about. It was like a Keystone Cops routine, 3 times scheduled, 3 times cancelled, finally took place. And what became most clear of all is that there is enormous discord between the federal government's interpretation of what the new provisions contained in the bill that is before us mean, and what the Nova Scotia government interprets it to mean. In fact, set out in a householder that went to every single Nova Scotian. I wonder if the member could comment on whether she thinks it is not really a cop-out for the Liberal opposition members to sit in their seats rather than take a stand against the budget for a number of reasons, but among them the fact that the Atlantic Accord in its original form, a signed, sealed legal document, no longer exists, and actually it exists in a form that is so wide open to interpretation that it actually is the same thing as shredding the Atlantic Accord.
The honourable member for York West.
I want to thank the member for the question, and recognizing that, yes, the honourable member is from Nova Scotia, but I would like to, in case you forgot, that I was born in the Maritimes in Moncton, New Brunswick. So I clearly have never, there's a piece of your heart, I believe, is always where you were born. And so the issues in and around the Maritimes is always something that I'm pretty sensitive to, and am always concerned, as I am all of Canada, but I think all of us carry that little special part in our heart about wherever we were born. But I would like to remind the honourable member that, referring to Tom Flanagan's book on our current Prime Minister, on page 230 there is a quote that says, in regards to the last election, "No matter how well designed our campaign had been, it would have been hard for us to win if the NDP had not held up its end." So regrettably, when the Accord has been dismantled and re-put together in what Conservatives think is unacceptable, which is clearly not acceptable to me or acceptable to the member, we wouldn't be dealing with this issue had they not supported the bringing down of the government. But I go back to the issue about, in addition to dealing with the Accord, the $39 million was cut from the regional economic development agencies. That's just one of the many cuts that the Conservatives did in the last budget. Now, I'm sure that $39 million would have been very helpful in the Maritimes in dealing with many of those challenges that they have to make sure that jobs are created, money is reinvested into the manufacture, and all of the other issues and the pressure areas that they deal with in the Maritimes as they deal with other issues in the West and in Central Canada. There was an $18 million cut from the Literacy Skills Program. Again, those are areas of our country that use these programs intensely and welcome them. That was cut again, and we've also called for that to be reinstated. Those continue to be just a variety of some of the many cuts that have been the Conservatives' priorities rather than reinvesting in Canadians.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jeanne-Lebert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on the budget implementation bill before us today. And I would like to begin by saying that we in the Bloc cannot support this bill, which implements the economic statement as well as the Atlantic Accord on Equalization. But it's this fall economic statement that's the worst part. We came out against it for a number of issues that came up in it, but especially for what it did not contain. Throughout Quebec and Canada, in our communities, we're seeing a series of serious problems, be they economic or social, while the government, despite its tax cuts and its gifts to the oil companies, despite these huge surpluses the federal government still has, it has refused to take action. For a government that boasts that it delivers the goods, that it's doing something, this mini-budget, this economic statement was rather pitiful. So at the outset, I'd like to broach the subject of the crisis in the manufacturing sector and the wood or forestry industry. More and more we hear about forestry companies or manufacturers who are closing their doors, who are experiencing grave difficulties. These are not just figures, Mr. Speaker. These are lives. These are tragedies experienced by these workers and their families, as well as the people surrounding them. These are economic tragedies for communities where one plant can make the difference between a prosperous town or an empty one, a poor one that simply falls away. So we in the Bloc had proposed solutions for the government to help that manufacturing industry. The government refuses to act, and it comes up with the same argument time and time again. The finance minister from what I'd call the Jovialist Party of Canada says everything's fine. The Jovialist Party says that unemployment has never been so low, economic growth is fine, profits in Canada are high, and companies are experiencing record profits. Well, the minister of this Jovialist Party of Canada is not connected to reality because, of course, in Quebec, as well as in Ontario, where the manufacturing industry and the forestry industry are very significant in the economy, the picture is not all that rosy, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the figures presented to us from the Jovialist Party in Canada do not take into account the reality being masked by the oil boom in Alberta. Let me give you an example, a simple one, Mr. Speaker. If you're in a bar in a small town where people have just lost their jobs, and you're in that bar and there's about 20 unemployed people in that bar, and Bill Gates, the chairman of Microsoft, enters the bar, statistically, you're all multimillionaires if you average it out. But of course, that's only a statistic. Once Bill Gates leaves the bar, you're still unemployed and you still have your problems and your own reality. So the same thing is happening here in Canada. Statistically, there's an economic boom because of Alberta, but the situation is extremely difficult in Quebec and in Ontario. And all economists are predicting that the situation will deteriorate because of the high dollar, among other things, because these are economic models, economic realities that mean that the hardship is felt 2-3 years later. If we do nothing now, we'll end up with an even more serious problem in a few years. So it's very urgent that we act. Everyone who came to meet us at the Finance Committee recently, be it on the employer's side, the union side, representatives of society in general, told us the situation was urgent, especially because of the high dollar and other problems in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. So given that context, it's rather pitiful to see this government put forth measures who have a very weak, if not non-existent impact. If you look at the cut in the GST, okay, it's popular because everybody's happy to pay fewer taxes, but economically, all economists who came out on this issue have said that in the final analysis, this was not a terribly effective measure. Same thing with tax cuts. Tax cuts for the oil companies who are already recording incredible profits, well, their profits will be even higher. That won't help the manufacturing industry. It won't help the forestry industry because those companies are not making profits. If you don't make a profit, you don't pay tax. So a tax cut doesn't help you, and it will not improve the situation. So we in the Bloc have been talking about that. We have been for a long time, and recently we saw the minister say, well, yes, maybe we should do something. Maybe I acknowledge that the manufacturing sector is having some difficulty, hoping that these changes will continue. We will continue to exert pressure in the Bloc. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of fiscal imbalance. Initially, the Bloc was the only one talking about it. The other parties were saying it doesn't exist. You're inventing this. And then finally, in the budget for 2007, we saw a substantial amount of money to compensate for fiscal imbalance, even though the situation is not completely settled and it's a financial transfer. There was no transfer in taxation powers, but people used to say the Bloc is making this up as it goes along. But we have achieved concrete results, and we're doing the same work now with the manufacturing sector, where a few weeks ago barely in the House said everything's just fine, there is no problem, the economy is rolling along. Well, now they are starting to change their tune a little bit, and we will continue to exert pressure so that we can get measures for that sector as quickly as possible. One of those measures, which is very important, it's rather technical, but it can make a difference, is refundable tax credits for R&D given to companies, because in order to compensate for the very high dollar, which is making our companies less competitive in the U.S. and elsewhere in the world, what we have to do is encourage these companies to invest in research and development, invest in their equipment in order to increase their productivity. Traditionally, in most industrialized countries who have strong economies, what you do to encourage companies to do that is give them tax credits, and that's the case right now in Canada, but these are not refundable. Companies that do not make a profit cannot claim them. They bank them, and the day they do turn a profit, they can claim those tax credits. So for the government, it's a future tax expenditure. In a few years, that company can claim those tax credits when they turn a profit. We in the Bloc are asking that this tax credit be refundable. A company that does not make a profit but decides to invest to increase its productivity and become feasible and profitable, can have these tax credits refunded immediately. Because when they don't make a profit, when they're in difficulty, that's when they need the money. That's when they need that liquidity in order to compete, in order to invest in equipment, in order to invest in R&D. And later on, when they make a profit, they can pay the tax accordingly. The government put forth the argument that this would be too expensive, because if tomorrow morning businesses decided to claim all these tax credits, even if they don't make a profit, the number of claims would increase. So we're told it'll cost billions of dollars. But the government's calculation is faulty, Mr. Speaker, because it's doing it purely on an ad hoc basis, on an annual basis. But when you're managing or claiming to manage a state, you have to have a long-term vision. And if we look at what happens over time, what is going to happen? Well, the taxes that these companies will, these tax credits, these reimbursements that the companies will ask for right now, even though they have a loss, are tax credits that would have been claimed in the future anyway. So this is practically null cost. You have to take into account the costs that have to be assumed anyway in terms of taxation and taxation expenses in the future. The best known example by the public and perhaps members is RSPs. Our RSPs are not tax exemptions. They're deferred taxes. You deduct from your income the money you put in an RSP, and later when you claim that RSP, you pay the tax on the money then. So it displaces the tax over time. The same is true for the conversion of these tax credits for R&D, turning them into refundable tax credits. It's the same thing, but maybe it's the reverse. The principle is the same. It's taxes that would be paid later, they reimburse them now. Now, if we take a model and exclude cases of companies that go bankrupt, if you take a model where, let's say, over 10 years or a long period of time, you compare the two systems, non-refundable tax credit and refundable tax credit, the cost should be nil, because over time, the taxes would have to be reimbursed later anyway. It's not nil perhaps because there is inflation that takes away part of that. It's because a 2007 dollar will be a little more in 2008 or 2010 or in the future. But it's marginal compared to the measure overall. The second case where there would be a cost is if a company that does not turn profits goes bankrupt. Right now, a company that does not make a profit and that accumulates non-refundable tax credit never claims them and keeps accumulating them, but then goes bankrupt and loses that bank of tax credits. And that is a tax saving for the government in a way. If we had refundable tax credits as proposed by the Bloc, well then of course the government, as the R&D expenditures are made, they would have to reimburse the reimbursable or refundable part to the companies. So that means that that system would be slightly more costly. We're not saying there's absolutely no cost to this measure. Of course there's a cost, but we have to assess the cost versus the benefit for society. When people from the manufacturing sector and people from R&D came to before the Finance Committee, there was testimony that struck me. We were told you can put companies in the manufacturing sector in three broad categories with regard to their position in this crisis. The first is companies that are doing well, that are very strong, and that will get through this crisis no matter what, regardless whether they get help or not. On the other extreme, there are companies that are undergoing extreme difficulty, that have major structural problems, and whether or not they get help, they won't get through the crisis. And then, in the middle, there's a category of companies that are promising, that are having some ad hoc difficulties, and that could get through this crisis if this government took the trouble to give them the helping hand they need. Just a little push. So let's analyze the effect of this measure being proposed by the Bloc if we were to make these tax credits refundable for these three categories of companies. First of all, the companies that are already doing well, making good profits, they'll get through the crisis, so there'd be no effect, no change. It's business as usual for them, Mr. Speaker. What means is that they are already making profit. Whether they're refundable or not, these tax credits make no difference to them. They get it immediately. So that's interesting for them, because compared to a general tax cut, such as the one done by the Conservatives, helps companies that make a great deal of money and not help those who don't have a lot of money. Ours is the other way. We help those who need help getting through the crisis. If you look at the second category, these companies that are in difficulty but can get through the crisis, well, that's exactly the type of measure that could be the little push they need to get through this, because they will be giving them liquidity, money they need to get through the crisis, whereas in the current system, the money will be given to them later. That's money they need now. So I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that that's ridiculous. So in that case, as I said earlier, the cost is very low for the government. It's essentially the inflation rate, the fact that the tax credit is deferred over time. Now, if we take into account the fact that this helping hand will allow these companies to stay open, to pay taxes, to pay employees who will also pay taxes, this measure might even be beneficial for the Canadian tax system. Now, lastly, if we look at the last category of companies, those who apparently cannot or will not get through this crisis unscathed, well, of course, if the tax credits are refunded to them right away and they end up bankrupt, that will be a higher cost for the compared to the current system, because of course right now, if that company goes bankrupt, those unused tax credits are lost, and that is a net gain for the Canadian Treasury. In this regard, I would say that we hope and wish that this kind of company that will not get through the manufacturing crisis will be as few as possible. And the Minister of Finance of the Jovialist Party of Canada, who has such a rosy picture of the economy, one can believe, if we listen to him, that there'll be very, very few of them, and the more we help them, the fewer there will be. So that means that the measures we're proposing, that is making tax credits for R&D refundable, is far less costly than the government claims, because it simply pushes into time tax credits, which would be a tax expenditure for our tax system when companies eventually turn a profit. In my speech, I did not mention accelerated amortization for structuring expenditures, such as machinery and equipment, but the principle remains the same. When you allow accelerated amortization, well, of course, in time, on an ad hoc basis, that's a tax saving. Once you've finished amortizing that equipment, you start to pay tax. So once again, you're just taking tax that would be paid now and defer it until later. The cost for the government exists since there is inflation that has to be taken into account, but the cost for the government is not the current expenditure. You have to see it over time to see the overall impact. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are opposed to this mini budget because there is a lack of measures for the manufacturing sector. I didn't have time to discuss it, but I did go in detail about the refundable tax credits for R&D. There was a lack of money for full retroactivity on the GIS. A broken promise from the Conservatives. There was no money for an older worker adjustment program that was promised in this government's first throne speech. We didn't see that money, and I could have also discussed equalization, which is done to the detriment of Quebec. So I will probably have other opportunities to discuss that in this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out to the member that the Industry Committee obviously made proposals. The purpose of those, well, they were unanimously adopted. And from this side of the House, of the 22 recommendations we made, we are still having a hard time understanding how our recommendation could not have been followed. So given the crisis currently in Ontario and Quebec, and given the potential impact, given the cost of energy and the strength of the Canadian dollar, and the problems that have to be considered in the services sector too. The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the Industry Committee did pass a unanimous report, and that happened over a year ago. All parties, including the Conservatives, made 22 recommendations, and in the economic statement, only one was only partially implemented because they didn't follow through on the full recommendation. Yesterday at Finance Committee, a motion was passed calling on the Minister of Finance to carry through on the tax recommendations that were part of those 22 recommendations made by the Industry Committee. Once again, was it unanimous or not? We're not sure because the Conservatives didn't vote, which is kind of strange. It's strange to see the Conservatives hesitate. They're not sure whether they're in favor or not, whether they want those unanimous recommendations followed through on. That seems a bit weird. The crisis that we're faced with is very worrisome in Quebec and in Ontario. And at Finance Committee, it was impressive to see a rare unanimity both among Labour and management, the whole industry, the cities that came to appear before us. All circles are mobilizing and saying that we have to act now. And it's all the more important because it's been explained to us repeatedly, the problem of the delay between the increase in the value of the dollar and energy costs and the economic repercussions in terms of plant closures and job losses. People told us that there could be a 1, 2, or 3 year lag between the two. And we're seeing plant closures currently, and that's apparently due to the strength of the dollar a year ago when it was at 80 cents. So 1, 2, or 3 years down the road, when we see the impact on our economy of the current strength of the Canadian dollar, which is at $1.02, 3, 4, 5 cents US, well, it's going to be too late because the situation will have already degenerated. So it's unanimous. Everyone said it was urgent to act. No one came to the Finance Committee and said, oh, it's really not that urgent. We can wait for the next budget. And the ministers did a good job not to include that in the economic statement. No, everyone said urgent action was required. And that's why we can't support this economic statement. In the next budget, those provisions will have to be made, absolutely. And as quickly as possible, they'll have to be implemented. I can guarantee to the finance minister that if he wants to preempt and be proactive in terms of assistance to the manufacturing and forestry industries in Quebec, if he needs our help, we'll give it to him. And this can be settled quickly if that's what he desires to do, naturally.
Resuming debate, please le débat. The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When talking about the budget and the economic statement, I think the important thing to do is to start with context, how we came to be where we are today. And I can recall the year 1993. It's a good place to start. I had just graduated high school at the beginning of that year. I had the idea that I was going to get involved in my first federal election. And so I decided that I was going to get very involved. And I recall the state of the economy at that point in time, and I recall the then Prime Minister was Brian Mulroney. I think he's currently being spoke of in another room at this particular moment. And one of the things that I remember is what a bad place Canada was in. At that point in time, we were going into debt some $40 billion a year. That was our annual deficit. Our inflation rate was 14%. The unemployment rate was 12%. In fact, our situation was so dire that the Wall Street Journal at that point in time said Canada was an honorary member of the Third World. Our position within the G7 was hardly strong. In fact, it could be argued that by many that we were losing any sort of relevance within the G7. We were losing our way as an economic middle power. So in that environment, you could imagine for those that were like me, who were getting ready to enter university or college or begin a trade or start off their careers, they were bleak times. They were times without a lot of hope or opportunity for the future of the nation. We move forward to 2006, and what a different story it was at that point in time. You know, Canada had gone from having the worst debt to GDP in the G7 to having the best, from having the worst record on job creation of the G7 to having the best, from going to having record inflation that was crippling the economy to having record lows in both inflation and interest rates, allowing Canadians to buy their homes more cheaply, be able to afford their lives more easily. We know that the economy was on fire, and instead of running huge deficits, we were running surpluses. Instead of running up more debt, we were paying our debt down. It was through sound economic policies and decisions between the period of 1993 to 2006 that were employed by the Liberal government that allowed our economy to get on its feet, to move from the bottom of the pack of the G7 on almost every single economic indicator to the top of the pack. So with all of that prosperity, the decision is, how do we continue it? How do we make sure that the advances that we've made, that we're at the head of the G7, that we can continue that position, that we can continue the prosperity, that we can ensure that Canadians continue to see an augmentation of their quality of life, and that we address many of the issues that we couldn't address when we didn't have the financial resources to do so. Naturally, one would assume when we're in a position of such strength, when we're able to turn in the kind of revenues that we are, when our economy continues to move forward in the way that it does, that it's time to take action on things like poverty, on access to post-secondary education, on the climate change crisis that grips most of our attention, and on things like infrastructure. Instead, what we've gotten through now 2 consecutive budgets and mini budgets and economic statements is gimmicks. Probably the best example of this is the cut to the GST. You know, when we take a look at it, probably the best way to assess the impact of a cut to the GST is to look at a single mother struggling to get by, struggling to pay her rent, struggling to afford groceries, and conversely look at a Canadian who's been blessed with a lot of wealth, somebody maybe who's fortunate enough to buy a luxury car, a luxury yacht, take luxury vacations in luxury hotels. How did those 2 individuals get impacted by the GST cut? First, 1% that cost us over $5 billion, now another percent that's going to cost us over another $5 billion. Well, for the single mother who's going to buy her groceries, she's not going to see anything. For the rent that she pays, nothing. In point of fact, the GST cut did nearly nothing to improve her lot or give her the opportunity to make a difference for her children. Conversely, the individual who is fortunate enough to be able to afford items of luxury is enjoying a massive windfall. Incredible amounts of money coming back from luxury items that they would have purchased with that now reduction in the GST. So instead of giving Canadians targeted relief to those who needed it the most, making a difference for people who are struggling to get by and working so hard, we have a disproportionate tax cut that advantages those who need it the least, the most. In fact, I would read two quotes on this decision. One is from Mark Lee, a senior economist with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, who said, and I quote, "I think that this tax cut shows that they're really out of touch with the reality that most Canadians are facing." I couldn't agree more. Don Drummond, the chief economist with TD Bank, said, "The federal surplus has offered a golden opportunity to move forward in a very decisive manner. The GST cuts don't move that agenda forward at all." Let's delve deeper into the government's approach to tax cuts. Virtually all economists, perhaps with the exception of those who are under the employ of the Prime Minister or the Conservative Party, are united against the GST cut. Even a report by the Department of Finance agreed that cutting the GST was the worst strategy for Canada in reducing income taxes, or reducing taxes generally. It does nothing to improve the fairness of our tax system, and the money that goes back into the pockets of Canadians is for the most part marginal, unless they're earning very large sums of money. In point of fact, this finance minister once called the GST cut, or cutting the GST, a relatively useless measure. That's a quote, because it only advances spending, quote, that would happen in any event, end quote. The finance minister said he preferred cutting personal income taxes because it provides, this is a quote, a direct stimulus. It seems that this finance minister once had the wisdom of trying to apply the Liberal vision of how tax cuts should be implemented. When he was the finance minister of Ontario, in fact, he was quoted as saying, "I agree with the member for LaSalle-Amart with respect to reducing the GST federally and the RST provincially. I also agree with the federal minister, and we've talked about this. All you get in the short term is a short-term hit, quite frankly. And this is my favorite part, Mr. Speaker. Quote, it has no long-term gain for the economy." That was from the Ontario Legislature Hansard on November 5th of 2001. So this finance minister himself felt that a cut to the GST had no long-term gain for the Canadian economy, but he chose to cut this tax that has cost the government's billions and yet gives Canadians nothing. It would seem to me that this money should have, logically, gone to a couple of different areas. To continue on tax cuts, it should have gone where it would have made a real difference, helping Canadians who are struggling to get by, those who are in the middle class, to reduce their burden. But instead of reducing income taxes, actually in the last budget, this government increased them from 15% to 15.5%. So to go back to the example of a single mother or somebody earning a marginal income, that individual actually saw, on a net basis, their income tax burden rise. It's an utterly shameful thing, but it's the truth. Now we see this government come back and say, well, we've reduced income taxes. Well, the reality is they've simply brought them back to where they had it, where they began. So we see them raise it from 15 to 15.5, and now, in a much heralded fashion, they've reduced it back to 15% again. The bottom line is they haven't done anything on the area that would make the biggest difference to Canadians, the biggest difference on a real basis on allowing them to have more money in their pockets to improve their quality of life. What we believe as a party is that income tax cuts need to be targeted, that they need to focus first on those who need the help the most. We also believe firmly that a plan to reduce income taxes must include a reduction in the corporate income tax rate. When the Liberal government came to power, corporate income taxes were at 28%. There was legislation passed that took that down to 19% that would be implemented for the year 2010. The Conservatives, again, in a much heralded way with a lot of spin, announced that they were taking it down to 18.5 for the year 2011, a difference of 5%. That's it. Well, I know some in the NDP caucus would fight and rile against a reduction on income taxes, saying that it's part of a right-wing agenda. The reality is it's part of an intelligent, middle-of-the-road approach that has worked very successfully for other nations. We could take a look, example, at Ireland or Sweden, who have made large reductions in their corporate income tax rates, and at the same time have seen much progress on social issues and on social programs, because they recognize that as smaller nations, they could have lower income tax or corporate tax rates, attract businesses to their jurisdictions, create more economic activity, and that larger jurisdictions like the United States or other large European countries couldn't match those reductions simply because their scale was that so much larger. And that the net result of it was more money, more resources to be able to move forward on progressive programs on social issues. So clearly our position is that the 0.5 reduction, which is hardly a very visionary or meaningful reduction, is something that needs to be further looked at and that further cuts are still desired. Well, when we take a look at some of the gimmicks that have been put in place and the rather backward strategy that is nearly impossible to find any economist to agree with, I don't think it would be very hard to understand why or where this came from. I also happen to be a municipal councillor during the period of time that we had a Conservative government provincially. And it so happens that the finance minister then is the same finance minister today. What we do know is that Ontario was left with a deficit of $5 billion. There were decisions like the selling off of the 407, an impact that has had major ramifications in my own riding where the 407 ends at Brock Road. We look at that decision, which may have in the very short term rounded the figures and made it look as though the deficit wasn't as bad as it was. What it's done in the long term is given a foreign company a massive amount of annual revenue and left the taxpayers with an extremely expensive route when almost no options are available to get in and out of the city. So people are forced to pay extremely high prices, the profit of which isn't going back into improving infrastructure or making lives better or more accessible, but instead is leaving Canada in profits to a foreign company. Then, too, we saw tax cuts that benefited the most those who needed it the least. When you talk to the average Ontarian about the difference that those tax cuts made that were passed, they were marginal at best. But at the same time, if you ask them about how they noticed reductions in service levels, how they noticed the difference when they walked into a hospital or when their son or daughter went to school, those differences were big. They saw massive reductions in services. They saw big increases in property taxes because there was a downloading from the provinces onto the municipalities. But in terms of money in their pocket and increased quality of life, at the end of the day, it simply wasn't there. I'm going to continue for a second on the theme of municipalities. As I mentioned, I was fortunate enough to serve for nearly 7 years as a councillor for the city of Pickering in the region of Durham before I came to this place. And I witnessed how some of these strategies that are employed by the now finance minister impacted our municipality at that point in time. I can recall vividly things like housing stock, where we got downloaded all kinds of housing responsibilities from the province. We're told that we had to bring those up to code, that we had to do all kinds of work to make sure that that housing stock was up to speed, and yet we were given no resources to do it. Left with no recourse but to either increase taxes or cut services to handle the downloading that had been given to us. Ambulatory services, where ambulatory services were handed down to us. And again, we were given no resources, no money, and yet we were told that we had to increase service, that we had to increase response time. So again, we were left with no choice but to either pass tax increases or to cut services. And this is part of the shell game that is played. Announcements that are made, proclamations, big checks, a lot of spin, but underneath it all is just things being moved around. No substance, gimmicks. And what we're left with in municipalities is a government that is showing nothing but contempt, turning to municipalities and to mayors who are saying, we need money to fight critical issues like infrastructure, to deal with things like housing within our boundaries. What they're saying to them is, be quiet, stop whining, go back and figure it out yourselves. It's not our problem. Well, you look at it, Canada, in terms of the amount that it gives to municipalities, in terms of the relationship it has from a federal government to municipalities, is one of the most backwards anywhere in the modern world. The problems that are being faced by municipalities were only started to be dealt with under the last government in the New Deal for cities and communities, in a recognition that municipalities needed to be treated as equals, in recognition of the fact that often municipalities are the engines of our economy. They're the places that can make the biggest difference in things like quality of life, and often can make a huge difference in terms of the quality of our economy by making sure that they have the conditions right to hold, retain, and allow businesses to grow. Today, in a riding like mine, we face massive infrastructure challenges. For those individuals who want to leave in the morning to be able to go to work, and I have a large population of people who commute, they're faced with incredible gridlock. Options on transit are nearly non-existent. Some of the measures brought in by this government, like the tax benefit or this tax measure that you're going to get a little bit money back on tax time if you buy a transit pass, are utterly meaningless. Because why would you buy a transit pass that doesn't take you anywhere? If I were to leave from my house in Pickering and try to get to the GO station, that unto itself is about a 30, 40-minute exercise. By the time I do get to the GO train, it's then another 40 minutes, 45 minutes to get into the city, and you're spending almost an hour and a half when by car that same ride would only take you perhaps 30 or 40 minutes. And that's if you're lucky enough to be working in Toronto. For somebody who wants to work in downtown Toronto, if you work a little bit off of that, if you work in Scarborough or Markham, transit can take you 2-3 hours to get there. So who's going to buy a bus pass that doesn't really take them anywhere? It doesn't make any sense. What we should be doing is investing in the real infrastructure required to make meaningful transit, real transit, an option for individuals who want it. Municipalities today are struggling under the crippling responsibility of aging infrastructure, but they are also fighting a real battle that we need to be seized with here, and that is sustainable development. We can talk about the environment here, but how communities are structured, how they're built, what resources they have available to them, things like transit, but also in terms of how densely they have a core built, what kind of cultural and recreational infrastructure they have within their boundaries so people can actually spend a day or an afternoon within their own municipality, becomes very relevant as well. That in the fight against climate change, municipalities have to be partners, not somebody we scold and boss around and pretend isn't there, but partners, people that we invest in, people that we work with on things like sustainable development. And that's why the money that was flowed through the New Deal said that those projects had to go to improve sustainable development. So too should money that flows to the municipalities as we assist them, whether or not it's in addressing the payment in lieu of property tax problem that leaves so many municipalities shortchanged, or whether or not it's an additional revenue, should go to say that that money that flows to the municipalities should result in meaningful changes in reducing the consumption of carbon-based fuels, of reducing greenhouse gases, so that municipalities are making a contribution to reducing greenhouse gases and climate change emitting products. On the environment more broadly, what we have seen from this government is complete contempt for the issue of the environment and climate change. In fact, the Prime Minister himself, not so long ago, it was a year ago almost, it was last January, was calling greenhouse gases so-called greenhouse gases. That government websites systematically after the last election eradicated any reference to climate change, deleted them, got rid of them. That even teachers who were using government websites for teaching their students about how they could reduce their emissions, about how they could make a difference in the planet, that those websites were taken down. You know, getting calls from teachers saying, what happened to this aid that I was using on the internet to be able to help create reductions, to help teach and educate students? Completely deleted. That we saw more than $5 billion in cuts to climate change programs and instead replaced by only $2 billion later on with much fanfare when they're pretending to do something. And what we're left with is to be the only member of the Commonwealth now who is standing in the way of ensuring that we are a major partner in fighting climate change. We're blocking the rest of our Commonwealth partners, in an example, the conference that just happened, from joining together as a unit and setting mandatory targets and leading the world. So in short, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing in this and so many other areas is a government that is focused on spin and gimmicks and nothing on substance, that is so focused and preoccupied with trying to get to 41 or 42% that it's doing nothing on the real issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Northumberland Quinte West. My apologies.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague across the way discussing C-28 and some other issues surrounding that, and how it doesn't help some of the less privileged Canadians, I think were some of his words, or lower income people, especially those who may be single and raising a family. And I think he forgot that in C-28, the working income tax benefit. And this is concrete action to help low-income Canadians through measures, with various measures, none the least of which is the Whitby, as the finance minister calls it. And I suppose you could say it would be our spin that it's a good idea, because it is a good idea, and we're saying it is, but there are other folks who are saying it's a good idea. The United Way of Greater Toronto has said it's a positive change that will help improve the situation of low-income families. The Rotman School of Management sings its praises. The Ontario Liberal Finance Minister said it's a positive move. I think it will help those at lower end of the income ladder, and I think the federal government has taken a good step. Indeed, the NDP member for Winnipeg North has said the WITB is an important program that goes in the right direction. So I think when the honourable member says that there's no help to that lower income family, he is exaggerating profoundly the great benefits of C-28. And when he says it's full of gimmicks, I see no gimmick that returns to the Canadian people, or actually doesn't return. It doesn't take out of their pockets some $190 billion over the next 5 years. The lowest, and it brings taxes to their lowest levels in about 50 years. So there is some great amount of exaggeration going on here. Just a few other, just to enlighten those folks who would be listening. He says the GST reduction to a family of limited income doesn't do anything. But when this family goes to the grocery store, when this mother has young children, she's buying products that have a tax on them. So and she may not even be paying any tax. So people who don't pay any tax, income tax at all, are receiving a tax break through the GST rebate. And so I asked the honourable member, has he really read C-28, and has he really thought through all the comments that he's made?
Honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the questions. Well, I would start by saying that it may come as a surprise to the member that most groceries are, in fact, actually not taxed. That things like everyday grocery items do not have the GST applied to them, and that when you take rent as an example, that it doesn't either. And that so that somebody of limited means, with most of their income going towards groceries and rent, is deriving no benefit. Or extremely little benefit. Maybe when they buy some Hubba Bubba gum or something, they're going to get a cent off or something. But the reality is, that he's mentioned one program, and that's well and good. But the reality is that the GST cut represents more than $10 billion in the 2% that are being removed. $10 billion. Can you imagine what you could do to help, a single mother with something like early childhood development? By having a national early child development strategy that places first creating nurturing, advanced environments for those children to make sure that they get an edge in life, particularly when we know those first 3 years are so critical. Can you imagine what some of that $10 billion could have done for students, Mr. Speaker? Students who, in many cases, simply don't find post-secondary education something that they can access. Can you imagine what we could have done with accessibility? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, what you could have done with that $10 billion to help in a targeted way those that are in the middle income bracket, those who really need the break, those who really need the change. Instead, what we got was a gimmick. The problem was it cost us $10 billion of other opportunities.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's productivity have dropped to 16th place, U.S. dropped to 6, and Ireland gone to 21% in terms of 21 ranking of productivity, whereas the high-taxing countries, Switzerland, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, have gone up. They always top on their productivity. They put in a lot of money on innovation, on research and development. The honourable member talked a lot about investing in municipalities and investing in all sorts of social good, and yet the honourable speaker would not talk. Member would not say how much would the investment be. Where would the money come from? Is it the increase in income tax? Is it hiking the GST? And the Liberal Party talked about reducing the corporate tax rate from 18.5% further down. Well, after that speech by the leader of the Liberal Party, the Conservative did. It went from 18.5 and then announced it's going to 15% in corporate tax cut. So I can't tell the difference between the two parties because they say, well, let's bring it even further down. Where would the money come from? And what is in this mini budget? Is it 18.5% or is it 15% of corporate tax cut?
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not in the place today, of course, of launching the Liberal Party platform for the next election and talking about the specifics of exactly how we'll implement all the things that we're talking about. So I thank the honourable member for her enthusiasm to see the Liberal platform. I just ask her to hold on a little bit, and depending on how things roll out here, Mr. Speaker, she'll get an ample opportunity to see just how we're going to implement this ambition for Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to agree, although I have a question, that for single mums, particularly working single mums, like the one who I see at our food bank, who was there with her little girl, who tugged on her sleeve and said, "Don't worry, Mummy." She was about 7. "Don't worry, Mummy, I'll try not to eat so much." That this budget makes absolutely no difference. For the parent that has to pay $1,400 a month for licensed infant care, this budget has made no difference whatsoever. There's no support, there's no education, there's no child care, and it makes no difference for the single mom. So I'm wondering, for that single mom that you describe in your riding and that I see in mine, what does that mean when the Liberal caucus refused to stand up and take a position and say, we care about those single mothers who are not able to make ends meet without the food bank, are not able to get child care, when they see the entire Liberal caucus sitting there and abstention is really a yes? What is the message that goes to that parent? Well, let me tell you, the parents who've talked to me have said that means they can talk about it, but they won't stand up for it.
Just remind the honourable member for Surrey North to address her questions and comments to the chair, not directly at members. The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will do precisely that. The difference is we're not going to do it when the NDP tells us to do it. We have a responsibility as the official opposition to choose when we're going to go into an election, to choose what issues we're going to go on and how we're going to fight that, and what is the best way to ensure that Canadians have all of the choices presented for them so that they can choose the best direction for this country. When the time is right, we will stand up and we will fight against what is a regressive, backwards budget that puts the priorities of Canadians way down and instead focuses on gimmicks and tricks.
We have time for one more brief question or comment. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Just a short period ago, the member said, $10 billion could go a long way to helping people meet their family needs. And that's precisely why, Mr. Speaker, the government reduced the GST, or intends to reduce the GST, because it's $10 billion that stays in the pockets of Canadians and specifically those Canadians who don't pay any taxes. And he might be shocked to learn that I, in my previous occupation, happened to do the shopping for my family for about 30 years. So I'm very much aware of what's taxed and what isn't. And what is taxed are a lot of the necessities, like keeping your clothes clean, like keeping yourself clean, like those personal products that everyone buys. So that's 10 billion pockets that are in their pockets and allows them to meet additional needs in their family. So maybe he needs to rethink that amount.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering has about 30 seconds.
Well, if you want to give $10 billion back to Canadians, then do it in an intelligent, targeted way at those who need it the most. Try to make a difference for students, those who are in low-income situations, those who are in the middle class. Instead of giving 1% off a $1 million yacht, instead of giving 1% off a $100,000 car, instead of well, now it's 2%. So instead of giving 2% off luxury items and items that most individuals could never dream of affording, focus that money on individuals who really need it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak today on Bill C-28. And of course, this was, in our view, New Democrats' view, an unprecedented opportunity to actually invest in Canadians. And instead, what we saw was a Conservative government that continues to take Canada in the wrong direction. It was not a balanced approach. And what it could have done was it could have had targeted tax relief for those who need it most, instead of providing billions of dollars in tax relief to the friends of the Conservatives, the oil and gas companies. And again, it was an opportunity to close that ever-increasing prosperity gap. But as we've seen in many of the programs and legislation that are coming from the Conservative government, that they are not investing in working-class and middle-class families, in ordinary Canadians. And just in terms of the wrong direction, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, in a paper called Why Inequality Matters, the Canadian Case, talks about that growing prosperity gap. And what they are seeing is income distribution is deteriorating. In their report, this was in 2007, so it's a very recent report. The rich and poor gap is at a 30-year high in after-tax terms, the fastest growth in the past 10 years under economic conditions that traditionally lead to it falling. There's a far greater polarization of incomes. The bottom half has been shut out of economic gains of the last 30 years, despite working more hours. And as a cohort, these families raising children are better educated and working more than those 30 years ago. And on average, Mr. Speaker, those families are working 200 hours more a year. Now, that truly is a prosperity gap. And in the economic statement, the government talks about delivering broad-based tax relief for individuals, families, and businesses. And let's do just a little bit of a reality check around that. In the government's own document, it says families earning between $15,000 and $30,000 will pay on average almost $180 less in tax in 2008. And my question has always been, Mr. Speaker, exactly how many childcare spaces, how many childcare days does $180 in tax relief pay for? The Cowichan Social Planning Group has recently issued a report in October 2007 talking about quality childcare, and I just want to read briefly from that because my community is in a crisis around childcare. They say that quality, affordable childcare is crucial to the social and economic welfare of the Cowichan region. The successful development of our children, especially in the early years, has a long-term impact on our region. Currently, there is a critical lack of licensed childcare spaces in the Cowichan region, with enough spaces to serve only 48% of the estimated 4,862 children under the age of 12 who need childcare. For the estimated 1,047 children aged 3 and under who need childcare, there are only 165 licensed spaces, or 16% of the number needed. This situation continues to worsen due to the current labor shortage and increasing cost of housing, which requires that most families need 2 incomes to afford a home, which is resulting in an estimated 70 to 75% of mothers entering the workforce. 3 significant barriers to providing quality childcare are consistently identified by information gathered from interviews with local informants, as well as the websites of many provincial, national, and international organizations involved in promoting quality, affordable childcare. Lack of childcare spaces, funding for childcare services and programs, staffing, training, recruitment, and retention and birth to 3-year services. So, Mr. Speaker, this economic statement would have been an opportunity to actually take meaningful action around childcare. And the Conservatives will talk about choice in childcare when they talk about the $100 a month. But that $100 a month simply does not create new childcare spaces. And the New Democrats have put forward Bill C-303, which calls for meaningful attention to early learning and childcare. And one would hope that with the kind of support that that bill has garnered, that the Conservatives would have seen fit to take the opportunity in the economic statement to actually invest in the creation of childcare spaces and to invest in early learning. But instead, we've seen the kind of tax relief, and again, the example of people earning between $15,000 and $30,000 a year, gaining $180 a year, simply will not create those childcare spaces. And in my province of British Columbia, and I know in other provinces in Canada, many industries are facing severe labor shortages. And one of the ways that we can encourage people to join the labor force is to make sure that there's affordable, quality, regulated childcare. And this was a missed opportunity to invest in working and middle-class families. This was a missed opportunity to close that prosperity gap. While we're talking about closing the prosperity gap, another element that is of critical importance to Canadians, and certainly in my riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan, is housing. And in the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing, Maloon Katari, on the 22nd of October, did a preliminary look at the Canadian housing situation. And in his report, he talks about, I'm going to quote from it here because he says it far better than I could, "Everywhere that I visited in Canada, I met people who are homeless and living in inadequate and insecure housing conditions. On this mission, I heard of hundreds of people who have died as a direct result of Canada's nationwide housing crisis. In its most recent periodic review of Canada's compliance with the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the United Nations used strong language to label housing and homelessness and inadequate housing as a national emergency." So, Mr. Speaker, we have an international overview of what's happening in Canada, and they're talking about it being a crisis. He goes on in his report to talk about why there has been a significant erosion of housing policy rights. And this is over 2 decades, so we not only have the current Conservative government who is not taking the kind of action that's required in terms of a national housing strategy, but we have the Liberals, when they were in government, directly contributed to the crisis that we're in today. And in his report, he talks about the fact that there are even more dramatic housing cuts in the coming years as the federal government steps out of its financial commitments under the 1973 to 1993 National Housing Program. Reductions in income support programs at the federal level and in every province that have left many Canadians with little money to pay for ever-increasing housing costs, and a shift in housing policy to provide support for home ownership, mainly through the tax system, while eroding social support for social and rental housing. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly a failure of leadership, both under the Conservatives and under the previous Liberal government. And to put some numbers to that reality, in my community, the Inadequate Shelter in the Cowichan Valley Fall 2006 report talks about the crisis that has emerged in Nanaimo-Cowichan. And they talk about the fact that no new rental units have been built in the Cowichan region during the last 20 years, therefore supply is scarce. Vacancy rentals in private rental buildings in the city of Duncan and in North Cowichan have declined in recent years from 8.4% in October 2002 to 1.6% in October 2005. under rents and incomes. In 2001, more than 6% of households in the CVRD had incomes of less than $10,000, and an additional 14 had incomes of between $10,000 and $19,999, and a further additional 12.9% had incomes between $20,000 and $29,999. In total, 35% of the households. Clearly, the ability to afford rent is a significant increase for many people in the region. The proportion of households spending more than 30% of their gross income on rent was higher in the CVRD than for BC as a whole. So, Mr. Speaker, 35% of the households in my riding are under $30,000. So this tax relief that was talked about, these tax cuts that were talked about, $180 in the pockets of 35% of the households in my riding. Now, tell me how $180 is actually going to rent an apartment where the rents are rising because of the severe shortage in supply. And a national housing strategy that looked at a continuum of housing from homelessness, transitional shelters, accommodation for singles and families, up to aging in place. We need a continuum. We need that national strategy. That was for in the Cowichan Valley. In the city of Nanaimo, it's no different. There was a report that talked about the market rental housing and row housing vacancy was 3.4% in 2002, down to 1.4% in 2005. They're turning away people from emergency shelters and transition houses. That respondents cited the increasing cost of housing, both owned and rental, and they also cited the increasing incidence of homelessness and raised concerns about the declining stock of rental and market housing. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of suggestions in terms of actions around dealing with it, and of course, no surprise, in Nanaimo, they're calling for a range of housing types catering to different ages, family types, and income levels, including smaller unit sizes to low-income single adults and seniors. And in a recent panel back in March, sponsored by the Nanaimo Canadian Federation of University Women, they talked about the fact that there's a significant number of women in Nanaimo living on the streets. And the Haven Society's Willow Way for Women said that 99% of homeless women generally have addiction or mental health issues, are undereducated, lack employment, life skills, and many are committing crimes to support an addiction. They become homeless because of estrangement from their families due to violence or drug use. They've been evicted, lack of affordable housing, marital breakdown, or incarceration. Mr. Speaker, affordable and adequate housing, safe housing, is only one part of dealing with homelessness in a community. And we are certainly seeing that very visible face of homelessness in many of our communities. And this economic statement, this throne speech, was an opportunity to take leadership, both in Canada and internationally, in a meaningful national housing strategy. And so it was a failure to deal with some of these very serious issues that are confronting our communities. Again, in the economic statement, there was a statement here that talks about the fact that people who work on our shop floors and our assembly lines, the people who work in our forests and our mills are struggling. The manufacturing and forestry sectors are bearing the brunt of a strong Canadian dollar. They are facing increased competition from emerging economies. This is a difficult situation. Mr. Speaker, I would argue the fact that a difficult situation is probably an understatement. In many of our communities, Nanaimo, Cowichan, we're seeing our forestry sector reeling. Another one of the pulp and paper mills in my riding has applied for bankruptcy protection, and those jobs are important jobs in our community. Forestry is not a sunset industry. Forestry is a vibrant and vital industry in the province of British Columbia and in other provinces across this country. And we are not seeing the kind of strategic investment and national leadership in forestry. In my province and in my riding, raw log exports continues to be a source of aggravation. Many of we're seeing our raw resources shipped elsewhere for processing as our sawmills close down. And the closure of those sawmills is having repercussions for the pulp and paper mills. And I wonder why, when the Bloc put forward a motion calling for some attention to manufacturing and forestry, we saw both the Conservatives vote against it, and the Liberals abstain instead of taking a strong stand for our forestry communities across this country. Our critic for industry from Parkdale High Park has compiled some good statistics, and she talks about the fact that we've seen significant job loss, and she's saying that 8% of wood products, there has been job loss resulting in 8% of wood products, and in British Columbia, the manufacturing and forestry sector has lost 13,700 jobs. That's partly to do with a softwood lumber agreement that did not take into consideration the fact that what we're seeing happening in the United States is a downturn in their housing sector, which means that the price per board feet has now dropped below that threshold, so we're now paying a 15% tax. Now, Mr. Speaker, this economic statement acknowledges that forestry is struggling. It acknowledges that these are difficult times, and yet there was no commitment in either the throne speech or the economic statement to develop a national strategy to ensure that our forestry sector remains a vibrant and vital part of our economies. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about closing the prosperity gap, let's just turn for one moment to First Nations. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis across this country continue to be the poorest of the poor. And one of the pillars that we know will contribute to raising people out of poverty is education. And there was a mention in the throne speech around education. The minister talked about the fact that there needed to be investment in skills, training, and development with regards to industries emerging in the north. And I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that there needs to be a far broader plan for education in this country. We're seeing discrepancies throughout the First Nations education system from coast to coast to coast. And in an article today in the Winnipeg Free Press, there's an editorial on education on reserves, and the numbers here highlight the difference. On one hand, we hear the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs talking about the importance of standards and looking at provincial standards and curriculum and those kinds of things. And yet, on the other hand, what he's saying, telling First Nations schools on reserve is, well, we want you to meet the standards, but we don't actually want to give you the same amount of money. So we have provincial standards for that on a per capita basis that talk about how much provincial governments say is necessary to provide an adequate education in the K-12 system. But then we've got the federal government saying, well, sorry, First Nations on reserve schools, you just don't, we want you to deliver the same standard of education, but we don't want to give you the money to do it. So let's talk about some of these numbers. In this editorial, it says the base funding per student grants from Indian and Northern Affairs Canada for on-reserve schools across Canada is lower than provincial grants, and that extends to grants that cover special education. As an example, in Manitoba, the Opaskwayak Education Authority receives total federal funding that works out to $6,400 per student. Contrast that to the Wapanek Community School in Thompson, whose student body is almost entirely Aboriginal, which is under a public school board that spends an average of $9,384 per student. On average, Manitoba school boards spent $8,900 per pupil. Across the Western provinces, the average was $8,386, according to a report compiled by the Society for the Advancement and Excellence in Education. Now, Mr. Speaker, roughly a $3,000 difference between what the province of Manitoba is spending, yet what is funded for, in this case, one on-reserve school, and this is not atypical. This is happening in provinces across this country. And the Auditor General in 2004 talked about the fact that the department did not have a good handle on the funds that were required for education and whether or not they were actually getting results for the money that they were spending. And right now, the First Nations educational renewal is up in 2008, and there's something called a band operating funding formula. And here we are at the end of November, and there still hasn't been agreement on this band operating funding formula. And we know that there are these huge discrepancies. And at a meeting with the department and the minister this morning, they talked about, you know, it's difficult and there's different things happening in different provinces. If we want to close we talk about a prosperity gap. First Nations are certainly in the middle of that prosperity gap. 1 in 4 First Nations children live in poverty, which means their families live in poverty. We know that one of the elements to raising people out of poverty is adequate education. So why aren't we investing in education? The same thing is happening with the building of schools. We've got schools in Manitoba who've been on wait lists forever. We've got schools in Saskatchewan. The department's own records show that there's a serious problem with the funding. We heard from the department today that they're juggling funding around when there's an emergency. If we truly mean that we are committed to education, let's put the money into the education system for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit so that they have access to an adequate education. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing this economic update and this throne speech are missed opportunities to close that prosperity gap, and it clearly takes Canada in the wrong direction. So we won't be supporting that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And well, I obviously disagree with some of the comments by my colleague to my right here and from the NDP. I do appreciate her passion and wanting to help Canadians, and that's to be commended. I want to go back to some earlier today, and I know that not sure whether the colleague that I'm referring to was in the House, but I know some of our other colleagues were. And referring to one of the members, specifically the member from Halton, stood up and of course was talking about how things that he wanted to see in there and what have you. But my question to the member goes back to, I guess, basically his credibility on commenting on this. So you've got to remember that the member from Halton was a so-called professional financial advisor who advised all of his people that he worked for, clients of his, put all your money in Nortel. I think we know the record on that one, how good that was. He's also was also a member that's deliberately wrote statements that weren't true in his blog, lied about other members of Parliament in that there. So from that standpoint, is this, do you think that, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member, does she think that member's got the right to basically, I guess, have the kind of opinion in here on a budget like this that we'd all like to hear and see go by?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I'm actually not prepared to comment on another member of this House's performance. I think that the most logical people to comment on somebody's performance and veracity is probably their constituents. And I think that what is important here is that we take a look at this opportunity that was before the House to invest in working and middle-class families, to ensure that working and middle-class families have adequate, affordable housing, that working and middle-class families have access to education. We know post-secondary student loan debt is through the roof. That makes sure working and middle-class families have access to quality, good-paying jobs. And this is a missed opportunity. And the member talked about members of this House supporting this piece of legislation. Well, I can assure him that the New Democrats don't support this piece of legislation, that we see this as taking Canada in the wrong direction. The Conservatives chose to put this forward. The Liberals chose to abstain. And I'm proud to get up and talk about these issues that are very important to working middle-class families. And I would encourage members of this House to actually get together and talk about how we can actually invest in our communities in a meaningful way.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the member across. I want to thank her for her comments, but she talks about the direction, and I concur with what she's saying. Certainly the direction of this government seems to be going in the wrong direction. And we've had a number of groups on the Hill over the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure the member across has met with them. There's been the mayors of the municipalities, the cities, towns and communities. There's been the students, people from the Aboriginal communities, farmers. Certain sectors are really experiencing difficulties. And all we're getting is, there's some tax cuts. But my question is, the Prime Minister has announced to introduce legislation dealing with restrictions to the federal spending power, which was used to develop Medicare, the Old Age Security, Canada Pension Plan, etc., etc., etc. And again, he answers all these groups that have come up, especially with the students that the member across talked about the script from the Prime Minister's office is tax cuts. And again, my question is, does she agree with this concept of limiting and restricting the federal spending power, which ties the hand of the federal government, a federal government that's supposed to speak for all Canadians from coast to coast with a pan-Canadian vision?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. And certainly over this last number of weeks, we've been meeting with groups that are being impacted by the throne speech and the economic update. And one of the groups that he talked about was the municipalities, and I'm a former municipal councillor. And what we know is trouble rolls downhill. And what we're seeing is whatever you call it, offloading, downloading, soft-loading to the municipalities. And the municipalities, again, in my municipality, we're looking at transportation as a critical element. And for example, we have a rail line that runs through my community, and there are not enough dollars to help smaller communities. People keep talking about infrastructure and investment in transportation. Well, in our rural urban communities that aren't part of the big cities, there are simply not enough dollars to invest in the kind of transportation and that we need. And the rail is a good example. It crosses different regional boundaries. It crosses provincial boundaries. So when we're talking about roles and responsibilities, we need to listen to people like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to make sure that the people on the ground are included in decision-making and allocation of funds in a meaningful kind of way. So I think that raising things like the Canadian Federation of Students and the municipalities, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, is they're really important groups that should have some inclusion in a process when we're making decisions on how money is allocated.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my constituents of Don Valley East and represent them on this debate of Bill C-28, an omnibus bill that would implement certain portions of Budget 2007 and the recent economic statement. In particular, the bill covers personal income tax rates, corporate tax rates, interest deductibility, and the GST. And therefore, I'd like to begin with the so-called personal income tax announced in the October 2007 economic summit, or economic statement, sorry. These cuts, Mr. Speaker, are no surprise to my colleagues in the Liberal caucus, because they were contained in the last Liberal budget in 2005. The Liberal budget proposed to lower the personal income tax rate for those who earn the least in society from 15.5% to 15%. The effect would be to take out 20,000 low-income Canadians off the tax rolls and deliver a tax relief where it is needed most. But lo and behold, when the Conservatives assumed office, their first budget eliminated these tax measures. What did they do instead? They increased the personal income tax rate from 15 to 15.5% and claimed they were reducing income tax. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not foolish. They understood this, and instead of giving a personal income tax cut, Mr. Speaker, they cut the GST, a 1% cut in GST. Now let us look at what this Conservative budget, what effect it had on the average Canadians in 2006. For a single income tax payer earning $35,000 a year, the Conservatives increased his or her personal income tax by $122 so that the same person could save a penny on a cup of coffee. But the devastating impact, Mr. Speaker, is if you increase the personal tax rate so that you're paying $122 more, you would need to get the same amount in a GST, earn another $12,200 more. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives were making no sense. They were not helping the people that we were here to help, the very low-income earners. Mr. Speaker, this GST cut makes absolute no sense. And most economists at the time agreed that the first Conservative budget suffered from a certain lack of fiscal sense. And now, after almost 2 years, the Conservatives still suffer from confused priorities. The October economic statement effectively restores the Liberal tax cuts announced in 2005, yet the Finance Minister again refused to the advice of leading economists and once again implemented a 1% reduction in GST. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The reason why a personal income tax cut makes more sense than a reduction in GST is quite simple. Canadians would far prefer a larger paycheck over a minuscule cut to GST. And as I gave the example, the GST, which is a consumption tax, so Canadians who, unless they earn $300,000 and buy goods valued at that amount, will benefit from a probably $3,000 saving. But a person who does not earn it and wants to have a $300 benefit from a GST cut would have to actually spend $30,000. And Mr. Speaker, that even doesn't guarantee anything. And it really, really impacts low-income earners. The Conservatives could have gone a lot further, Mr. Speaker, with personal income tax cuts, yet they choose to squander another opportunity which would benefit Canadians if they reduce the personal income taxes. Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of deputations made from economists, poverty groups, community groups, tax groups. And they all state that the consumption tax is not a good economic strategy. The GST rate reduction, Mr. Speaker, presents a significant loss as well of federal tax income, which will have an impact on our fiscal future. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is very simple. Why not reinvest the approximately $12 billion that is lost in GST revenue into municipal infrastructure? I recently met with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and they are warning us that our crumbling infrastructure, most of it constructed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, must be addressed now. The FCM estimates that we currently face a $123 billion infrastructure deficit across the whole country. Without a significant federal investment, we will face a catastrophic loss of critical infrastructure at a significant cost to the taxpayer. As my mother always used to say, a stitch in time saves 9. And this is why it is very important to have a strategy now than wait for replacing the whole capital works. The FCM recommends that we adopt a national strategy to address this deficit. We in the Liberal Party were in the forefront of the cities and communities agenda, and we believe that cities and communities have to have stable and predictable long-term funding. The cities and communities agenda put by the Liberal government had municipalities at the table with the federal government and the provinces in order to address this problem. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are choosing to ignore this advice at the expense of our future. Let us now turn to corporate taxes. The previous Liberal government reduced the federal corporate tax rate from 28% to 19%. And the Conservatives are now talking about taking a bold step by further reducing the tax rate to 18.5 by 2011. It is clear that Canadian firms need a corporate advantage on the international stage. And that is why the Liberals argue for significantly lower corporate tax rates in order to compete in the global level. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it brings me to another curious misstep by the Conservatives with respect to interest deductibility. Budget 2007, the second Conservative budget, contained what the former chairman of the Canadian Tax Foundation, Alan Lanthier, called, quote, the single most misguided policy to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm not referring to the disaster caused by the Conservatives in the income trust sector in 2006, of October 2006. Rather, I'm referring to the tax measure tucked away on page 242 of Budget 2007 regarding interest deductibility and foreign affiliates. It would have essentially thrown a major hurdle in front of Canadian firms who want to make foreign acquisition by removing the interest deductibility from money borrowed to carry out those transactions. And while the Conservatives may fancy themselves as the party of free enterprise, the fact is the Finance Minister is no longer welcome face on Bay Street, nor is he any longer considered a friend of industry in Canada. The Canadian Council of Chief Executive Officers, Tom D'Aquino, commented that the proposed policy, quote, may seriously undermine the competitiveness of Canada's homegrown champions, the companies that are most active and most successful in building global businesses from head offices in Canada. What the Finance Minister called a tax loophole is actually a competitive edge for Canadian firms to compete globally on an even playing field, with firms enjoying similar tax measures in the United States, Japan, and Europe. Mr. Speaker, therefore, it was beyond belief why the minister was so determined to hobble the Canadian economy. According to tax specialist Neil Armstrong, quote, it is typical for a Canadian parent company to arrange most of its borrowing in Canada, then use the funds to invest in foreign acquisition, unquote. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives wanted to take this tool away from business. This policy proposal made no sense whatsoever. As Mr. Armstrong pointed out, the result is that Canadian banks would lose income from those loans, and in turn, the government will lose the tax benefit from that income. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Armstrong went on to say, quote, that doesn't do us any good because the bank in a foreign country isn't paying any tax. Tax specialist Karen Atkinson predicted that many companies would have had to jump through hoops to create financing structures, calling the Finance Minister's proposal a make-work project for lawyers and accountants. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, thanks to a determined effort by the Liberal caucus and especially the work done by my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Markham-Unionville, the Finance Minister was forced to flip-flop on this issue and order a full retreat last May. The Finance Minister was compelled to announce that interest deductibility would be preserved for Canadian companies investing abroad and that the policy would now target so-called double dippers, or those companies that claim the same deduction in multiple jurisdictions. Again, Mr. Speaker, this confused leadership at the Department of Finance is not appreciated by business community in this country. This is the same minister that brought on the income trust debacle, and Canadians have had enough. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, one has to wonder why the Conservatives so desperately lack an economic vision for the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Ashland-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to Bill C-28, which is the Act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2007, and to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on October 30th, 2007. In this bill, to begin with, I'd like to set out the Bloc's position. This bill would implement the economic statement tabled in Parliament on October 30th, 2007, and it doesn't meet the demands of the Bloc Québécois. We champion the interests of Quebecers, and in Budget 2007, the federal government undertook to limit its spending power in areas of provincial jurisdiction. We were expecting direct assistance to help solve the manufacturing crisis. We also wanted investment to help the poor, and there was nothing along those lines in the budget. So what was kept from the budget and the economic statement was just assistance to oil companies, tax cuts for corporations, whereas manufacturing companies in Quebec aren't making profits, so it's all well and good to see Conservative members stand up, even the ones from Quebec, saying, look, we're helping manufacturing and forestry with tax cuts. Well, Mr. Speaker, in order to take advantage of tax cuts, you need to have profits. If you're not making any money, you don't pay any taxes, and so a tax cut does you no good. What the government often says is that we're creating conditions conducive to companies' growth and development, but in manufacturing and forestry, those conducive conditions will never, the companies will never get through this crisis. They're in it's a disaster in Quebec and other places, in Ontario too. There's a reason why the premiers of Quebec and Ontario demanded a meeting with the Prime Minister yesterday. But what the Conservative Party wants is to buy time so that there are more plants, sawmills closing down, more consolidation, so that when the industry is helped out, it'll be a smaller number of companies that need help. There'll be fewer players left standing that still need help. That's the Conservative idea. Let the market run its course and allow a good part of Quebec's economy to go down the drain, at least manufacturing and forestry. This bill makes no provision to help manufacturing through its crisis or forestry. It leaves seniors, the poorest seniors, out. And when it comes to the guaranteed income supplement, that needs to be paid retroactively. Seniors, they have to apply for the GIS. They don't get it automatically. Even though the government does know who is entitled, because when you file a tax return, the government has all the information they need. But that obviously, the government's fully aware of your financial situation, but they still don't understand that people should get the GIS automatically. They shouldn't have to apply for it. They should have access to that. Now, why?
So, why are they asking seniors to apply? Some of them don't know that they're entitled to it, and for that reason, in Quebec, 40,000 people are entitled to it, but they aren't getting it because they didn't ask for it. And year after year, the Bloc Québécois does its best to make the government understand that they simply need to listen to what we are saying. It would be simple. Stop saying, well, we have the power. If you have the power, then use it. I'm very pleased that my political party will never take power because it allows us and it allows me to defend the interests of the people of Quebec. Whenever I rise here in the House, I know that I'm defending the interests of Quebecers, and that isn't the case for my colleagues on the Conservative benches or among the Liberals, because they are defending the party's interests, because they want to be a minister someday, they want to make a career in politics, they want to win the elections and take power, and that is why they don't listen to their fellow citizens, and that is why, once again, here in this House, they either don't understand or don't want to understand that seniors shouldn't have to fill out an application form for the GIS. It's easy. You fill out your income tax return and you send it in, and it should be easy to determine whether or not you are entitled to the GIS. It should be automatic, and in that way 40,000 Quebecers wouldn't be deprived of these benefits. And what is worse is that when we find these people, because the Bloc Québécois launched a campaign that allowed us to reduce by half the number of people who were entitled to the benefits and who weren't receiving them, and this is one of the efforts that the Bloc Québécois has done for all of these less privileged in our society. When they make the applications, what is even worse is that the retroactivity is only 12 months, and that's unfortunate. A person had been entitled to the GIS for some time, and we've seen cases. There was a lady from Toronto, in fact, who on the CBC explained that she had reached a respectable age, and for many years she had been entitled, if she had had full retroactivity, she would have been entitled to $12,000, but all she got was what was allowable under the law. However, if the government is looking for your money, if you owe the government money, they go back much further than 12 months. If you owe the government money, they will get it, and they will go back to the very date when you made the mistake. That's the Conservatives' policy. And what is surprising is that when the Conservatives were in opposition, aspiring to power, well, they supported a Bloc Québécois motion which asked for full retroactivity. But once they are in power, they reverse that position. I hope that Quebecers who are watching us today understand that there's a difference between a member who wants to help and a member who acts, and we act and continue to act in the interests of Quebecers every single day that we rise here in this House. C-28, moreover, has no type of aid program for older workers. The program that we used to have, the POWA program, which was ended, was a good program, but it was decided that the EI fund would be bloated through payments made by employers and employees. Since '96, POWA was cancelled and other decisions were made, and that is that the EI fund would be paid into by the employers and employees with no government contributions. And when that decision was made, the federal government was on the way to pocketing $54 billion. They decided that it was part of the government's consolidated fund, and any surplus after contributions made by employers and employees, which totals $54 billion since '96, has been used for other purposes, to pay down the debt or for other things, and nothing has been done to help the employees or employers. This is how the Liberals and Conservatives govern. They take money from the poor and they give tax breaks to large corporations. That's how it works. The Power program allowed individuals, men and women 55 years of age and over, who lost their jobs, to have some type of decent income until they were eligible for retirement benefits. And this program might cost $700 million. And even now it would be $2 billion. But what the Conservatives did was to drop the contributions that employees and employers had to pay in, and that looked good in the media. But not one employee noticed that the Conservatives were taking less from them in EI contributions. However, people who have lost their jobs in the forest sector or the manufacturing sector, people who were 55 years of age and over, know what it means to them, and they require some type of program to help them make ends meet until they are eligible for retirement. You know that the increase in the value of the Canadian dollar is something, either a help or a hindrance, that nobody ever asked for, and the employees have to suffer this, which causes job losses in Quebec, in the manufacturing sector, in the forestry sector. And when the government has the means to help workers who are 55 years of age and over and who lose their jobs, the government has the means to help them and tide them over until they are eligible for retirement benefits or pensions. And they say, well, there's no longer a surplus in the EI fund. No, they are making profits. They understand profit and losses better than surpluses. They give help to companies that are making a profit, and then they take the profit from the EI fund to pay down Canada's debt. And so, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't help the ones who are in the greatest need, and this is what we have with C-28, and that's why we are against this bill. This bill improves on an agreement between Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and Canada, but it is a detriment to Quebec because it involves equalization. There was an agreement with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. It involved royalties on petroleum products, including Hibernia. The government had promised some type of compensation following oil exploration. And these were election promises once again. They shouldn't have been made, but when you want to get elected, you do things that you probably shouldn't be doing. We must never forget, and I won't go back into history, but Hibernia was paid for with money from Quebecers and Canadians. More or less 25% of what Hibernia cost was paid for by Quebecers. This is a reality, and in order to compensate, well, Quebec was never compensated. Hydroelectricity development was paid in full by Quebecers through their taxes and through their payments to Hydro-Quebec. But, of course, there's a double standard, and that is why many feel that Quebec sovereignty is the only solution. But while we are part of this country, then we have to play by the rules. And we have equalization, and through Canada's Constitution, there are certain guarantees that relate to equalization, which takes into account the relative poverty or wealth of each province. And for Newfoundland, the oil profits will not be calculated when calculating equalization, or will not be taken into account when calculating equalization. So there were provinces that benefited from federal investments, with 25% coming from Quebec. They took advantage of Hibernia, and they want to have their cake and eat it too, and maybe another slice of cake on top of that, because equalization does not take into account the oil revenue, and of course that has an effect on the data, and it isn't taken into account in calculating the amounts that Nova Scotia and Newfoundland will be getting. They appear to be less wealthy than they really are, and this affects equalization. And the very nature of the federal government means that Quebec benefits from equalization. When I saw the only vehicle manufacturing plant in Quebec closed down, the one in Boisbriand, I understood that because of our hydroelectric development, and I repeat, this was paid for entirely by Quebecers. We're among the biggest producers of aluminum and magnesium in the world. About 65% of that mineral goes into automobile construction, and even though we produce all of these minerals, we have no car plants in Quebec. All of this was concentrated in Ontario, and this is the reality. When I came into politics in 2000, because I represent Mirabel, Prime Minister Chrétien was in power, and he made a statement during the election campaign. He said, well, cars will be made in Ontario and aerospace belongs to Quebec. And when I became a member of Parliament in Quebec, Quebec had 60% of the aerospace industry for all of Canada. This year, Quebec represents 51% when it comes to the aerospace industry for the entire country. And of course, the Conservatives want to make Quebec smaller and smaller. And what is surprising is that we have Quebec members from the province of Quebec who are part of these decisions, maybe innocently, but they are still part of it. Every day they try to bring Quebec down in the forestry industry, in the manufacturing industry. They don't help. They're conservatives. They let the free market operate. They let plants close down in their villages. This is what Conservative members from Quebec do every day in the House. And then they put a polite question to the Minister of Industry or the Minister of Finance. They ask if there's some type of aid program, and the minister rises in the House and says, we just instituted a program. We want all industries to grow in Canada. The dollar has never been so high. It's never been so difficult for our exporters to sell their products outside the country, and now we have a forest crisis added to the softwood lumber crisis, and it affects the two largest provinces, Quebec and Ontario. But no, let the market operate, let people lose their jobs. Don't have any type of program to help older workers. Don't help to tide them over until they can draw their pensions. That's the Conservative philosophy, and that's why Quebec members are being elected as Conservatives. Well, perhaps they have their own careers that they want to promote. That is their choice. It isn't my choice. I didn't want a career in a governing party. What I wanted was to be able to rise in this House and defend the interests of my fellow citizens. That's the only aim, the only objective of each member of the Bloc Québécois here in the House. That is to rise every day and defend the interests of Quebecers. And that is why, since 1993, a majority of Bloc Québécois members are in this House, because Quebecers have understood, and during the next election campaign it will be the same thing all over again. They're trying to understand, because Quebec is probably the only province that has understood that you have to elect members to defend your interests, but not members to defend the interests of their party. And Quebec has always been in the forefront in Canada when it comes to helping people. Quebec is the only place, or the place in North America where the greatest amount of wealth is shared amongst its citizens. What we're not proud about, though, is that there are members from Quebec who are part of the Conservative Party, and they rise in the House to vote against Bloc Québécois motions by members who want only to help their fellow citizens, and we have examples of this. We've never hesitated to speak out, and that's why we are against C-28, and as long as the unemployed will not be helped, and as long as the manufacturing industry and the forestry industry and their employees have nothing for them, then we will continue to be against this.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, no wonder Canada's productivity have dropped and keeps dropping and is not going anywhere fast. We have in 1983 to 1984, the post-secondary education funding, in terms of our investment, is about 0.56% of all the funding that we give to different parts of the of all grants area. By 1993 to 93 is 0.41% of the GDP, and it dropped to now in 2007 0.22% of the GDP. No wonder that our productivity is not going anywhere fast. I want to ask the honourable member that in terms of both the post-secondary education and the environment, I notice in this budget the environment actually continues to promote the government's failed Clean Air Act targets and include the inadequate 2050 target, which works out to be a 31% reduction below the 1990 levels, when the House has been talking about an 80% reduction. Is that something that the member can support?
Honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, Mr. Speaker, this will allow me to explain to my NDP colleague, because she mentioned the environment, but we mustn't forget that from 1970 to 1999, with the consent of the NDP, the federal government invested $66 billion in fossil fuel energy, and the federal government, the centralizing federal government, invested in Hibernia 25% of the money that belonged to Quebecers, and that's the reality of this, Mr. Speaker. We all agree, we are all in favor of it, except that they never acknowledged that in Quebec we developed our energy without any contribution whatsoever from the federal government. Zero. They gave us nothing. And we're not saying this because we're happy about it. It hurts to say it, because once again the efforts of Quebecers to develop our own energy were made, whereas the rest of the country, with the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, decided to invest in nuclear energy and oil and fossil fuels. They're giving tax credits to the oil companies while people are dying of hunger. And that was with the support of all parties that one day want to take power here and want to govern, and that includes the Liberals, Conservatives, and the NDP.
A question and comment. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I want to thank my honourable colleague. He spoke at length about the Employment Insurance Fund. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, the election of 1997, and a certain Prime Minister, Monsieur Chrétien, had a speech in front of a crowd of supporters who paid $250 a plate for their lunch. The business elite of the day was applauded by the Prime Minister for all of their sacrifices in terms of wrestling that deficit down. Come to find out, Mr. Speaker, that they did it by taking money out of the Employment Insurance Fund, a great deal of money, to the point where 2/3 of all contributors to that fund can no longer collect premiums, benefits, when they're unemployed, when they're in difficulty. And we see the same thing now, despite the fact that the current minister disputes it.
I have to stop the honourable member there because I do have to let the l'honorable député de répondre.
The honourable member to respond before question period. The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. and this is so true that the Conservative government keeps saying that there's no surplus in the EI fund because this is part of the income and the expenditures, but there's more income than there are expenditures in the EI fund. So the money stays in the fund. But what is unfortunate for the workers is that this is $54 billion in surplus that's being kept by the Conservatives and the Liberals and being used to spend for everything except for what the people need, that is, people who are unemployed, people who lose their jobs. That's the reality. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Mirabel will have 5 minutes left for question and comments after question period. Statements by members.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we owe a debt of gratitude to our seniors. They built our country by working hard and paying taxes, and they deserve a break in their retirement years. That's why government has given them a significant tax break by allowing pension income splitting for couples. And we also have increased the amount of money seniors can claim through the age and pension income credit on their annual income tax returns. This government has also increased the maximum guaranteed income supplement benefit and the refundable medical expense supplement. And of course, in the latest economic statement, government lowered income taxes for all Canadians, including seniors, and lowered the cost of living by reducing the GST from 7 to 5%. Seniors deserve our support and respect, and in the case of this government, Mr. Speaker, we not only talk the talk, but we walk the walk.
The Honourable Deputy de Hull-Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
Mr. Speaker, amidst the excitement of Sunday's Grey Cup game, there is sad news from the family that is the Canadian Football League. Yesterday, at the age of 77, Ottawa Rough Rider great Bobby Simpson died in an Ottawa hospital. After 13 seasons, Bobby Simpson held the record for career touchdown passes that stood for 15 years. 4 times he was named All-Canadian and 6 times an Eastern Conference All-Star. In
1956, he was second among the most remarkable Canadian players and was a candidate for Most Valuable Player. All Ottawa fans will long remember the role he played in his team winning the Grey Cup in 1960. Like everyone who had an opportunity to meet Mr. Simpson, I would remember his enthusiasm, his great heart, and his stentorian voice.
Yesterday, sports lost a great athlete, and Canada lost a great soul. Bobby Simpson will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I would like to remind the member for Roberval-Sac-Jean who said some incoherent statements about us yesterday. He himself voted in this House against measures that would help Quebec get out of the forestry crisis, which affects many companies and families in his riding. He also voted against measures to help the manufacturing industry in this crisis. All this after having promised in his election campaign to defend and help voters, companies, organizations, and seniors in Roberval-Sac-Jean. We have no lessons to take from this member who's already been caricatured in his riding as Pontius Pilate. We would ask him to think about the promises he made to voters and in future to support Bloc Québécois initiatives that truly assist the needs of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I rise today to thank the residents of Windsor West for their activism in a number of campaigns. When the Chrétien Liberals tried to cancel the disability tax credit, we blocked them. When we learned that Liberal laws allowed companies fined for polluting our environment and poisoning our children, got generous tax shelters, we ended it. When the Conservatives considered a new tax on TV and cable and satellite bills on consumers, we stopped it. Now we are fighting unfairness on other fronts by introducing laws that ensure car owners have the right to repair their vehicles at the lowest cost, demanding a refund for Canadians for the hundreds of millions of dollars in overcharges they suffered from the phone monopolies, and changing our tax code so small donors and charities are treated as well as political parties. While the Liberals and Conservatives are consumed with damage control about who took money, how much, and the envelopes of cash exchanged in their political worlds, New Democrats are fighting for fairness and protecting the pocketbook of the average Canadian and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the St. Thomas Police Service was recently awarded the Canadian Automobile Association's 9th Annual School Safety Patrol Program Police Achievement Award for exceptional support for their patrol program. The CAA has credited Constable Tanya Calvert, the Community Service Officer who's in charge of the patroller program, for her dedication, leadership, and pride taken in delivering a top-notch program to help keep the students of St. Thomas safe. Her role as the Community Services Officer is to provide support to the frontline officers by promoting education and awareness in the community. I'd like to congratulate the St. Thomas Police Service and specifically Constable Tanya Calvert on receiving this award. Mr. Speaker, on a personal note, the support of our spouses is key to our careers. I'd like to thank my wife, Jerry, for 32 years of marriage on today, our anniversary.
Congratulations. Honourable Member for Bramalea, Gore Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have had enough of this government's inaction on the issue of poverty. That's why the Liberal Party recently announced its plan to reduce the number of Canadians living below the poverty line by at least 30% and cut in half the number of children living in poverty within 5 years. Immediate action must also be taken to support the United Nations Millennium Development Targets to reduce poverty, hunger, gender inequality, environmental damage, and the rate of HIV/AIDS around the globe by 2015. This deadline is fast approaching with a much headway still to be made. I call on the government to follow the lead of the Liberal Party and make the elimination of poverty both in Canada and around the world a top priority. Thank you.
The Honourable Député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, it's been a year now that my government made a major gesture in the history of our country by recognizing that Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada. This action rejoices me and demonstrates the vision and leadership of our Prime Minister. Indeed, by doing this, he reinforced the value of our ideals and demonstrated the solidity of our common aspirations. I remember this motion where the leader of the Bloc Québécois changed his position 3 times on a subject that's quite simple, that is, a subject that he says he's been supporting for over 10 years. The Bloc Québécois finally recognized this wisdom of the Prime Minister's position. In closing, Mr. Speaker, if it was that difficult for the Bloc to make a decision on this simple subject, we understand why they simply scream and put questions here in this House, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks HIV/AIDS Awareness Week. In Canada, 1 person is infected every 2 hours, but according to the Conservatives, there's no reason for prevention anymore. The Minister of Health continues to claim that next year, objectives of $84.4 million will be achieved. According to the Canada Public Health Agency, as of 2008, permanent reductions in the order of $16.7 million will affect its grants and subsidies. To this, there is reallocations and further cuts of $10.2 million for prevention. Many organizations have not yet seen the color of the money supposedly announced by the minister. The minister must stop playing ostrich and admit his lack of action on AIDS prevention. It is high time that he invest the money necessary to prevent HIV and AIDS.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Industry announced the rules for the Advanced Wireless Services, the AWS Spectrum auction, which will begin on May 27, 2008. Mr. Speaker, this is great news for the industry and for consumers. Because we are taking measures to allow new players to enter the market, consumers should see real benefits in terms of greater competition and more innovation. Mr. Speaker, as one analyst said, this is a grand slam for consumers. A more competitive wireless market is in the best interests of all Canadians. At the end of the day, our goal is lower prices, better service, and more choice for consumers and businesses. Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done.
Honourable Member for Richmond.
On October the 14th, a terrible tragedy befell Canada when Robert Diskansky, an innocent immigrant, needlessly lost his life. His death was caused by the failure of the federal system to protect him and ensure his security. The circumstances around Robert's death have tarnished Canada's reputation as a welcoming, peaceful country and drawn into question the Conservative government's ability to competently run this country. The Conservatives' lack of courage to take responsibility for this failure is shameless and has created a vacuum of leadership in government, which has led the BC government to cross jurisdictional boundaries and call a full public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, where are the ministers responsible when we need them? The Minister of Public Safety, Transport, Immigration, and the Prime Minister have proven that they are incompetent and cannot be trusted when Canadians are in need.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, how can one believe that the world will avoid climate change that is a catastrophe if 3 of the 5 biggest greenhouse gas emitters, the US, China, and India, do not do their share? The Prime Minister of Canada is right. In the post-Kyoto strategy, everyone must come on board. These statements, which I fully endorse, are from André Pratt in La Presse in Montreal. We are far from the pathetic whining from opposition parties who are locked in partisan logic to the detriment of future generations and will bring Canada backward. With the support of Australia, Canada is now taking true leadership on climate change on the international scene, as it did in Bonn, in Asia, in Germany, at the UN, in Tanzania, and soon in Bali, in order to obtain concrete results for the planet. What the Canadian people are waiting from us and what the world hopes for is exactly what the Prime Minister and our Conservative government has done. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to underscore the fact that Montreal became the first geotourism city recognized by the National Geographic Society this week. This recognition given to Montreal by the National Geographic Society by having the first city to sign the charter is of great importance. Montreal's choice by this organization underscores the work done in our city, but also the cooperation between cultural and tourism officials in our city. This first urban recognition by the National Geographic Society also shows that the organization wanted to adapt this geotourism charter to cities. I want to point out the work done by all players in Montreal, and more specifically, the co-requesters, Heritage Montreal, and the Montreal Centre for Excellence in Tourism. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Doral. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents of Greek origin, I want to express my concern and indignation concerning the government's decision to disregard international institutions. In order to settle the dispute between Greece and the former Republic of Yugoslavia over the use of the name Macedonia, all UN countries have agreed to accept the final agreement that will result from negotiations. So why did this Conservative government decide to short-circuit this agreement? By agreeing to recognize the former Republic of Macedonia as Republic of Macedonia, instead of trying to find a solution, this government simply shows its misunderstanding of international institutions and causing division within a part of the Canadian population. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Henri Massé has left the chairmanship of the FTQ in Quebec after 10 years of loyal service, without counting those in his years as Secretary General. 40 years ago, Henri was hired as an advisor to the Canadian Public Service Union in 1968. Under his drive, the FTQ, with 500,000 members, has become a crucial player for hundreds of thousands of citizens, workers, and all of Quebec. Monday, at the opening of the convention, he hoped that the FTQ, the union movement, and our nation would maintain the necessary unity to meet Quebec's challenges. A convinced sovereigntist and passionate man, he has participated and will continue to participate in many battles to help the progress of our society. It's as a former colleague from the CSN that I want to pay tribute to him. On behalf of myself, the Bloc Québécois, and the people of Quebec, I want to thank him for his commitment.
York.
Mr. Speaker, in 2001, Colonel Kent Scott, the Director of Defence Medical Policy, assured the Standing Committee on National Defence and Veterans Affairs that it was not possible for our soldiers to develop cancer from exposure to depleted uranium. He said publicly that Canada always takes care of our soldiers, but under his policy, Balkan veterans do not receive benefits for cancer. Recently, the UN voted overwhelmingly for studies on the effects of the use of armaments and ammunitions containing depleted uranium because they fear that the use of DU poses a carcinogenic risks to the human environment. Canada abstained from this vote. Mr. Speaker, one of my constituents, David Sherbanowski, a former NATO peacekeeper, has PTSD and current Hodgkin's lymphoma. He believes he contracted cancer in Bosnia. I am appalled that his life has been destroyed through service to this country. It is deplorable that we do not recognize and compensate for critical illness sustained on tour. It is unthinkable that Canada should not even study this issue further. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach World AIDS Day this Saturday, our government commends the frontline workers and community groups for their work to stop the spread of this terrible disease and to improve the lives of those affected by it. We support their efforts. This is why next year our government will spend in excess of $84.4 million on HIV and AIDS in Canada, more than that has ever been spent in this nation's history. It's unfortunate that because of the Liberal 04-05 budgets that were voted on by the NDP and Liberals, including the member for St. Paul's, who was then the Secretary of State for Public Health, we are legally required to find $16 million in savings at the Public Health Agency. However, I can assure this House, and indeed all Canadians, that this government cares about those suffering with HIV and AIDS. Despite the Liberal budget cuts, we are investing more and taking action to fight this terrible disease. Thank you.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, in recent days and a number of times, the Minister of Justice has said to the House and to the Parliamentary Committee that he didn't have the power to delay the extradition of Mr. Schreiber. Today we find out that his department offered to do precisely that, to postpone Mr. Schreiber's extradition by 10 days. Obviously, the department wouldn't make such an offer if the minister didn't even have the power to do it. So my question for the minister is he incompetent to the extent that he doesn't understand his own powers, or did he deliberately mislead the House? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, with respect to the general powers granted to the Attorney General under the Extradition Act, Mr. Don Rainey from the Department of Justice has forwarded a letter to the Ethics Committee setting out the parameters for the Minister of Justice jurisdiction. And with respect to any individual case that's before the court, it would, of course, be inappropriate to comment.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let me try again in English. On Monday,
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. We'll have a little order, but we have to be able to hear the question. Order.
let me try in my English, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the minister said he doesn't have a power. Today, we learned his department is ready to use the power he pretends he doesn't have. So what is the truth? Is the minister incompetent to the point he doesn't know the power he has? Or is he misleading the House? What is it? Which one is right?
Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
Carefully to the honourable member's question, and it makes even less sense in English. I have to tell you that, Mr. Speaker. But I would prefer.
Order. 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 The Minister of Justice has the floor to answer the question he was asked. We don't need 25 questions. The Minister of Justice has the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, would I refer the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, to the outline of the responsibilities under the Extradition Act that the Justice Minister has set out by Mr. Rennie in a letter to the Solicitor for the Ethics Committee. And, of course, with respect to any individual case, Mr. Speaker, I haven't commented publicly on any case up to this point, and I don't intend to do so now.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in English and in French, everybody understood the question except the Minister. So I ask him the question once again. Will he confirm that his department offered to use a power he claims he doesn't have, the power to delay the extradition of Mr. Schreiber by 10 days? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The honourable member is asking me about a specific case, Mr. Speaker. Surely he's had advice from somebody in his party who's aware of these matters that it would be totally inappropriate to comment on any specific case. If he wants to know the general law with respect to extradition, he can have a look at the opinion of Mr. Rennie.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, what representations did Elmer MacKay make to his own son, the current Defence Minister, concerning Karl-Heinz Schreiber? And what representations did the Defence Minister make to the Prime Minister or any other government officials about the Schreiber matter?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
None whatsoever, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, fathers speak to sons. Fathers even use fax machines. Ministers speak to other ministers barely 5 feet apart. The answer is not credible. Je pose la question en français.
I'll ask the question in French. What steps did the Defense Minister take with the Prime Minister regarding Mr. Schreiber? Mr. Speaker, the answer in French is exactly the same. None.
Sophisticated legal mind, the member opposite should spend a little bit more time crafting his questions.
Honourable Member, Honourable Deputy Laurier Saint.
Honourable Member for Laurier Saint Marie. Mr. Speaker, the government forecasts an $11.6 billion surplus for 2007-8. In the spring, they only expected $3.3 billion. And yet the Conservatives condemned the Liberals repeatedly when they were in office for underestimating year after year the surpluses and spending them entirely on debt service without debate. By underestimating the surplus, this finance minister is doing exactly the same thing as the Liberals did. Could we at least have a debate on the use of the surplus like his party called for when it was in opposition? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that we have reduced debt by a remarkable amount in just the 21 or 22 months that we've been in office. Not only have we done that, but we made a commitment to Canadians in the tax-back guarantee that every time that we reduce debt and have that interest savings on the debt, that interest will be passed on, that savings, to Canadians in their personal taxes. This is a huge savings for every Canadian. Not only is it huge, but it's every year going forward.
Honourable Member for Laurier Saint Marie. Mr. Speaker, seniors living below the poverty line, manufacturing and forestry also have urgent needs. By refusing any debate, although he called for it when he was in opposition, and using the virtual totality of the surplus for debt reduction, does he realize that he's depriving thousands of people from essential financial assistance that he could give them immediately with that $11.6 billion surplus? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Member, Mr. Speaker, is ignoring what we did in the fall economic update in particular, and that is reduce taxes dramatically for Canadian businesses, including the forestry sector, including the auto sector, including all the manufacturers in Canada across the board. Long-term, broad-based tax cuts, historic tax cuts that permit the manufacturing sector to go ahead in Canada and invest in machinery and equipment. Not only that, but 6 months before, in March, we gave this huge incentive to buy, through the accelerated capital cost allowance, more machinery and equipment. This is the strength in the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that there are historic tax cuts for the oil companies. Yesterday, the Finance Committee unanimously passed a block motion recommending that the government set up as soon as possible tax measures in a unanimous report for the manufacturing industry. Among those measures are refundable tax credits for R&D, which would enable companies in difficulty to improve their competitivity and save jobs. Doesn't the Finance Minister understand that he has to immediately follow through on the Finance Committee's unanimous motion, failing which the entire manufacturing industry might disappear? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on October 30th, we announced tax reductions that will total $60 billion over this and the next 5 years. This includes accelerating the small business deduction from 11% as of January 1st, 2008. If he wants to talk, the member opposite wants to talk about big business, he can. But we're concerned about small business and medium-sized businesses in Canada as well, and reducing their tax burden. And the member opposite knows from experience in small business that if you reduce the burden, then you can reinvest and create more jobs. And guess what? We have record unemployment in Canada as a result of these reinvestments.
The
Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The fact is that people in manufacturing know the difficulty they're in. In recent weeks, TCA, the Industrial Engineers, Exporters and Manufacturers, the Association of Forest Products, the Chambers of Commerce in Quebec, all are calling for immediate action by the federal government to support manufacturing industries. Why does the Finance Minister stubbornly refuse to hear these cries and deprive them of access to the $11.6 billion of leeway that he has to take immediate action? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Opposite says, but I also hear what the Canadian manufacturers and exporters say. They say the reduction in the federal corporate tax rate is an extremely important step in sustaining Canada's ability to retain and attract business investment. Similarly, the move we made on October 30th, this dramatic reduction in business taxes, was applauded by the Quebec manufacturers. I do look forward tomorrow, as part of our pre-budget consultations, to having the opportunity to listen to Quebec manufacturers in Quebec City, where we will be tomorrow for pre-budget consultations.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
International cites Russia as one of the worst human rights offenders in the world. Gary Kasparov, an opposition party leader, was just let out of jail today after a 5-day sentence. What was his crime? He was walking in a peaceful protest against the Putin government. Now, Canadians are very concerned about human rights abuses in Russia. They're also concerned about the conduct of free and democratic elections. So my question is, did the Prime Minister raise concerns about Mr. Kasparov and the unjust penalty he received, about human rights abuses in Russia, when he met with the Prime Minister of Russia today?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will thank the Honourable Member for his question and remind him that the Prime Minister is, in fact, meeting at this moment right now with the President of Russia.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll look forward to seeing whether he raises the following facts, because in today's Russia, 17,000 children are serving prison sentences. 14,000 women die every year at the hands of their husbands. The Russian military is responsible for the hazing deaths of at least 100 soldiers a year. And torture is widespread and accepted in prisons. And I know that the members want to try and shout down free speech even in this House, but let's hope the Prime Minister is raising the questions of free speech and free functioning democracy with the Russian leader. My question is, will the Prime Minister raise these facts in the discussion?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Honourable Member knows, Canada does have a strong and vibrant relationship with Russia. The Honourable Member also knows that the Prime Minister has been very clear on issues of human rights abuses, and we will always stand up for issues of human rights. I can't comment on exactly what is going on in the conversation at this very moment, but I'm sure that the Prime Minister will relate that to Canadians as soon as it is complete.
Honourable Member for West Nova. Mr. Speaker, now that Mr. Order. The honourable member for West Nova has the floor. Never popular, apparently.
Mr. Speaker, now that Mr. Schreiber has stated on the road that he retained Mr. Mulroney's services for $500,000 while he was still Prime Minister, and now that he has also stated that the pasta business has nothing to do with the cash transaction, of $300,000, will the Prime Minister absolutely guarantee that Mr. Schreiber will remain in this country until both the Ethics Committee and the public inquiry can get the full truth and finish their work?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
There is certainly a process in place. The individual in question was before the Ethics Committee today, and the Prime Minister has set in place a process by which an independent third party will advise on the terms of a public inquiry, Mr. Speaker, and we should let Dr. Johnston do his work.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Not the point. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Schreiber knew that Mr. Mulroney was going to meet the current Prime Minister at Harrington Lake in 2006, from the website, I'm sure. Mr. Mulroney was going to ask for help on Mr. Schreiber's extradition. After the meeting, Mulroney assured Schreiber that this Conservative government would do the right thing to help him. Who is not telling the truth? The current Prime Minister or his valued advisor, the former Conservative Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
There's a possibility of a third individual in that question, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister addressed this matter on November 2nd when he called for the appointment of an independent third party.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, today Mr. Schreiber confirmed that he received correspondence from this Prime Minister and his office. That letter of January 22nd, 2007 says it will also be forwarded to guess who, Mr. Speaker? The Justice Minister. Why has this government repeatedly denied that the Prime Minister's office ever saw any correspondence from Mr. Schreiber?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I appreciate the honourable member who wants to get into the business of letters and evidence, but Mr. Speaker, as has been indicated by this government, we're setting in place a process by which an independent third party is going to set the parameters for an independent public inquiry, and I think the honourable member should wait for that.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Letters and emails concerning the Mulroney-Schreiber affair refer explicitly to the Prime Minister and his associates. Why does the Prime Minister and his associates and the Justice Minister, why have they denied exchanging emails or correspondence with Mr. Schreiber? Perhaps the Justice Minister could give his answer in French this time. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Order.
Ce n'est pas correct, monsieur.
That's not correct, Mr. Speaker. What the honourable member is saying.
We put in practice a place that I think should satisfy all reasonable individuals, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Order. Mr. Speaker, in Antoine Labelle, 1,800 jobs, directly and indirectly, were lost. The unemployment rate is over 22%, and 14 of the 17 sawmills in the region have closed down. The government has the money it needs to help this region like others, which would be better than spending it all on the debt. What's the minister waiting for before implementing measures put forward by the Bloc Québécois, like a $1 billion fund, which would enable companies affected by the forestry crisis to get a second wind through secondary or added value transformation? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we mentioned in the throne speech that forestry and manufacturing, as well as tourism, would be among our government's priorities. As mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that we did implement new tools and measures to support economic development in Quebec's regions, to help SMEs and to help them diversify, and we're also working on the forestry issue. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The forestry industry needs electric shock therapy given the crisis that it's in right now. There are other things that can be done. $2 billion for manufacturing, to create a fund to replace Technology Partnerships Canada for research and development. That's another step that could be taken to help companies modernize. What's the government waiting for before following through with these measures instead of spending the whole surplus on the debt? The Honourable Labour Minister. Economic Development Canada, the department I head, helps companies become more innovative and competitive. We have set up 6 new tools, specifically to help companies that want to grow and expand or start up. And let me talk about the record. In 18 months, 640 projects for manufacturing in Quebec have been helped, and that has represented 11,200 jobs maintained and 5,300 new jobs. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. The minister's not talking about the jobs lost, though. He said it was immoral not to respect the majority decision of the House, and today we're calling on the government to enhance the EI program at the request of all opposition parties and unanimously the labour movement in Quebec. Will this minority government respect the parliamentary majority who speak on behalf of workers and give royal recommendation to the private members' bill? For this year, the EI surplus has been more than enough to follow through on this request. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Course that this government has both improved benefits and reduced premiums. And Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we're investing more in training than any government in history, which is extraordinarily important, Mr. Speaker, because today we have a job market where employers are looking for workers, and so far in Quebec this year, 90,000 new net jobs have been created. And the great news is, Mr. Speaker, last month, the most successful job seekers of all were older workers, Mr. Speaker, and that's tremendous news.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec passed a motion, a unanimous resolution this week calling on the federal government to ensure that seniors entitled to the GIS receive the amount owing them. Today, the Association of Retired Teachers called on the government to do the same thing. But the government has chosen to use the full surplus to pay down the debt. That's immoral. If there's one debt that this government should pay down, it's debt to seniors. Why isn't the government using the surplus to pay seniors the money they're owed through the Guaranteed Income Supplement? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Speaker, there's so many misstatements in what the member says, it's hard to know where to start. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact is this government has been very active in pursuing seniors, no matter where they are in this country, to make sure that they're aware of the benefits they're eligible for, including going into homeless shelters to tell them about it, going on to reserve, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but I have to point out that at the end of the day, if any jurisdiction, including the government of Quebec, wants to go ahead and provide more transfers to seniors in that province, they're welcome to do it.
Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the industry minister's decision on wireless spectrum came after months of intense lobbying by industry executives. In the long run-up to this announcement, were there any meetings, conversations, communications, or contacts of any kind with any ministers or federal officials arranged or facilitated directly or indirectly by Brian Mulroney or any of Brian Mulroney's associates.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe the nonsense. The Minister's bold announcement yesterday is heralded as a home run for Canada's wireless industry and for consumers. We want more competition, more choice, reduced prices, and better services. This is great news, and it's in line with our decision to rely on market forces, and I can't believe this member's hogwash.
Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, Luc Lavoie is registered to lobby the Industry Minister on this file on behalf of the same company for which Brian Mulroney serves as director. Mr. Lavoie is also Mr. Mulroney's official spokesperson. On November 9th, the Prime Minister demanded that his ministers end any dealings with Brian Mulroney. Did that prohibition apply to Mr. Lavoie?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Order.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is totally ridiculous. What the Minister did yesterday is took a bold step to ensure that Canadians get access to wireless, get cheaper prices, more competition. This is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, last week at Health Committee, the Minister confessed he took $15 million from the Canadian HIV/AIDS programs to match the Gates Foundation dollars for the HIV initiative, vaccine initiative. Gates Foundation policy clearly states money previously committed to HIV/AIDS will not be matched because he does not want to take away from domestic programs. Will the Minister stop the shell game and reinstate that money now and promise never again to tamper with precious resources for the Canadian HIV/AIDS community?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm really surprised that this member has the gall to stand up and complain about the $16 million in cuts that her government made when she was the Minister of Public Health. Now, Mr. Speaker, fear not. This government has invested $84.4 million in HIV and AIDS, and that's more than any other government in the history of Canada.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for St. Paul's. Order.
Mr. Speaker, that won't help this government's track record on HIV/AIDS, and that member knows it. The community was counting on $84.4 million by 2009. 4,500 Canadians become infected every year. Cuts to community programs mean that number goes up. Will the Minister admit to the Canadian AIDS community and to Mr. Gates that he stole that money and put it back in the program?
I don't know. I think perhaps the phrasing of the Honourable Member's question was unfortunate, but I can see the Parliamentary Secretary has an answer and is prepared to respond, so we'll hear from him.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member really needs to reflect on her record as Minister of State for Public Health, because it was really quite disappointing, and the facts remain that $60 million was cut under the previous government. We're legally obligated to follow through on that, but however, we are investing $84.4 million on AIDS, and I encourage the member to embrace this government's approach and chill out. It'll be good.
Order. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll change topics. Mr. Speaker, the TD Economics report yesterday provided a glowing vision for the future for agriculture in Canada. Quote, it said, through ongoing efforts to adapt and adjust, many agriculture producers have emerged from this period in a position of strength, with the sector as a whole returning its status as an important driver of productivity and prosperity in this country, unquote. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Agriculture explain to the House how this government will continue to ensure a bright future for Canada's agriculture producers?
Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
That's probably the best agricultural question yet, Mr. Speaker. While we continue to work with the livestock sector to get them past their present difficulties, it's encouraging to see the tremendous potential of agriculture and agri-food. The TD Economics Report gives credit to the hard work of farm families. Along with them, we're working with provinces and stakeholders to build a firm foundation for the future of agriculture. Canadian farmers are ready to produce food, pharmaceuticals, as well as biofuels for Canada and the world. Canadian farmers want lower taxes, streamlined regulations, and a more responsive safety net. Because this government always puts farmers first, Mr. Speaker, we're getting that job done.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Statistics Canada reports that spending by industry on capital investments to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions actually dropped by 35%. Oil and gas slashed their investments by 46%, while the power industry cut their investments by 96%. This government ensures that Canada will fall further and further behind. When will this government stop following failed Liberal policies and stop subsidizing and start penalizing the biggest polluters?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Because this government is working aggressively on massive regulatory measures against the large emitters, the large polluters in this country. For far too long, we had a voluntary, hope everything went well approach. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're working aggressively to tackle climate change, something that didn't happen for 10 long years under the previous government.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
It's a little sad and quite pathetic that after almost a year as minister, he continues to compare himself to a failed Liberal policy to measure up for Canadians. National Energy Board has said that his policy will not meet Canada's targets. Big polluters are not investing because this government refuses to regulate them. How many regulations does this minister have sitting on his desk that he has not signed, and why almost after more than a year he's not brought in one single regulation against big polluters?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we signaled this past April that large final emitters, the large polluters in Canada, are going to have to reduce their emissions by 6% a year for the first 3 years of our plan, and then a constant 2% improvement, Mr. Speaker. We're working aggressively on these measures, as I know industry is as well, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, National Board documents show a Canadian citizen facing execution in the U.S. did not commit his crimes alone. However, his accomplice made a plea bargain and was transferred to Canada, is now a free man. Did the Minister of Public Safety, in his ideological-driven bent to change the policy of commutation of death sentences on Canadians abroad, even bother to consult and to look at this document and to recognize the obvious extenuating circumstances of this case?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I think we made it very clear where the government stands on this particular issue, but inasmuch as the individual in question has now filed an application or started a lawsuit, I think it would be inappropriate to comment.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, that minister and his colleague in public safety have already made comments on this matter to the detriment of Mr. Smith. Now, I should tell the Speaker himself that there is, in terms of what his response has been, that again, given his lack of respect for equality and justice before the law, he has indeed been walking away from the defence of a Canadian in terms of our own position with respect to the death penalty. Now, Mr. Speaker, will the Justice Minister admit there has been a failure to study all the facts surrounding the Smith case and that the government's knee-jerk decision not to seek clemency is a complete disregard for the rule of law and his colleagues supposedly apparently believe in, and that in this error, this may very well lead to the execution of a Canadian abroad?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
To the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker, but the individual in question has filed a lawsuit on this very issue with the Canadian courts, and of course it would be inappropriate to comment.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard National Parole Board documents show that the Canadian prisoner on death row in the U.S. that this government refuses to seek clemency for did not act alone. His accomplice was returned to Canada long ago. These were co-accused, Mr. Speaker. How could this government make such a decision that clearly puts one Canadian's legal status and life above another's?
Right. Honourable Minister of Justice. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've made it very clear that a lawsuit was filed on this matter within I believe the last couple of weeks, and therefore it would be inappropriate to comment.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's not okay to brush this issue off with non-answers. This government's knee-jerk decision on this case will result in the death of a Canadian, a policy decision that the majority of Canadians do not support. Did this government read the documents produced by the National Parole Board, and if so, why did it come to such a quick conclusion in a case that's not exactly black and white?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
It would be inappropriate to comment.
The Honourable
Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment stated yesterday, and I quote, "There are 13 provincial and territorial governments, and all are entitled to have their position. I have the support of the House of Commons for my position," end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is totally wrong, and we wonder what planet the minister is living on, Mr. Speaker. What greenhouse gas emission has he been sniffing? How can he say that type of thing when for weeks now the opposition has been denouncing the government, which only wants to kill the Kyoto Protocol? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the government has been very clear. We laid out in very specific terms our position with respect to the environment and the need to work globally for a solution to climate change. We put it all in the speech from the throne, and it was adopted by this House.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it takes some nerve to say today in this House that he has the support of the majority. Is that not why he wants to exclude the opposition? It's because he wants to continue to say that he has the support of the House. Does he not want to exclude the opposition so that he can say just about anything on the international scene, just about anything, just about any way, to just about anyone, just as he's doing here in Canada? The Minister of the Environment.
This government's required to maintain the confidence of the House. We put forward our environmental program, the speech from the throne. That speech from the throne was adopted. Decisions in this country made by those people who show up and vote, Mr. Speaker. I would concede that I am a little bit more careful on my traveling companions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in question period, the government said that they must do everything to ensure that atrocities like gang rape do not occur. But gang rape and mass murder is occurring right now in Darfur. Shockingly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his senior officials said that his government would do nothing and contribute nothing to the hybrid force and for the essential air and ground transportation the force needs to stop the genocide. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this government not going to contribute anything to the AU-UN hybrid force for their air and ground? How much money have we given?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to be deeply concerned about the dire humanitarian situation in Darfur. As the Honourable Member knows, we are a part of an international effort, and in fact, Canada is the 4th largest donor to this mission. The situation in Darfur has been referred to the International Criminal Court, which has issued arrest warrants for crimes against humanity and war crimes. The determination of the crimes as genocide is a matter of the court to decide. We, the Government of Canada, continue to call on the Government of Sudan to cooperate with the International Criminal Court and to turn over the suspects.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glenbrook.
Mr. Speaker, this past Wednesday, Canada's Blue Sky policy celebrated its first birthday. In my riding of Niagara West Glenbrook, the Hamilton International Airport is one of the beneficiaries of this policy. Last summer, Canadians were able to fly non-stop from Hamilton to Ireland with round-trip fares under $400. Air travelers are delighted with such low prices. I know that the Blue Sky policy is also benefiting airports and other regions of Canada. Can the Minister of Transport tell us about future agreements under this initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, and indeed, that low-cost Hamilton, Ireland flight as a result of our new Blue Skies agreement The objective is to offer new international air service to people in every region of the country. As a result, Calgary, Edmonton, Halifax, Hamilton, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, and Vancouver have new non-stop flights to places like Algiers, Amman, Auckland, Belgrade, Cancun, Dublin. They're all over the place. And we started, Mr. Speaker, to negotiate with the EU another agreement, and hopefully that will give us more advantages.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, despite what the Parliamentary Secretary said earlier, groups across the country are struggling in dealing with the prevention of HIV/AIDS. Today, Ontario groups learned they are facing a 30% cut in funding to let this government off the hook for the commitments it made to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Why is it that they have enough for corporate tax cuts, they have billions in a surplus, but they break their commitment for a new vaccine and divert money from local groups who are struggling to survive? There's more than enough money to go around. Why has this government broken its commitment to those local organizations who are doing this important?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. This government takes the issue of HIV and AIDS very seriously. That is why we are committing $84.4 million in the upcoming year to HIV and AIDS. And that is, in fact, the largest commitment in Canadian history. And I think the member should be concerned about the Liberal cuts of 04 and 05. But we're doing our best to fix the Liberal mistakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, I'll tell you what we are concerned about, and that is that this government continues to ignore evidence-based results. Harm reduction, gone from their drug strategy. Millions into enforcement, abandoning treatment and prevention, and now they are recklessly diverting money from critical AIDS prevention programs. Surely the minister must know that this decision will result in lost lives. So I ask again, will the minister stand today to honour his commitment for major new funding for a vaccine and commit that there will be no cuts to existing AIDS programs? Will they make that commitment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Order.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to emphasize that this government is making investments in HIV and AIDS that are historic in Canadian history. The largest investments, $84.4 million. And we are partnering with the Melinda and Gates Foundation. I think that is a testament to this government's commitment to HIV and AIDS. We're going to find a cure and a vaccine for this terrible disease, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs just said that her government wants to, quote, stand up for human rights. That's hot air, Mr. Speaker, because the government has said flat out this week, they have said no. They have said no to any contribution to the African Union Hybrid Force, and CETA officials have said that if any resources are available, they're not going to Darfur, they're going to Afghanistan. So what is this government going to do to stop the genocide in Darfur? Will they contribute money to the African Union Force? Yes or no?
The Honourable Secretary of State. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Honourable Member failed to listen to the response that I had previously given. Let me remind him that Canada is the 4th largest donor to the mission. That is significant. And I also think that the Honourable Member would recognize the importance of ensuring individual accountability, because it does not vary according to the category of crime. Impunity is no more tolerable for crimes against humanity or war crimes than it is for genocide. We have and we will continue to be on the forefront of efforts both diplomatically and financially.
The Honourable
Member for Louisville. Mr. Speaker, the pork sector in the country is having difficulties and has had for some years now. The increase in the dollar, international competition, and porcine psychovirus are causing problems for producers. The Bloc Québécois has never been able to do anything to help the pork producers except scream. Can the Secretary of State for Agriculture tell us what the Conservative government is doing to help the farmers and producers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this excellent question. Once again, last November 15th, after all of the actions taken by the Minister of Agriculture yesterday, I went to Saint-Hyacinthe to announce $25 million to cover vaccinations and diagnosis against circovirus, and this represents 55% of the costs retroactive to 2006. This is action, Mr. Speaker. While the Bloc continues to scream, we act, and we will help the producers through this crisis. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquedoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the two briefings regarding the October the 10th agreement to replace the Atlantic Accord, Department of Finance officials told MPs and senators present that they had prepared best case and worst case scenarios for revenue projections. Will the government now make those projections public?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Certainly the goal has been to make the briefings as fulsome as possible. If the member opposite feels that the briefings have not been adequately fulsome, then we can arrange for more briefings.
Honourable Member for Verchères, Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, on November 24th, 2005, the Heritage Committee, in a report, denied the existence of Quebec cinema. No federal policy supported the Bloc motion, which asked that Quebec cinema be recognized, and the feature film fund has not increased for 7 years now. This has a direct impact on the production and distribution of Quebec films. Can the Minister of Heritage tell us that she recognizes the existence of Quebec cinema, and what is she waiting for to invest $50 million a year with $20 million for Quebec cinema so as to make up for the rise in production and marketing costs? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of meeting with the committee members during the lunch hour, and as I said, the government is committed to filmmaking in all of Canada, including French language cinema, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, Nobel Peace Laureate Jody Williams reminded parliamentarians that brutal crimes against women have become the norm.
Hey. Max has the floor. Ordered.
Respect. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, Nobel Peace Laureate Jody Williams reminded parliamentarians that brutal crimes against women have become the norm as weapons of war in Darfur, Congo, and elsewhere. 2000, when Canada supported Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, the government pledged to develop a plan of action for protecting women in warfare and involving women in peace processes. 7 years later, Canada has no plan. With millions of women victimized by unspeakable sexual atrocities, where is the promised plan? What is it going to take for this government to act?
Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the honourable member that Canada is taking a lead role, of course, in Afghanistan, where we see many women who have been living through 30 years of tyranny and violence, and often we see the NDP calling for us to abandon those women in Afghanistan. I think the honourable member might want to reconsider her question.
Honourable Member for Grant. Order. The Honourable Member for Brant. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the owners of local manufacturing firms in my riding of Brant are in Ottawa today, desperately concerned about their chances of survival in light of the high dollar and lower-priced import competition. All they get from this government is condescension and indifference. Manufacturing job losses, Mr. Speaker, are real. The federal surplus is huge. The provinces are trying to help. Why won't this government give manufacturing workers and their employers a glimmer of hope before Christmas? EDC and BDC are there. Use the minister.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have to wait till Christmas. We did it in March. specifically on March 19th, an accelerated capital cost allowance which was recommended unanimously by the Industry Committee of this House. The member opposite should know that. He should read the budget. It's $1.3 billion of assistance for manufacturers across Canada.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Richard Brown, Minister of Development and Technology for Prince Edward Island. He left. I guess he just left. And I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Ms. Jody Williams, winner of the 1997 Nobel Peace Prize. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition has a question, it being Thursday.
Thank you.
We'll hear him now.
Since the government has not given any indication of its agenda for Parliament beyond next Tuesday, I wonder if the government House Leader could provide us with a more complete agenda for the next full 8 days, and in doing so, since that takes us essentially to the 10th of December, I wonder if he could indicate which day next week will be designated as the last opposition day in this semester.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, this week's theme is getting the job done on justice and tax cuts, and I'm proud to say that our government got the job done on justice yesterday. The Tackling Violent Crime Act passed this House at third reading, and the bill is now over at the Senate. The government expects that Liberal-dominated Senate to respect the will of this democratically elected House of Commons and quickly pass the bill, certainly before Christmas, so that Canadians can enter the new year safer and more secure in their neighbourhoods.
Today we will continue to deal with tax relief in debating the Budget Operation Act, which will provide tax relief to all Canadians, notably with a drop to 5% of the GST.
Economic Certainty and Prosperity Week. Hopefully the budget bill will pass second reading this week so that next week we'll begin with the Standing Committee on Finance considering it. The budget bill is an important part of our plan to provide economic certainty and prosperity for all Canadians. The government hopes that the committee, once it receives the bill, will quickly review it and report it back to this House so that it may proceed through the legislative process and receive royal assent before January 1st, 2008. Canadians don't want to lose the reduction in the GST if parliamentarians fail to pass it into law before Christmas. In this chamber next week, we will continue to provide economic certainty and prosperity.
We will be debating Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Marine Act, and Bill C-14, which amends the Canada Post Corporation Act.
These bills will help create jobs in a dynamic Canadian economy.
We will be debating Bill C-30, which provides for the creation of an independent tribunal where judges of the Superior Court will sit. They are charged with dealing with responses for specific land claims.
Nations and all Canadians. We will also debate Bill C-29, which modernizes how loans are made to political parties, candidates, and associations, how those loans are treated under the Canada Elections Act. This will create greater certainty by closing a loophole in our current campaign financing rules. If time permits, we'll debate our bill to strengthen the Youth Criminal Justice Act, Bill C-25. Finally, in response to the question from the Opposition House Leader, Thursday, December 6th will be an allotted day, provided that we have achieved early passage of the Budget Implementation Bill and associated tax reductions.
The Honourable Minister of Justice is rising on a point of order.
Rise on a point of order, and during one of my responses to the Leader of the Opposition, I referenced my inability to understand his question in one of our official languages. I didn't mean my response to sound like I was commenting on his ability in either official language, so if I caused any offense, I want to apologize at this time.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Leader of the New Democratic Party
posed a question to the government, and in the response, the Secretary of State for International Trade said that the Prime Minister was meeting with the President of Russia. I think she'll find, once she has clarified with the Prime Minister, that in fact the Prime Minister was meeting with the Prime Minister of Russia at Zubkov. So I just wanted to clarify for the record and for the House that that was indeed the case. Thank you.
I can tell that the honourable member's clarification is much appreciated. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-28, budget implement. Before question period, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel had the floor for questions and comments following his speech. He has 5 minutes left for questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask a question. For some time now, the Bloc Québécois has said that tax credits should be reimbursable, particularly in the area of the manufacturing sector and the forestry sector. In any case, those unused tax credits could represent a fiscal application one day or another when there would be a profit, and they could use actually that credit at a moment when they made profit. The Bloc would like to see the situation explained further. It shouldn't be seen as a new gift for businesses, as is the case for the reduction of the GST, say for big oil, as we saw in earlier speeches. Could my colleague explain to the House how this refundable tax credit that is being proposed would be far more beneficial for industries that truly need it, rather than an overall drop in tax points? The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, I thank my colleague for Jean Lebert, who has been doing excellent work in this area. I thank him again. My colleague is right. The Bloc Québécois' suggestion to have a refundable tax credit is far better. The manufacturing sector and also forestry industries would not be helped by what the government is proposing in the difficult situation that they are in now. The government could cut a check this year, even if there is no profit, and they would be able to help the businesses. Once again, you know, Mr. Speaker, it is this conservative way of not understanding the true needs of people. The members from Quebec, who are members of the Conservative Party, are unable to rise in this House to defend their constituents, defend the workers of Quebec who are going to be losing their jobs. There are takeovers, there are mergers in the area of forestry and the manufacturing sector. Entire villages and towns are affected. The solution that my colleague is proposing, a refundable tax credit rather than a tax credit that would only apply in future years when they show a profit, is much more efficient and would help the businesses to modernize and to develop rather than just to stagnate. Questions and comments.
Sir West.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to follow up with a question on manufacturing. The Minister of Finance was just answering a question here in the House of Commons talking about the capital cost reduction allowance. They only moved on 2 years of that recommendation that I was part of with the industry committee, and that's actually very much a grievous to the situation because it should have been a 5-year. A lot of the companies actually made decisions about the original capital purchasing already, so they'll actually benefit from that, which is fine. But what we wanted to do is to get the third and fourth and fifth year of investment, and then after that, Mr. Speaker, there was to be a review for a potential extension of 5 years, sending a strong message. And this is important, the distinction, Mr. Speaker, is that equipment would actually get on the floor plants, the floor of the plants and in the manufacturing sector in Ontario, Quebec, and the rest of the country, because it would have the capital stay here, as opposed to a general corporate tax cut where that money can move offshore and has been historically doing. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the fact that the minister has completely disregarded this aspect and is hurting the investment strategies that need to be made today to protect our jobs.
The honourable
member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc agrees with the position expressed by the NDP. They defended their position in committee. Investment is an expenditure, and that allows them to start off more quickly with acquisitions. And businesses, that's part of the expenditures. When a business is already in deficit, when there are already losses, I mean to say, you are increasing the size of the loss and it leads nowhere. So it is this end of the story that the NDP seems to forget. Like the Conservatives, like the Liberal Party, they always think about profit-making industries. Yes, they need certain things because they are in a zone of profitability. But in the manufacturing sector, and particularly in the forestry sector, we have businesses that are showing a deficit, and that will take rapid assistance programs, new money, not, once again, expenditures that you can't spend when you don't have any money to spend. Mr. Speaker, resuming debate.
Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to say a few words on Bill C-28, an act respecting the March budget and the October economic update. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few things about the general direction of both these events, and or the lack of direction, I should say, and the lack of vision. And we've had a lot of talk in this House over the last number of weeks, and any group that comes to Ottawa, any questions that are put to the Minister of Finance, we talk about tax cuts and some numbers, and I want to point out to this House and to all Canadians, I don't represent numbers. I represent people, real people that have real jobs and real families. And those people, Mr. Speaker, don't like what's coming out of this government. And, Mr. Speaker, we did have certain tax cuts that were in the last economic statement, and they should be part of what I would classify as a productivity agenda, and we don't hear anything about that. Tax cuts, the right tax cuts, are very much a vital part of this productivity agenda, as is skills training, as is funding for post-secondary education, as is initiatives that reduce any constraints on the mobility of capital, labour, or goods, as is innovation, science, and technology. But on the tax cuts, Mr. Speaker, we did have, I would combine them into 4 different classifications. We did have the corporate tax cuts, and I think, in my opinion, is that these were good tax cuts. The minister is to be congratulated. These tax cuts will be beneficial to Canadian companies. It will help the productivity of this nation. The individual tax cuts, there was an increase in the basic personal exemption. I feel, it's my opinion, that that was a good move. It was $10,000 announced originally by the Liberal government. That was decreased, and now we're gradually going back up. Of course, it's a step in the right direction because this move, Mr. Speaker, certainly affects lower-income families, benefits lower-income families as opposed to higher-income families. The individual tax cut, Mr. Speaker, of 15.5% to 15%, that was just basically a removal of a tax increase that occurred 1 year ago when the tax rate was increased from 15% to 15.5%, and now it's being decreased from 15.5% to 15%, so really it's an insignificant event. Mr. Speaker, we did have most of the money in the tax cuts, unfortunately, came from cuts to the GST. This, as I believe every living, breathing economist in Canada would suggest is absolutely the wrong direction. It does absolutely nothing for productivity. It's inflationary. It's certainly geared towards the higher income Canadian. And again, it's something I don't think should have happened at all, Mr. Speaker, and I believe history will bear me out. Mr. Speaker, people expect more from a federal government. We have a situation going on here now in Canada that the government of the day, the agenda, is to allow each of the 13 provincial or territorial jurisdictions to erect a firewall or a moat around their particular jurisdiction and have their programs, their policies, excuse me, geared to the particular ideology of the government of the day. And as such, the federal government has no role other than Aboriginal fisheries, immigration. It has no role in the lives of Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's not my vision of Canada at all. And that's not the vision of the people that I represent. Now, over the last 3 or 4 weeks, we MPs have had a lot of people visiting Ottawa. There was a lot of sectors came here to Ottawa to meet with us, to talk to us, and to plead with us for more assistance. First of all, we've had the manufacturing sector. They've been to Ottawa. We've lost 90,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector this year alone. As a result of the Canadian dollar, as a result of the movement of jobs to other jurisdictions, and the answer we're getting from the Minister of Finance, we've got tax cuts. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you've lost your job, if you're one of those 90,000 people, or if you think you're going to lose your job, or if you're a mayor or a city councillor representing a city or town that has lost a lot of people through the manufacturing sector, tax cuts just aren't going to cut it. Mr. Speaker, last week, we've had a lot of the representatives from the Federation of Mayors and Municipalities in town. We all know in this House this is a very, very important component of Canadian society, especially the large capital regions. They actually drive the economy. And they're looking for assistance. They're looking for assistance in immigrant settlement. They're looking for assistance in skills training. They're looking for assistance in research. They're looking for assistance in post-secondary education, in early childhood development. But most importantly, they're looking for assistance in infrastructure. We've heard their pleas. They have a $123 billion infrastructure deficit. And I'm pleased to be part of a previous government that did respond. It wasn't a total response, but it was a very good response to these plight on the cities and municipalities with the gas tax, with the GST rebate, with the Municipal Rural Infrastructure Program, with the Strategic Infrastructure Program. And these were starting to make a big difference. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a new package coming out, which is, it's I call a re-gifting. It's taken the bundle, it's putting it in a much smaller box, it's putting a big bow in it. It's, instead of over 3 years, it's over 7 years. But it's approximately 50% of the previous programs. And these mayors and these city councillors, don't anyone in this assembly think that they're being fooled as a result of this announcement. These people have to go back to their constituent and they have to get re-elected. So they know exactly what's going on. They were in Ottawa last week and they met with the Minister of Finance. And they were told 3 things. The first thing, they were told that this government is not in the pothole business. The second thing they were told is that they should stop their whining. And the third thing they were told is that they should go home. And, Mr. Speaker, they are going home. But I don't think they're going to be quiet. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we've had, over the last, I should say, 3 weeks, we had 2 separate large pan-Canadian organizations representing students at our post-secondary institutions across Canada, and they came and they met with politicians and they pleaded with politicians and they wanted politicians to do something with their plight. And we all know that a country is as strong as its educational system. And we know the debt crisis that some of these students are facing. And they did meet with the politicians, they did meet with the government, and they went home empty-handed. They were told about these tax cuts. Mr. Speaker, last week again, or the week before last, we had several of the agricultural sectors in Ottawa. Certain sectors, not all, but certain sectors of our farmers across Canada are having a very, very difficult time, especially the beef and pork producers. In fact, in my career here, I've never seen the pork industry in worse shape. They're facing a perfect storm. We have the high Canadian dollar, we have the feed costs going through the roof, and there are other input costs increasing dramatically, and also we have the price of their final product at an all-time low. The primary producers are shutting down at record numbers, and I want to quote one of the leading producers from the province that I come from, Mr. Eddie Dykerman, a Prince Edward Island farmer on the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. At a time when the federal government is basically embarrassed by its surplus, it's a big disappointment that something couldn't be done for agriculture, when people are actually walking off their farms and losing their houses and their way of living and everything else. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of these farmers that are closing their farms, especially in the pork sector, they've been third, fourth, fifth generation farmers. They're very efficient farmers, but they're caught in this perfect storm. And again, we have a government that is doing absolutely nothing. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, 3 or 4 years ago when we had the Conservatives were in opposition and they were talking about agriculture, and now when they're in government, we're seeing absolutely nothing. And I, like most Canadians, especially the Canadians in these sectors, are extremely disappointed. And the list goes on and on and on. Certainly, if you're an Aboriginal, what do you see in Bill C-28? What did you see in the previous budget? If you're anyone concerned about climate change, if you're concerned about the environment, did you see anything in either of these two documents? If you're a student, if you're a poor person, nothing, nothing, nothing. The list goes on and on and on. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is the direction that we're heading. The Prime Minister has announced that he intends to introduce legislation in this House restricting, putting constraints on the federal government's spending power, the federal spending power, and this power was used by successive governments of various political stripes to develop, to maintain, and to enhance social programs such as Medicare, employment insurance, Canada Pension Plan, the Child Tax Credit, old age pension, old age security, etc., etc., etc. And these programs responded to the needs and hopes and dreams of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. But we have a government now, Mr. Speaker, that's prepared to put a moat or a wall around each jurisdiction, and we have a government that's prepared to introduce legislation in this House that would constrain, restrict the power of any future government to develop any programs like Medicare, like the Canada Pension Plan, like old age security. And Mr. Speaker, let me say right here and now, that is not my vision of a strong federal government. We need in Canada a federal government that speaks for every Canadian, regardless of where they live, regardless of what sector they're involved in, that has a pan-Canadian vision. And I don't see that now, Mr. Speaker. I don't see that in the policies and the programs and the initiatives that are coming forward in either Bill C-28 or in any other legislation that's being introduced in this House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will get questions at the end of this speech, and I do hope I do. It will give me an opportunity to expand on some of the points I raised, and I can tell you what's going on in the House. The Prime Minister issues talking points, and they're going to talk about 13 years, and I'm going to address that right here and now. I was part of that government, not the government, but I was a member of Parliament on that side of the House for the last 5 years of that government. And that government, Mr. Speaker, has a tremendous record. When they came to power, the annual deficit was $43 billion. We had a Conservative government in power for 9 years. Interest rates were 12%. Unemployment was at 11%. The debt to GDP ratio was at 73%. The World Bank, the World Monetary Bank, had an active file monitoring this country. We were basically under active engagement with that world organization. We were down to days, Mr. Speaker. This country was going to be broke. Now, I say the country was going to be broke, not the Prime Minister, Mr. Brian Mulroney. He wasn't going broke, according to the media reports and what I'm hearing in this House right now. It was the country. We've got to make that distinction before we go any further. It was not Brian Mulroney. And, Mr. Speaker, we did respond. We did respond to the needs of Canadians. We developed a lot of assistance for the cities and the towns and the communities. We had the gas tax agreement, the municipal rural infrastructure program, the strategic program, and other programs that assisted the cities, because there was in Canada a real imbalance developing between the cities, that level of government, and the other levels of government. There was dramatic increases in the amount of research monies going to post-secondary education, post-secondary institutions, but also other foundations. We developed a program of early childhood development. We increased substantially maternity benefits for families. We developed the child tax benefit, which I think, in my opinion, was probably one of the greatest social programs ever developed in this country. We increased the guaranteed income supplement. And I could go on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. But again, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify that this was a government that did have problems at the first. I realize that when we had a $43 billion deficit left over from the Mulroney years. There was tough decisions made. Yes, they made tough decisions. But again, we did respond, and we did respond to the needs of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, that'll answer any questions that members on the opposite side have. We also introduced $100 billion in tax cuts that again responded to the productivity agenda of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed in the direction of that the government is taking, and but again, it's disappointing to see this, and I invite questions from the other side. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very, very interested listening to my honourable colleague here speaking, when he was referring to, for example, some of the challenges faced by cities. I would point out that our government has provided record amounts of infrastructure funding for provinces and for cities. I would also point out that we have provided record increases in federal funding for post-secondary education, which he brought up. So very interesting in contrast, particularly to the Liberals who, as he was mentioning, cut $25 billion in transfer payments to the provinces. But they did have priorities. I would point out that they did find millions of dollars to run Liberal campaigns during that same time. So it was good to know that they at least had some priorities back then. Right now, apparently have a little bit of difficulty with priorities and decisions, as evidenced by their lack of ability to make decisions on which way to vote, for example, on important issues facing the country right now. I do have a couple of questions. First question, now that the honourable member, and I'd like to hear just a yes or no answer, now that the honourable member's had time to think about how he would vote on these this fall economic update, which way he would vote now, yes or no, now that he's actually had a little bit of time to think about making a decision. Secondly, his leader and several other key Liberal members have mused openly about raising the GST from 5% to 7%. And I'd be curious to hear, in again, a yes or no answer with no dancing around, what his feeling on this is. Is he in favor of raising the GST from 5% to 7%?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
He could have just asked me over here, Mr. Speaker. He didn't have to get up on his feet. Mr. Speaker, first of all, a couple of points on that. On the infrastructure, and I do want to point out that the package announced by the Conservative government is a regifting. What they've done is they've taken all the Liberal programs and they put them in a package. They've added a little bit of money, but the original programs were over 3 years. What they've done, they've extended this over 7 years. What it is, it's regifting, but it's regifting in a much smaller box with a bigger bow. But
and more money.
But if there's probably people in this chamber that might be fooled. But you go back to your riding this weekend, talk to your mayor, talk to your city council, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that they're not fooled. They have to stand for re-election, so they know exactly what they're being presented with. They know exactly that there's a $123 billion infrastructure deficit in this country, and they know exactly that this government is not responding to it. And I just repeat the 3 comments that Minister Flaherty told them. He said, we're not in the pothole business. Stop your whining and go home.
Would you raise the GST then?
And, Mr. Speaker, the second issue, voting, we're going to decide when, at what time the Canadian people want an election. We're certainly talking to Canadian people, and we will let the honourable member know in the fullness of time. And, Mr. Speaker, the last point on the GST, there's no indication, absolutely no indication from our party that we would be raising the GST. Let me make that absolutely clear.
Thank you. Yeah. Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to have this opportunity to participate in the debate. I'm a little surprised, though, that the member is disappointed in these financial statements. Certainly, his lack of a vote would have led me to believe that he wasn't so disappointed with where the government was going on this measure. But I also can't find it a little strange that he's disappointed in the corporate tax cuts that the Conservatives have proposed, since his own leader proposed exactly the same tax cut. In fact, a lot of people think that the challenge from the Leader of the Opposition led the government to the lengths that they went in this budget, to go even lower in terms of the corporate tax rate, and that he, in fact, gave them permission to do so. So I'm really concerned about the gutting of the fiscal capacity of the government by these massive corporate giveaways to big oil, to the big banks, and to the wealthy in Canada. And they're really undermining our ability to address program needs like the ones he talked about, like students, like the need for post-secondary education, like the infrastructure needs that are very serious all across the country, and like the agriculture programs that he seems so concerned about. Mr. Speaker, I'm also concerned about the financial planning that this government is doing that eliminates the surplus from any reasonable consideration of the needs of Canadian society. It's always a big surprise, and it's always automatically turned right over to the debt. Now, we agree, money should go to pay down the debt, but not all of the surplus should go to that, and it should be involved in the financial planning process in this place and in government. Now, it seems the Conservatives have adopted the same policy with regard to that as the Liberals did. So, Mr. Speaker, why could this member be so disappointed in economic statements that follow the exact same planning path that the Liberals adopted and adopt their own policies?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may not have made myself absolutely clear, but on the corporate tax cuts, I'm not disappointed. In fact, I congratulate the government. I think they are very much part of the productivity agenda, and I think they're good. That's what I said in my opening remarks, and I thought that was clear. They're not a major part of the overall tax cut package. The most significant part is the cut in the GST, and I've explained that point in my remarks, that is inflationary. It's the wrong way to go. It certainly is much more beneficial to higher income Canadians versus lower income Canadians. But again, I did indicate that in my remarks. But under the capacity of the federal government, I agree with the member. I agree with his comments. I agree with what he said. People from across Canada are looking. They're looking to the federal government to respond to some of their concerns out there in the sectors, whether it's the manufacturing sector, the agriculture sector, the students, the farmers, whatever you have it. There is certain sectors in Canada right now that are suffering, and it's incumbent upon the federal government to at least look at them, at least talk to them, and if there is a legitimate case, respond to their concerns. On that very point, again, this is something that will be debated in the House, but the announcement by the Prime Minister that he intends to introduce legislation to constrain the federal spending power, which governments of successive political stripes use to develop Medicare, Canada Pension Plan, that's going to be gone if that legislation passed, and that's going to be very regrettable. My only comment to people watch this, what would Sir John A. Macdonald think, what would Lester Pearson, or what would Tommy Douglas think if we were going to do that?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bakerville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was beginning to wonder about your eyesight, but no, I'm just kidding you. The Honourable Member, I've always had a great deal of respect for him, and his comments are interesting, but he did provide a lot of revisionist history today that simply isn't accurate. And he, for example, he talks about our $160 billion in tax reduction and criticizes it in so many different ways. Talks about $100 billion that his government, he claims, had put in place, but he forgets to talk about the fact that they increased taxes in other areas, and the net tax reduction was very minimal indeed. But what I want to talk about today, and what I want to ask the member about today, is his comments on the agriculture, the hog and the beef sectors and agriculture being hard hit by so many things going wrong at once are completely accurate. And our government, of course, fully recognizes that. With most of the members of Parliament from rural areas being in the Conservative Party, of course we understand that fully. And our Agriculture Minister and our party are doing everything we can to deal with what is an extremely difficult issue, not one that really can be effectively dealt with, quite frankly, to be completely honest about it, because the high dollar simply makes it far more difficult for our hog and beef producers to compete. And the dollar increasing so rapidly is the biggest part of the problem. That, along with increased input costs, Mr. Speaker. I see you indicating that my time is up. I would just like to acknowledge that the member is absolutely right on that issue, except when he says that our government's not doing anything about it, because, of course, we are doing more than any government in the past has.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member across for his comments. And I disagree with him that it cannot be dealt with. And I'm not going to suggest for a minute that I'm blaming the government for the rise in the Canadian dollar. We all know that that's basically outside the control of one government. But there is programs that should be looked at for the hog industry. It is a perfect storm. I've never seen it worse. I've seen commodities, I've seen sectors go through very difficult times, but this is probably the worst I've ever seen. And these people are walking away from their firms, they're losing their firms, and time is very much of the essence. And I ask and I plead with the government to provide assistance to this sector immediately.
Resuming debate, please do débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is an opportunity to discuss Bill C-28, which includes three important elements: implementation measures for budget, implementation for the economic statement or the mini-budget, and there are also aspects pertaining to the Atlantic Accord. This is an opportunity for the NDP to set the score, talk about the differences between the various political parties in the House of Commons. This is one observation that we can all make in the light of the most recent budget statement. The Conservative Party, now in power, simply doesn't have has a very ideological view of the economy, and it stops them from seeing that in a diversified economy such as Canada's, that we need to be able to rebalance things when certain sectors get out of balance. What sectors are doing well or not well? Well, oil is overheating in the West, and this has had a spin-off effect on the value of our dollar. The soaring dollar, in turn, makes exports very expensive. That affects the manufacturing sector in particular. the agricultural sector, as the member for Charlottetown has just mentioned. It would be, if the government had the courage to, if the Liberal Party had the courage to vote against the budget, well, we would be a little bit more supportive of them. And the third sector is the forestry. All of the sawmills that are closing their doors in Quebec and in the rest of Canada in the forestry sector. This is the direct result of our high loonie, our high dollar. It has, over the past 5 years, increased by 50%. Even though we have taken efforts to increase our productivity, we cannot fail to notice that in Quebec, in Montmagny, in La Beauce, there's closure after closure. In the Sherbrooke region, same thing. These are all plants that have been around for a long time. We were all very emotional when we saw the high-quality furniture sector close its doors, but it's one thing when a plant closes its doors. This is cold, this is material. But what we see are people who are very proud, who are very highly skilled, who no longer are able to make a living for their families. And what do we hear from our Minister of Finance when we talk about these realities? Well, he rises and he makes some statements and he says, we're reducing corporate taxes and that will be good news for productivity. But what our unfortunate Minister of Finance doesn't seem to understand, I say does not appear to understand, because obviously this is a man who's done some studies. It'd be difficult to understand that can't be aware of the impact of his situation. But let's look at a sawmill on the North Shore or in La Beauce. If this sawmill has not made any profits, well, the company is not going to be able to take advantage of the tax reductions because it hasn't paid any taxes, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is rhetorical, but what companies have made profits? Well, it's the oil companies in the West, and they're going to get the lion's share of the reductions. Who else has made a lot of profit? The banks. $18 billion in profits. Let's look at what is happening in these two sectors so that we can better understand the priorities of our Conservative government. In the oil sector, Mr. Speaker, Canada, and this is a fault of the Liberals, who did nothing when they were responsible for greenhouse gas reductions. They were in power when we saw the greatest increase of greenhouse gases, and that's a disgrace. That's a Liberal responsibility. But now the Conservatives are there. What have they done? Nothing. They are denouncing Kyoto. They have absolutely no intention of respecting the Kyoto obligations because their priority is the tar sands. The government does not intend to resolve the problem of greenhouse gases. And furthermore, they're giving bonuses for their poor environmental conduct. These companies are not making any efforts whatsoever in terms of sustainable development to reduce these greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Now let's take a look at the performance of our Minister of Finance with respect to banks. You know, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people have their paycheck deposited automatically into their account. It's an automatic thing. Why? Why do we have direct deposit? Well, is it to give a tip to the CEO of the bank so that they can have access to their own money? But our tireless Minister of Finance, hand in hand, to see the presidents of the banks, and he got absolutely nothing in return. At least he made an effort. On the other hand, at Halloween, he decided to give a little gift to them. He gave banks more corporate tax reductions. And this will do nothing for the automatic banking machine charges. So it's a total lack of vision, Mr. Speaker, because meanwhile, in the manufacturing sectors in Ontario and in Quebec, in the nucks of our industrial heartland since the Second World War, which it has a balanced economy. Yes, we do have a lot of natural resources. We have a manufacturing sector. Yes, we have a production sector, as we see in the West, and we have a service sector. But what we're doing, we're just scrapping our manufacturing sector on the altar of their extreme right ideology, which says that governments can do nothing with it to intervene in the economy. That's the very narrow-minded attitude that is currently undermining Canada. Next week, Mr. Speaker, we will have a parliamentary commissioner, Mr. Mark Carney. He's going to be replacing David Dodge, who unfortunately is still there like a lame duck, because we've already announced his replacement over a month ago, and ever since this announcement was made, we have seen the dollar go up and down as never before. There are a lot of companies that take advantage of that, Mr. Speaker. Companies like Goldman Sachs, where Mark Carney used to work. So next week, we are very eager to ask Mark Carney some questions on his past with Goldman Sachs, because many economies are now being led by Goldman Sachs. It'd be interesting to ask whether or not what Mark Carney's vision is. He is the one who said that there was an exodus of taxes with the income trusts. I would point out that my party never supported income trusts, but the result of this is very interesting to look at, because now some tax-paying companies no longer pay taxes because they've chosen to place their money elsewhere. Is that Mark Carney's vision? Is that the vision that he wants to impose if we make him responsible for the Bank of Canada, make him governor? So we have a lot of questions, a lot of interesting questions that we are very anxious to put to Mr. McCarthy during the parliamentary committee, and it's thanks to the it's thanks to the NDP that this Mr. Carney is appearing before our committee, because I am the one who moved a resolution that was adopted unanimously by the parliamentary committee.
This is an appropriate opportunity, the discussion around Bill C-28, to look at, analyze, and compare the different philosophies that exist in this House. Just as in the matter of greenhouse gas production, Canadians now realize that they have a choice amongst a government that refuses to act, a Liberal official opposition that never did anything when it could act, and the Bloc Québécois that will never be in a position to do anything because it can't act. The only real option right now on these issues is the New Democratic Party of Canada. And we're the ones who are leading the charge on these important issues, such as greenhouse gas production. When we look at the differences between our different parties, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing clearer than the fact that for ideological and dogmatic reasons, the Conservatives are completely destroying the manufacturing sector of our economy. They're sacrificing it on the altar of their dogma and their ideology. They simply don't believe that governments can play a role in the economy. They have this idealism that somehow there is a pristine free market that works out the best solutions. We have, geographically speaking, the second largest country in the world, populated by fewer than 35 million people. We have, especially since the Second World War, built a modern, solid, balanced economy. Our country's beginnings were in the resource sector, and it remains an important part of our economy. But we've also built hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure in manufacturing that is now being ruined by the Conservatives' inability to comprehend that the government can and should be acting on behalf of those sectors that are suffering from the sudden flight towards the top of our loonie. What's been driving that increase in the price, in the value of the Canadian dollar, Mr. Speaker? A very strong petroleum sector in the West that, of course, is producing greenhouse gases that the government refuses to understand is driving global warming. But that sector is also warming up the Canadian economy and destabilizing what was a relatively balanced economy. While that's happening, as the Canadian dollar increases, of course, it becomes more and more difficult for manufacturing and forestry firms to export their products because, of course, the Canadian dollar being worth more, those exports cost more for people in other countries to buy. So it's been having a serious negative effect on them. So instead of intervening in those sectors of the economy and trying to help maintain a balanced economy in Canada, they announce in the documents that are before us with great fanfare that they're providing across-the-board tax decreases for all businesses. What does that mean for a manufacturing company that made no profit last year? It means absolutely nothing because that company paid no taxes. What does it mean for a forestry firm that's teetering on the edge of bankruptcy and made no profit last year? It means absolutely nothing because they didn't pay any taxes. Well, who's getting the lion's share of these supposed tax decreases? Well, lo and behold, it's the energy sector out west because they're making huge profits. It's the banks that are also making huge profits. Now, anybody who looks at these things understands that a solid banking structure is indeed the backbone of a sound economy. But is it necessary to have strong banks in Canada to gouge the little guy? What about someone whose paycheck is deposited directly in the bank? Why should that person have to give a $3 tip to the bank president to have access to his own money? Our Minister of Finance went cap in hand last year to the banks and was sent packing. He got nothing except their contempt. Came back here to the House and said, well, at least I tried. He doesn't seem to understand that he's the Minister of Finance. The banks answer to him, not the other way around. But then again, he's a Conservative, so he can't understand that. He thinks that all these structures are there and that they're the boss, he's the underling. We in the NDP understand that the government can and should play a constructive role in helping manage a modern economy like Canada's economy. We know that if in Europe people had had the same approach as the Conservatives, we'd never have something like the train grand vitesse that now crisscrosses Europe at 300 kilometers an hour. It took vision, it took government involvement, it took the best brains, and it took long-term planning, something the Conservatives simply don't understand because they don't believe in it. They don't think that governments can play that sort of proactive role. That's why they're always coming up short on Kyoto. They're always embarrassing us internationally on climate change. Canada once had a proud reputation around the world as being an environmental leader. 12 years of inaction by the Liberals and now the embarrassment of the Conservatives, and we've lost a lot of that credibility. We can hardly look anyone in the eye internationally anymore on these environmental issues, Mr. Speaker, and it's a tragedy. Same thing for the profound change that's undergone in Canada's role as a peacekeeper. Once a proud country with a role that goes back 60 years, that the rest of the world has looked at and said, that's the country that we can count on to help build peace when the time comes. Look at what John de Chastelain did to build peace in Northern Ireland, and you see the archetype of what Canada can do when it's working at its best. What's the worst example? Our current involvement in a combat mission in southern Afghanistan that has nothing to do with us, nothing to do with our traditional role in the world as a peacekeeper and a peace builder. That's the Tory record. That's the tragedy of the current Tory government. But there is one saving grace in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that as they've decided to move forward and make it increasingly clear that that is their agenda, that is who they are. Well, as we say in French, le chat sort du sac.
The cat's out of the bag.
Clear, and more Canadians are seeing the Conservatives in their true face. They are great emulators of the George W. Bush White House. They are more comfortable with American foreign policy. They are, like the current American administration, tragically, blissfully unaware of future generations' right to have us think about the effect on them of the decisions we're taking today. That's the essence of sustainable development, Mr. Speaker. It's the obligation of every government in every action that it takes to weigh and to consider the effect on future generations. I love it when I see senior members of the Conservative government, including the Prime Minister himself, pose with young people, the future generation, during campaign ads. It would really be nice to see them actually do something for those future generations instead of just posing with them during their campaign ads, Mr. Speaker. One of the favorite things is to pose with kids skating. Well, pretty soon there's going to be no outdoor skating left in southern Canada for one good and simple reason: there's not going to be enough winter. Now, some people might not lament the fact that our temperatures are going to start to rise, but we have to realize that it's going to have a profound effect not only on our future, but on the future of the planet. That's why it's such a tragedy to listen to the bumbling, facile answers of our Minister of the Environment as he continues to embarrass us and goes off to Bali to spout the same ananisma that come out of his mouth every day here in the House of Commons. So on our side, Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party firmly believes that the government can and should be playing an active role in maintaining a stable and balanced economy, that we should be looking out for the interests of average Canadians in their daily lives. Modern families require a government that understands our obligation towards future generations and our obligations towards them on issues like daycare, on housing, on issues like overtaxation. We understand that the average family needs a break from government, but what we also believe firmly is that governments have to play a role in the modern economy. That's something that the Conservatives have completely let down. That's why the forestry, the agriculture and the manufacturing sectors are in such a dire crisis right now, and the fault for that rests squarely on the shoulders of the Conservatives, and they're going to be judged very severely for it at the next general election, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was paying attention to my colleague's debate. I wasn't actually going to rise to speak on this. Then towards the end of his speech there, he started talking about how our government is failing young Canadians. Well, the Speaker today, I believe, was elected at the age of 26. I was elected at the age of 24. I'm frankly quite proud of the record of the Conservative government when it comes to standing up for young Canadians. We are delivering for young Canadians. One thing that young Canadians are sick and tired of, quite frankly, are politicians that spend money that they don't have on promises they can't keep, driving young Canadians' future into the ground with high taxes due to high debt that we can't maintain. And the NDP is a political party throughout this country, federally and provincially. I didn't heckle when you spoke. You can offer me the same courtesy. The federal NDP and the provincial NDP, whenever they've been in government, have driven every single one of those provinces to high taxes, high debt, less opportunity. The NDP in British Columbia took British Columbia from the fastest growing have province in Canada to the worst economic record in all of North America in the province of British Columbia. That's the New Democrat Party record, Mr. Speaker. Our party in this government stands up for young Canadians. We pay down our debt so young Canadians aren't burdened by the failed promises of failed politicians. Our government is being responsible for families. We're being responsible by lowering taxes, and the New Democratic Party has an unbroken record of failure on economic policy in this country, in every province where it's been tried, especially in BC and in Ontario, and our government is not going to listen to a political party that has failed in every single election to get elected because the Canadian people have more common sense not to elect failed socialists to ruin the economy.
Well, I can only thank my Conservative colleague for proving my point. I mean, what shock-worn cliches, Mr. Speaker. What a pathetic attempt coming from someone who's a member of the only federal party that doesn't have a youth wing because they scrapped their youth wing last year. The other thing that's not true in what was just said, Mr. Speaker, is this, that there's ever been anything other than balanced budgets, with one exception that I'll deal with in a second. Look at the fact that in Manitoba right now, we are in our third consecutive majority NDP government, consistent balanced budgets from day one, an admirable record of competent, first-class public administration serving the public interest. We just finished, there's a new group that came in, 5 consecutive mandates in Saskatchewan. 5 consecutive mandates with nothing but balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts about the NDP. Good, competent public administration with a heart. And yes, indeed, we wear our heart in the right place on the left. But I can only tell you this, Mr. Speaker. I said I was going to talk about the one exception. I will have to agree with my colleague on one thing. There was an unfortunate exception, and it was in Ontario under Bob Rae. But look where Bob Rae is now, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the parts of the spectrum that the NDP has always etched out and defended was the reinvestment in human capital, people who come into this country and looking to take part in the economy, those Aboriginal people who have fallen outside economic opportunities, people who require literacy programs, skills upgrading programs, Mr. Speaker, apprenticeship programs, whether they're employer-initiated or labour partnerships. And Mr. Speaker, the one thing that the member, and I may be wrong in my history, but I think the previous Liberal government, with the support of the NDP, had $3.5 billion in such programs that invested in people. Out of those investments were partnership programs with the provinces under labour market agreements. And, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear the member talk about that part at all, and I wonder if you'd like the opportunity to address what I think is extremely part of that productivity equation, and that is investing in people so that they can become full partners in the economy, which in many sectors is threatened, but there are opportunities. I wonder if the member would like to comment on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Outremont.
I'm very pleased, but somewhat surprised that a Liberal member of this House would be affording me that opportunity, because it gives me the occasion to remind people that under, I was going to use his name, even though he's never here, I believe he's still a member of this House, so I'm not allowed to use his name. I believe he's still the member for La Salle-Aymar, and he was for a very brief period the Prime Minister of Canada. And during that time, indeed, the New Democratic Party held the Liberals' feet to the fire, and it managed to force them, instead of giving a $4.5 billion tax break to their corporate buddies, we actually managed to take that money and spread it out amongst three main categories of public spending. One was for post-secondary education, and it was a shot in the arm that was well needed and well deserved by that sector that had been suffering a great deal in recent years because of a lot of inaction and lack of attention on the part of successive governments. Another very important area that got attention with the NDP budget was a similar amount of $1.5 billion for public transit. And I know that the member who just spoke has a long and a respected history as a senior manager in the field of public transit, so that's another area that I'm sure he knows about. And the final $1.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, of course, went to public housing. It's interesting also to note, Monsieur le Président, que dans des sujets
in subjects like mass transit, like post-secondary education, like housing, over the years we've found ways to reach an agreement with most of the provinces. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for Outremont on his election. And I will certainly take this opportunity because it's his first speech in the House on a very important topic. The Liberal member asked him a question with respect to the investment in human resources. It's a concern that the Bloc and the NDP are very much involved with. I'd like to know my colleague's opinion with respect to the position that was taken yesterday with respect to Bill C-256, a bill which would provide for an independent EI fund, because in actual fact it is those who contribute, the employers and the employees, who should be managing the fund and using it for their purposes. 150 billion has accumulated in that fund, and I think the time has come to stop taking money out of the fund and using it for other purposes. It was intended for employment insurance. The Liberals voted against that bill. I would like to know the opinion of my colleague with respect to it. The member for Outremont. I'd like to say that the NDP is in support of this initiative, and I can say my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst, has worked very hard over the years in the whole issue of employment insurance. He's been a leader in it. He's throughout Canada. He has the greatest respect for those people who might have to rely on EI. He knows their reality. Yes, indeed, there are surpluses now that are being used for other purposes. It's unacceptable, and a dedicated fund should be part of the answer. But I think I have to say that they are speaking about out of both sides of their mouth. There was a Liberal member from New Brunswick who got up in question period and really posed a vibrant question, really tough questioning. But that night, when it was time to stand up and support or not a tangible measure that would really help people, the NDP were there, the Bloc were there, but the Liberals, what did they do? They spoke in favor of it and they voted against it. That is what they do.
Time for a very, very brief question or comment, if it's kept very, very short. The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, in June 2005, the Prime Minister, or at the time opposition leader, wrote a letter to a widow of a veteran saying that immediately we would extend VIP services to all widows and all veterans immediately. This budget does not address that.
I'm not sure that the question on veterans issues is related to the bill that's before the House. We'll have to move on to the next speaker because the time for questions and comments has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise on this bill. I'm only disappointed I didn't get a chance to reply to my colleague from Outremont, but I guess we'll have to save that for another day. I think, the basic, I might mention a few words about him, however. And I think his basic problem is that he's new to the NDP. Until recently, he was a Liberal. And I don't think he really quite understands the party into which he has entered. Because it's irrelevant when the NDP refers to the achievements of provincial New Democratic governments, because those governments have to meet a payroll. And I admire some of those governments for balancing their budgets over history in Saskatchewan and elsewhere. But that has no connection to the federal NDP party, which has never been a government, never will be a government, and whose basic problem is they may have a heart. They know how to redistribute income, but they don't have a brain. And you have to have a heart and a brain. Redistribution of income is a good thing, and we Liberals believe in that. But you also have to have a brain to create wealth, to grow income, because if you don't grow the pie, you won't have much to distribute. And the problem with the federal NDP is that while they can talk up a good show on sharing income, they have absolutely nothing to say and no credibility on growing income, creating the wealth with which to share. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that they are an unreconstructed, old Labour, antediluvian Labour Party, and they have not followed in the footsteps of progressive leaders like Tony Blair. Tony Blair should be a model for that party, because Tony Blair escaped from old Labour, which did not know how to grow a bigger economic pie, if I could quote one of my colleagues in an earlier life, and Tony Blair transformed that party. And if the member from Outremont had understood that, he would have tried to follow in the footsteps of not only Tony Blair, but also his Labour colleagues in Sweden, in Denmark, in Norway, because they have escaped from the antediluvian old Labour past in which this party is still mired, and they have moved forward, much in the manner of the Liberal Party. We are very close to Tony Blair, and have learned how to not only have a heart, that is to say, redistribute, but also have a brain, that is to say, to grow wealth. So that's the difference between Liberals and Conservatives and NDP. The NDP, maybe it has a heart, but it has no brain. Conservatives definitely have no heart. I wonder whether they have a brain. Perhaps they do, more than the NDP. But if Canadians want a party with a brain and a heart, then they have one natural destination, and that is the Liberal Party of Canada. And now, Mr. Speaker, let me come more specifically to the question of the budget. And the budget bill, we certainly are opposed to this for two reasons. First of all, because it is dishonest, and secondly, because it is incompetent. So let me deal with the dishonesty first. Certainly there's a huge broken promise on the Atlantic Accord, and on promises made to the province of Saskatchewan. I won't go into detail on that. My colleagues from those parts of the country have no doubt dealt with it. But there's a second gross dishonesty, Mr. Speaker, and that has to do with personal income, so-called tax cuts. Now, let me explain what the Conservatives did. In the previous budget, they took the tax rate from 15% to 15.5%, and they called that a tax cut, even though it went up. And then in the latest economic statement, which is a part of this bill before the House, they took it from 15.5 back to 15, and they called it a tax cut. And in that case, they were right. But how is it possible, this must be conservative arithmetic, to have two tax cuts and end up in the same place? Because we're at 15% now, which is where we were under the Liberals, and the Conservatives had two tax cuts to take us back to where we were before they came into office. So obviously, the first one was a tax hike, not a tax cut, and Canadians should understand that all they've done is have their taxes raised in order to bring them back down again to where they were under the Liberal government. And so the Conservatives simply failed to come clean and acknowledge the truth, which all Canadians understand, that when you take the tax rate from 15 to 15.5%, that's called the tax increase. It's not called the tax cut. Let me now come to the question of competence or incompetence. I think Exhibit A for incompetence is this interest deductibility measure, which the Conservatives put into their budget. What they said was the Canadian companies would no longer be able to tax deduct the interest on money they borrowed in order to make foreign acquisitions. Well, the trouble with that, Mr. Speaker, is that every other major company allows such deductions. And so Canadian companies in this highly competitive world were forced to compete with one hand tied behind their back. And this had a huge negative effect on the competitiveness of our companies, and it made them much more vulnerable to foreign takeovers. And a well-known tax expert, Alan Launchier, characterized this move as the worst tax move to come out of Ottawa in 35 years. And it was clear that the finance minister had no idea what he was doing, as in so many cases, he was totally out of his depth. So the whole weight of Canadian industry came crashing down on him. We in the Liberal Party denounced this move and told him to remove it from the budget. And in the end, he did. He retreated. He ripped it out of the budget. He ripped out this interest deductibility provision, thereby acknowledging he was incompetent, thereby acknowledging he didn't know what he was doing, thereby acknowledging that he was out of his depth. Of course, he tried to hide that, but it was there for all to see. But then it comes back in another form. Not quite so damaging, but equally stupid. It comes back in the form where he says double dipping won't be allowed. But we had 7 or 8 experts in front of the Finance Committee who were unanimous in saying that the issue is not double dipping, the issue is something called debt dumping. So again, even though he ripped out the first version, which was a good thing, and he acknowledged he didn't know what he was doing, he came back with something even dumber, and that is the thing that is in this bill. So that's the first charge of incompetence, Mr. Speaker. The second charge of incompetence, at least at the level of economics, if not at the level of politics, is he took $12 billion per year of government revenue, of fiscal space, to devote to a lower GST. That is a huge amount of money. Economists, commentators, even conservative economists, OECD, IMF, it doesn't matter who you ask, are unanimous that the last thing Canada needs is lower consumption taxes. What we need is lower income taxes, which give people the ability to save those things, to invest them, to give them to their children or their parents, and not just a tax cut that they only get as and when they consume. We have an aging population. We have a need for more saving, not a need for more consuming. And so this was an extremely costly and unfortunate move by this government. And the third element with which we certainly disagree is that we have always been the party of broad-based tax cuts. We had a $100 billion income tax cut in the 2000 budget, some of the members in the chamber may recall. And the thing about an income tax that's broad-based is it goes to every Canadian. And every Canadian can do what they want with that money, depending on their circumstances. They can consume it, they can save it, they can give it to their aging parents or their young children or whatever they want to do with it, as opposed to a GST cut where they get nothing unless they consume. But the other advantage of a broad-based income tax cut that goes to everybody is it's more fair and it leaves families to decide how to spend their money. Whereas this social engineering conservative government prefers to just give narrowly targeted tax credits, targeted to electoral groups which they believe might vote conservative. And so we have special tax credits for young hockey players, but we have nothing at all for young violin players. Why is it incumbent on the government, unless it is a social engineering government, to arbitrate between hockey playing and violin playing or piano playing? Isn't that best left in the hands of the families? That would certainly be our approach. But this government doesn't let those decisions be left to families. In a social engineering fashion, they say hockey players deserve a break, piano players don't. This is the edict of the government. And I think that is inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. It is up to the families to decide how to allocate their funds in this way and not up to the government. And the last point I would like to mention is a huge missed opportunity. And I am referring to the Canadian dollar in the stratosphere, around par, or it has been over par, and the fact that the layoffs we've seen so far as a consequence of that high dollar, particularly in forestry and in the auto sector, those layoffs are just the tip of the iceberg if the dollar rate stays high, which most economists believe that it will. So we can look forward a year and we will see that there will be far more layoffs. The layoffs we've seen are just the beginning in manufacturing, in tourism, in forestry, and other sectors that are exchange rate sensitive, unless something is done about it. And this government had the opportunity in its economic statement, in its last budget, in its previous budget, to do something. And it hasn't done anything. It is true, it's cut the corporate tax rate. And we agree with that. And if the NDP was a Tony Blair-type new Labour instead of an antediluvian old Labour, if the NDP was in agreement with their Swedish and British colleagues, they'd agree too. Because that's a good move. That's central to competitiveness. It's central to attracting capital and investment into this country as opposed to elsewhere. So that's good. But the government doesn't seem to understand that it's not enough. The corporate tax cut only takes effect sometime down the road, and it doesn't deal with the immediate crisis facing forestry, manufacturing, and other industries. The forestry industry, much of it is on life support today. And this government does nothing except cancel our $600 million plan, which would have invested in that industry to help workers adjust and to help modernize the industry. They scrapped that. They do nothing for the auto sector, except put not a penny into it. We'd put $300 million, they put nothing. And they're foolish. This is another example of incompetence. The stupid fee-bait program, which the whole industry has dumped on. It takes a lot, you know. It's very difficult to give a subsidy to an industry and have the whole industry criticize you for it. Normally, if you give industry money, they thank you. But the whole industry is up in arms against this ill-considered government fee bait, which benefits largely just one make of car, which is imported. So they've not put any money into the car industry. They have a hugely damaging, silly fee bait program, and they're pursuing free trade with South Korea, notwithstanding huge non-tariff barriers. So they're hurting the car industry. They're hurting the auto sector. They hurt the tourist industry by taking away the visitors' GST rebate. They're wounding industries that are already bleeding instead of taking positive moves to help them. So I think this budget, this economic statement, is a total failure. The one thing they did was the accelerated capital cost allowance, but they only allowed 2 years. The industry committee had unanimously said it had to be 5. The industry says unanimously it has to be 5. And this government wasn't listening or didn't understand. They made it 2, and that's totally inadequate. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, it's a dishonest budget because it breaks its promise on Atlantic Accord and promise to Saskatchewan. It has an ill-considered, totally dumb fee-bait program. And it has interest deductibility, which was so stupid they had to rip it out of the budget. But it's also incompetent on interest deductibility. It's incompetent on GST versus income tax, on boutique versus broad-based tax cuts. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, looking forward, it's missed a huge opportunity by taking all those vulnerable industries that are exchange rate sensitive, forestry, manufacturing, tourism, and instead of doing something positive to help them, this government kicks them when they're down, adds salt to the wounds when what is needed is a positive program to help jobs, to help the economy grow this year, next year, and in coming years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the honourable member from Markham Unionville in his talk. Pardon me for the hesitation there, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't just sure how to describe it. There were several things that certainly piqued my interest. The honourable member mentioned that it would be good to allow families to allocate their funds where they wish. Is that not what this government did in our child care program? But if I'm not mistaken, I think the Liberals voted against that. National daycare program was the only way to go as far as the Liberals were concerned. So that would certainly be one question. Maybe we misinterpreted why they voted against parents actually being able to decide how they have the choice, should have the choice to decide how they look after their children. There was much discussion by the honourable member about double dipping. And if I might quote the honourable member from Markham Unionville by saying, and I quote, "When the finance minister says that we should go after abuses by tax havens and double dipping, we agree. We welcome the finance minister to go after abuses like tax havens and double dipping." Unfortunately, I got the different message, unquote, Mr. Speaker. I got a different message today from that. I would just like my question to be, does the honourable member support his leader's position that they would raise the GST? If they...
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, child care and early childhood learning are a fundamental need for Canadians, that fundamental social program which we believe in and which a large majority of Canadians believe in. I would remind the honourable member that no one is forced to use these facilities. I would remind the honourable member that we are not objecting to the transfer of cash to families. I would remind the honourable member that his government promised to create daycare spaces, and yet 0 have been created. 0, and they have failed in that commitment. And so he did not answer my fundamental point about social engineering and family choice, which is, why do you favor one kind of activity for young Canadians like hockey and give nothing at all for other kinds of activities like music or dance or things of that nature? That's where he deprives Canadians of choice, and that's where he puts that choice inappropriately into the hands of the government. And yes, of course, I believe that government should go after abuses. But as I have said many times, and perhaps more importantly, as 7 out of 7 witnesses before the Finance Committee said, the place that we should go after is not double dipping. That's a figment of the Finance Minister's imagination. It's something called debt dumping. Those two expressions the Finance Minister doesn't seem to know the difference between, but all of the experts, to a person, told us at the Finance Committee The abuse is to be found in debt dumping, not double dipping, and yet this minister goes after double dipping.
Let's try to keep questions and comments closer to about a minute each so we can accommodate more members. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And nerve to come into this chamber and be a Liberal and cast all his aspirations on the budget and claim, that they've got all the solutions and they're willing to do them, but they won't vote to stop what's happening. So if you're an auto manufacturer out of a job right now, if you're someone getting hurt in the tourism sector out of a job right now, if you are someone that can't get the proper child care right now, none of that matters because this member and his party refuses to vote in this chamber. And, Mr. Speaker, what's really interesting about this situation is before you even started to debate the issue, the Liberal Party ran up the white flag and didn't even negotiate some changes to this budget, which has been done historically before. You actually do that. So what they did is they rolled over on behalf of themselves and against the issues that they say that they were going to support. So, for example, South Korea, they finally come forward and support, analyzing and really looking at the South Korea trade deal, something their former member who crossed over the Liberals right now is bringing forward, but at the same time, they're not willing to stand up here today. So I'd ask the member directly to this. Why will you not vote? If you really believe you have the solution for automotive and all those different things that you're claiming, why do you not vote?
Order.
Well, I will turn the question around.
Order. I just want to remind the Honourable Member for Windsor West, direct comments to the Chair. I, of course, won't be claiming anything. I'll let the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville answer the question.
All right. The more interesting question is not why we did not vote, but why the NDP did vote to bring down the Liberal government in 2005. Because do you know what that did, Mr. Speaker? As a consequence of that vote, we don't have child care. As a consequence of that vote causing the election, we don't have Kelowna. So the NDP doesn't even have a heart. We know they have no brain. If they'd had a heart, they would have voted for not to get rid of child care, not to go down with Kelowna, not to go down with Kyoto. So those failures are the responsibility of the NDP because of that misguided vote that they took in 2005.
Order. The Honourable Member asked a question and then seemed to try to help the Honourable Member to answer the question. So I think if Honourable Members have a question to ask, they should let the Member for Markham Unionville answer the question, not provide him help along the way. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Liberal member speaking before his light's on. So I want to comment on his comment about the member from Outremont, and I would point out that if you have a brain, it's only good if you actually use it when it's time to vote in this place. So it does no good to have a brain if you're not going to actually stand up and actually use it and make a decision. What I'm really curious about is the leader of your party, the leader of the member's party, has publicly stated his intention, or at least a direction, that he would like to raise the GST from 5% to 7%. In fact, another member went on television and reasserted the same thing. And I don't want to see any dancing around like previous Liberal members have done. I just like a yes or no answer. Does that member support the stated Liberal intention to raise the GST from 5% to 7%?
Well, it can be very simple. There is no such stated intention, so there is nothing with which I can agree. Our leader has never said that he would take the GST from 5% to 7%. So the premise is incorrect, and so there is no question to answer.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
I wanted to ask the Honourable Member about the raising of the GST, or actually about the GST in itself. He stated that most economists don't agree with that. However, I wonder what his reply would be, perhaps, to the service industry, the Canadian restaurant and food services, that tell us they employ about 1 million employees. 4% of the GDP is contributed by restaurants, and what the detrimental effect GST has had on their economy. And in a riding like Chatham-Kent, Essex, with 110,000 people, if you do the math, where it would distribute another $12 million within our riding, if that doesn't make an effect on our economy. And if that isn't a good thing, and if we're not moving in the right direction by reducing taxes and giving more money to especially those people that the NDP rightfully point out are the ones in the groups that need it most.
Good point. Good point.
Member for Markham Unionville.
It's not a matter, Mr. Speaker, of whether we lower taxes or not. It's a matter of which taxes we lower. And we are the party that has lowered personal income tax by $100 billion in the 2000 budget. So our point is not that Canadians should not pay lower taxes. Our point is that it is far, far better if you have, let's say you have $1 billion to spend, or $10 billion or whatever. It is far, far better to put those billions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians through an income tax, and they can decide themselves how to spend it, rather than to put that same amount of money into the pockets of Canadians through a GST cut. The economists all agree, because economists say that personal saving is good for the country and investment. That's how we grow a bigger pie. And I believe Canadians prefer it too. I believe the average Canadian would far rather see a fatter paycheck through an income tax cut than a penny or two off the price of a cup of coffee. So let's get our debate straight. It's not about cut tax or not cut tax. It's about, if you have a certain amount of money to spend on cutting taxes, should you cut the GST or should you cut personal income tax? And what I'm saying is you cut the personal income tax.
Resuming debate, les prises du débat. L'honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
The honourable member from Chambly-Bourdois.
Before resuming debate, avant de reprise du débat.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member for Don Valley East, the environment.
Honourable member for Chambly-Bourdois.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before my distinguished Liberal colleague leaves the House, I'd like to say, to begin with, that in the statement made on October 30th last, we sometimes hear the Conservatives say that what is the opposition for? It is only good for raising reproach and so on. And the Liberals were saying the same thing when they were in power, Mr. Speaker. But they must realize today that it takes some courage to be in the opposition. And it takes courage to be able to vote. And sometimes votes are very important. And a vote on the budget is very important, and they did not have the courage to stand up. So it shows that the parties in power should be very careful regarding the way they consider the role of the opposition, which is a determining role in the democracy. Regarding this bill on the implementation of a part of the budget in March and the economic statement, the bloc will be voting against, and we will stand up and vote against it, Mr. Speaker, because it does not answer to the 5 conditions that the bloc had set forth as priorities. And it shows once again the prejudice that Conservatives show in favor of the petroleum industry. And even if they have measures that they say apply to the entire business and manufacturing sector, we see that the only real winners there are the people in the oil industry, more than 520 million for the oil industry in tax reductions, whereas the manufacturing sector and the forestry sector is not getting any help, although they are really the ones who need it right now. Other groups have been left aside in our society, such as seniors, where the GIS has not been recognized again, no retroactivity on the GIS, no help for elderly workers, and seniors are once again getting shafted in this economic statement. And we know that large sums of money are due to these people, especially the poorest among them, such as the GIS, which is based on the eligibility according to one's low income. It's also a bill that favors, together with the agreement with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, which is unfavorable toward Quebec regarding transfers and equalization payments. The environment issue, Mr. Speaker, has already been set aside by the government in its concerns. So let's go through these concerns one by one, Mr. Speaker. Let's start with employment insurance. When we speak in this House of helping the manufacturing sector, it also means helping workers and taking measures to help workers. The preceding Liberal speaker said that the NDP had a heart but no brain. And there is genius here, but what's the use of genius if there is no heart, Mr. Speaker? And there is no heart in this statement. There might be a certain amount of genius in the philosophy or the doctrine, but when such a philosophy or doctrine has no accompanying compassion or humanitarian concern, which is actually our true role, our vocation, we do represent human beings after all, Mr. Speaker.
So the situation is very worrisome. We all know this, but the previous government, even when the current government was in the opposition, both governments have kept the unemployed under their thumbs. We continue, Mr. Speaker, putting our hands into the EI fund and using the money for other purposes, more than $50 billion in surpluses. And we have even deprived, some people have lost their job, of their benefits. We have made it more difficult to be eligible for EI, and therefore we reduced the majority of people who were entitled to get EI. So only, I said the unemployed, but that's not quite the right term, because when we talk about individuals, we realize that only 32% of women are eligible for EI benefits after losing their job. So that's quite scandalous, quite dramatic in a country that is prepared to fight in another country in order to give women rights, and yet they deprive women of rights here. Only 17% of young working people wind up getting EI benefits. So we have to wonder, well, where did the surpluses go? It's not complicated. If everybody, including the workers who had lost their jobs, had been entitled to benefits, the surplus simply wouldn't have existed. But the rule, the established rule, which prevented people from getting their EI benefits because they got too much the previous time, or they played footloose and fancy-free with the rules. Well, that was 12%. But what about all the other EI? What about all the other unemployed that should have got benefits? Less than half who received them, and that's why we've got such a surplus. The Bloc Québécois has tabled for each parliamentary session bills, this time as well. We tabled a bill which will help us give better eligibility conditions to receive EI benefits. We talk about the 45 weeks. You have to work 45 weeks as a maximum in order to be covered by EI. We have a eligibility threshold of 60 hours. 55. Therefore, 60% of the working population would have access to benefits. So that would cost about $1.4 billion with the current unemployment rate. So, Mr. Speaker, it's less money than what is found in the EI fund. Why doesn't the government vote with us with respect to Bill C-269? It will be debated tomorrow for the second time. We asked the government to give royal recommendation because the Speaker ruled that this was necessary. The NDP also asked for royal recommendation. We are still waiting to hear from the Liberals, and we want the government to comply with the request. Why? So that finally the House of Commons can democratically give its opinion with respect to the reform of the EI system. Mr. Speaker, up until now, this is not what's been forthcoming. When we deprive the unemployed of their benefits, we are simply penalizing not only the person concerned, but the whole family. We're hurting the regional economy, which is not getting this injection of money, and the province as well is hurt. So, Mr. Speaker, in each of our writings, year after year, $30 million is not being injected into the regional economy because we are preventing people from being eligible for their EI benefits. I call that an economic crime. And we are here in the House of Commons are the accomplices of this economic crime when we do not vote in favor of a bill like ours. So once again, I would ask our friends, our Liberal friends who are in the official opposition, I would ask them to join with us and ask the Canadian Prime Minister to give the royal recommendation to this bill so that during the second hour of third reading, we can vote on this bill. On this bill, Mr. Speaker. If not, Mr. Speaker, this would be showing a lack of courage. This would show cowardice that the Liberal Party once again doesn't want to help the unemployed. Sitting down and not voting is a sign of cowardice. Mr. Speaker, the second bill, which is tied to EI, and I would like to salute my friends in the NDP who have always been very consistent and supported us with respect to the analysis that has to be made of the most precarious people, despite the flourishing economy that now exists. All of the other sectors are suffering, with the exception of the oil and gas sector, and we have always tried to defend these workers who have lost their jobs. So with Bill C-257, which calls for the establishment of an independent EI account so that we'll put an end once and for all to any diversion of funds, and so that workers and employers will be able to manage the fund, and the commission will be comprised majority with the majority of these people. Employers and employees will be represented equally on this commission. This account will get back the money that has been diverted. And everything I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just talking about my imagination. This is the result of work done by the Human Resources and Social Development Committee. The EI Fund solution, well, this was recommended unanimously by the members who sat on this committee. That included representatives from the Liberal Party, Conservative Party, the NDP, and the Bloc. We were unanimous. Yesterday, we had a vote on second reading with respect to this bill in the committee. And to our great surprise, and we were quite taken aback, we couldn't understand why the Liberal Party would vote against such a measure when they in fact were supporting us. Why did they dismiss us? Was it for the same reason why they refrained from voting on the budget? Is it because of cowardice, Mr. Speaker? It's very annoying. I spoke to representatives of and the union locals yesterday, the FTQ, the CSN, these groups that represent the unions, and they're all very upset with the behavior of the Liberals. They simply don't understand. If they want something, why don't they vote with us? Unanimously. The FTQ covers 4,000 people, and it voted in favor of giving royal recommendation to Bill 269. Mr. Speaker, there's something that's going on here that simply does not make sense, and it's illegitimate, I would even say. And I would say that the voting does not represent the majority of citizens in this country. And of course, the votes don't represent Quebec. I would now like to discuss another concern, social housing. Well, what's been done for social housing? The Liberal Party had completely put a halt to subsidizing social housing. What we call, in the federal government, we call it affordable housing. We call it social housing in Quebec. So there were two programs. There was a provincial program. They contributed. The federal government pooled their money as well. Municipalities kicked in money as well in order to develop affordable housing. Some from 1992 to 2001, 2002. No more money going into the pot. The established standard to ensure that we have enough affordable housing in order to house our low-income families, well, we have to ensure that we have a vacancy rate of 3%. Many cities don't even have that. In my riding, which includes 12 municipalities, 10 are below this threshold and 5 are under 1%. And in one particular town, vacancy rate of 0. So what happens when this occurs? The rents rise, and low-income people are forced out. So they go to the city, and they end up living in shacks because they can only afford to live in the slums. So when you have 17% of the population with low incomes, well, they have to spend 80% of their income on housing. That doesn't make sense. That means that they only have 20% left in order to buy clothing and food and live. That is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, in our current society here in Canada, where we say that the economy is flourishing. It is totally unacceptable to put low-income people in such a situation. What do we need to do to restore the standard that we set back in the 80s? Well, we have to use at least 1% of our national budget for social housing. That's what we were asking for. That's what we're asking for, Mr. Speaker, so that we can get building back on track so we can build affordable housing for low-income individuals. The fourth point I'd like to discuss is how we treat our seniors. It is inconceivable that when we look at the economic update and the spring budget, that nothing has been set aside to help to remedy this injustice, this monumental injustice that has been done to seniors. More than $3 billion is owed to them in terms of retroactive payments. These are people who have very small incomes, and they were entitled to the GIS. They weren't informed that they were entitled to this GIS, and God knows how much these people who are very isolated, who don't all necessarily have a good communications network, God knows how much they needed this money. And here I'm referring to the seniors, the senior Aboriginal peoples, and they were deprived of their GIS benefits for years. And what answer do we get? A technical answer, evasive answers. The government, when it was the Liberals in power, played that game. The current government is doing the same thing. Mr. Speaker, there's a politician in Quebec who said that what society is judged by the way it treats its elderly and the vulnerable. I can tell you that history will show that the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party are going to be judged very severely because they have perpetrated not only an economic crime against the seniors, but they have been totally unjust with respect to these people. These people aren't asking for very much. They're asking for their entitlement. If I understand correctly, I have 1 minute remaining, so I will conclude. In summary, Mr. Speaker, in the bloc, we will be voting against this bill to implement the spring budget and the fall economic statement, because it's unworthy for a so-called prosperous Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
On.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be as follows, but before that I would like to say thank you.
We need lots of support that sometimes goes unthanked, and I think we should not forget and get it on the record of the tremendous job that the translators are doing back in their hidden in their little houses with no thanks, and of course the table clerks here and the pages and the speaker. And without these people working hard every day and not getting the profile that we do, the House wouldn't run so smoothly, and I think they all do a very professional and excellent job for us. My question is about Darfur and the lack of action in its. As you know, when this is what's been called the world's greatest crisis, humanitarian crisis, the moment started, Canada was in the lead, providing foreign aid and support for the African Union. And it looked till very recently that things were going well, with the UN motion passed that the troops could go in and a peace process in Libya. But then, a week or two ago, it all started to fall apart. The peace process wasn't working, and no one was providing the troops and support that have been provided, that the authority had been given through the UN. And then yesterday in question period with the minister, and today with the parliamentary secretary, we got the astonishing answer that for the new solutions, the new mission, the new world effort towards Darfur, Canada was not adding anything new. They were not participating in that. And my constituents are terribly upset about Darfur, as I said, perhaps the world's greatest humanitarian crisis. And I'd like to know if the member thinks there should be more attention on that, and that we should not get a nil answer from the minister and the parliamentary secretary, but we should get an answer that says, yes, we're going to dig deeper and provide more support for the people in Darfur that are being killed and raped and murdered and sent exiled from their country.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, indeed, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the wonderful work done by the support staff here in the House. I think that all circumstances are good for pointing this out. With respect to Darfur, we're particularly concerned about this in Quebec. As for the other provinces, despite the fact that we hear from other provinces, I do have an opportunity to travel to other provinces, but I live in Quebec, and I know that there is a very strong concern that something should be done for Darfur, but it has to be a peaceful mission. These people are living in a conflict zone. There are war crimes, and we need to play a peacekeeping role. We're told this is not always easy because sometimes we have to fight. But today, the use of weapons, these weapons are not necessarily conventional. And it's in the honor of my colleague, it's quite to raise this concern with respect to Darfur. It's a shared concern, and it's a very complicated situation because the interests that are there, well, it's not simply domestic interests. There are also foreign interests, I believe, that creates a great deal of tension and creates a lot of internal tension. Questions and comments?
West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague a question with regards to manufacturing and the economy and to get his party's input on it. The Auto Parts Association has made a desperate call for assistance and funding because there's the heightened Canadian dollar, and especially the so rapidly has affected manufacturing base, not only just in terms of auto, but also the lumber industry as well too, and other types of manufacturing in Quebec and Ontario. Now, Mr. Speaker, there used to be a technology partnership program that was there for the auto industry and for aerospace. The aerospace one has been reinstituted, but yet we haven't seen the auto one reinstituted, and we're calling for that to be brought forth again. And I think especially with the appeal from the auto parts sector, which is thousands of jobs that are on the line today, exposed, we'd like to see that happen. But I'd also like to hear from my colleague. Hopefully they'll support that call. But also, too, is that I know that they've been strong advocates on industry committee with myself and a series of other members pushing for an industrial strategy around supporting the manufacturing base in general. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about their particular plans. I know that for ourselves, we've been calling for a 5-year capital cost reduction allowance that was proposed with a possible 5-year extension as an example. But once again, will they support the call to support the parts manufacturers and their current problem with the rising dollar, and also other measures, what would they suggest that would protect manufacturing jobs in Quebec, Ontario, and the rest of Canada?
In theory. The
Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. In a debate like today's, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that this is a key question. As far as we are concerned, it would seem that countries are going to concentrate their efforts on heading towards a single industry. This is, to my mind, a very dangerous strategy. For example, if the oil sector were to crumble, there would be no other sector there to shore up the economy. Let me give you an example. When you, in 2 years, you put about $50 billion in an industry like the defense industry in terms of armaments and weaponry. Well, on the oil side, and I won't come back to the figures again, but in terms of tax cuts, you've got some $620 million in tax cuts. So let me say this. My colleague is quite right. There has to be a fair balance. When you look at the Canadian economy, you have to look at it in terms of all of its component parts, whether they are the component parts that are in the manufacturing sector, the forestry sector, or the tourism sector, or any other one, to see that there is strategic intervention as well as investment. For example, in the instance of the automobile industry, you have to also take into account the aeronautics. You have to have very targeted intervention in the most difficult moments. And I have to say these sectors are going through very hard times at the present time. It's not when they're making a lot of money that you say, okay, we're going to give you a tax deduction. Yeah, but that's what they're doing with big oil right now. What they need is an injection of new money in a structure that will allow them to develop and be supported. Questions and comments?
Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask the member, first of all, Mr. Lavoie from the Laurentian Bank of Canada stated that Quebec added 70,000 jobs this year, which accounts for more than 1/3 of the country's total employment gains this year. So I wonder if Quebecers would like to hear something a little more optimistic out of from the Bloc, because it doesn't paint a very pretty picture when he never recognizes that there are some really good things happening in Quebec. And because of some of the challenges facing the older workers and the vulnerable communities, I wonder if he'll recognize the targeted initiative for older workers that this government put in place, and that 11 of the projects, that we have a total investment of $70 million in this particular targeted initiative for older workers, that 11 of those projects worth $27 million have been announced in Quebec. So, we are concerned. We've showed our empathy, and I'm wondering why he doesn't ever recognize some of the important things that they are doing. I want to know if he could help us in one area. We also, through Human Resources, Social Development, have sector councils. I think they have to recognize the sector councils will be a very big help in helping the transition from the forestry workers into mining, which I'm sure that he could help us help his people in Quebec.
A very brief reply from the Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Yes, we are doing that. We are trying to help them, Mr. Speaker. What my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, doesn't want to hear is that when you say that there are 110 new jobs, they don't say the number that were lost of those jobs that remain. Of those jobs that remain, you have low-salaried jobs in the majority. So you have people with no jobs. These are people with very little income or no income. Many jobs are created, but they are low-income jobs. So the people who need food banks, for example, right now, well, a lot of them are people who are already working, and how can it be then that somebody who has a job has to go to a food bank to make ends meet at the end of the month to be able to eat? So in Canada this year, Mr. Speaker, 880,000 people went every month to to be fed at a food bank. That's more than the population of Ottawa. The time has expired. I've given ample time to the Honourable Member to complete his remarks, but I'm very sorry to have to interrupt him. Resuming debate.
Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to engage in the debate this afternoon on the budget bill. Budget bills often include an awful lot of public policy, and this budget is no exception. We have a lot of territory to cover. Since I sit in opposition, I think you'll find my remarks are more opposition-oriented, not so much critical as skeptical, and demanding of more, but I think Canadian voters expect that when they send members to Parliament in opposition, they'll perform that role. And I'll try and be constructive as I go through my comments on the bill. The backdrop for the budget, and I can't imagine that in the whole history of this country there's been a better economic backdrop for a budget. The same is arguably true for recent for budgets under the previous Liberal government. We have a situation in Canada that has evolved over the last 10 or so years to one that is highly, highly good-looking. We have interest rates among the lowest that's been in 30 years. Unemployment is at its lowest levels in just about as long a period. I represent an area in the Greater Toronto Area, Scarborough, and in our Toronto area, those unemployment rates are getting right down there where finding replacements and replacement workers, etc., getting close to what they call structural full employment. But that's not a complaint. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that the state of the economy is such that, in general, across the country, Canadians are faring very well. Our gross domestic product, the measure of the strength and size of our economy, has now gone over the $1 trillion mark. We are now officially a $1 trillion G7 economy. That is big by any measure, and just managing that on a day-to-day basis is a huge task. We realize, of course, that the government doesn't manage the whole economy. It manages a piece of it and facilitates the rest, or it should be trying to facilitate the rest. The world marketplace is bidding up the value and price of Canadian commodities, such as we haven't seen for a long time. We know that from commodity to commodity there'll be good years and bad years, but it seems like all commodities around the world are being bid up in value, and Canada, as a big land, a very big place, has a lot of commodities. The big commodities. When I was a kid, I wouldn't have listed diamonds as one of our commodity assets. But son of a gun, Mr. Speaker, I find that the explorers, the prospectors, have found diamonds, and now we are mining diamonds in the north for the most part. So the bidding up of world commodities has placed Canada, its people, its currency, in a very favorable position. That won't always be the case. Of course, there will be some weak years, but with the burgeoning economies in China, South Asia, India, the buoyant, firm value of commodities is likely going to be around for a while, and I know that Canadians, particularly Canadians in communities outside the big cities where they actually gather the commodities together, they mine them, they hunt them, to those Canadians who work hard at that, that is a pleasing prospect. Fifthly, the federal budget has been in balance now for almost 10 years. It's been a long time in our history since that has happened. That's a very pleasing prospect. Canadians, of course, are the ones who enable that to happen. It did take a government a few years ago, a government that I was a part of, to actually bring things back in balance, and it was hard work at the time. And Mr. Speaker, I think if you listen to the debates here, you will still hear criticisms from the opposite side of the House about what they call liberal cuts to various budgets. Well, most of those liberal cuts were absolutely necessary to bring our government spending in line with what our revenues were, and by the year 1997, 1998, we had actually accomplished the task. So now for just about 10 years, we have had a balanced budget, actually a surplus, and those surpluses have served us well, and I hope our spending serves us well. I hope it has, but that's always an issue of debate here in the House. Our current account. The current account is how we measure the difference between all the money going out of the country, all the money coming into the country. The current account has been surplus now for a half a dozen years or so, 7 years. That, in terms of international measurements, is a very big deal. If the current account stays in surplus, on and on, our currency has got to, by definition, go up in value. Our balance of trade. This is just the difference between what we manufacture and ship out and what we manufacture and ship in, and what goes out and comes in terms of services. Our balance of trade has been in surplus for many years now, thanks to all the sectors of the economy that contribute to our economy. All of the workers who produce goods, all of the work of people that design them and ship them, the truck drivers, the trains, that trade initiative is in surplus. We ship out more than we import, and that surplus goes to our current account, and it keeps us well off. And we are a well-off country by any measure. And as a result of all of these things and other things, our currency now has strengthened, and it has strengthened to the point where a lot of our economy is having to adjust. Some of those adjustments are painful, and many of them are laid at the feet of workers and small businesses, medium-sized businesses across the country. And those adjustments, we're starting to see them now. But if one is outside the country watching, they would probably ask us what Canadians had to complain about. Needless to say, there are a few complaints out there. Now, sitting in opposition, we've reviewed the budget. The budget bill is a budget implementation bill. In opposition, our job is to provide a kind of an adversarial, critical role, and in doing that, we also have to accept that a budget implementation bill is going to have some good things. It can't, for heaven's sake, all be bad. If it was all bad, we'd probably see it on the front page of the newspaper every day. So this budget implementation bill implements a whole raft of technical, most of these are technical changes, but some of them are integral to policy changes brought about by the government. So in opposition, we like some of the things, we don't like some of the things. In the end, we have to find a balance. Now, normally, Mr. Speaker, in a budget implementation bill, you'd find the opposition just pro forma voting against the budget. It's something that opposition parties normally do. If there's a critical mass of things they don't like in a bill, they'll just vote against it. That's assuming that we have a majority government. In this case, in this Parliament, we do not. So the implications of voting, just because we don't like the look of the thing, voting no, are quite significant. It will actually end up in the dissolution of the Parliament if all of the opposition parties, or if a majority of members, were to defeat a budget bill. So there are some constraints as the opposition addresses this bill, and I hope Canadians will recognize that. I've certainly had to do that as a member of Parliament. Now, what are some of the measures in this bill that I might, or my constituents might or might not take to? Well, there's one that I know my constituents will relate to, and that is the public transit tax credit. This current budget is expanding the scope of it. The tax credit, of course, already existed. Most riders will accept that that's a good thing, but there are some public policy issues surrounding that. Does this particular tax measure increase ridership in municipal transit? That might have been part of the general intention. It's not clear to me yet. I'm not sure the data is fully in. It's not clear to me that it has increased ridership. if there is a tax break here, surely it has a goal. Does it increase ridership in municipal transit systems? The last time I did read about this in my area, just one part of the country in the Greater Toronto area, it did not appear to have increased ridership in the way they thought it might. But there's data coming in from across the country, and there may be data that shows this in a more positive light. Another question asked about it, does it do anything to reduce the heavy burden on large municipalities of that huge mass transit cost? And the answer to that, I think, is no. It doesn't do anything to increase, to reduce the costs or the burden on municipalities in providing, building, maintaining mass transit. One could argue that if you give the rider a break in taxes, then you might be able to increase the fares and therefore provide more revenue to the transit authority. But that is not the plan here. We do not want to start monkeying around with municipal transit fee arrangements and fare arrangements. So we'll just leave that. I asked the questions. Many of my colleagues here on this side of the House felt that, notwithstanding the pleasure it might give to a transit rider, the transit tax credit did not actually accomplish a large, significant public policy benefit. A second item I wanted to mention was enhancing tax benefits for donations of medicine to the developing world. This measure must, by any measure, get an A+ if it works. This is to facilitate the movement of drugs out of our very rich, very well-off, very well medically provided for country, G7 country, to the developing world. So I would applaud that tax measure. It can only help, and the tax expenditures that we call them tax expenditures in government and accounting terms that might be involved in this tax measure are, I'm hopeful all Canadians will see those as well spent. A third item, the government here wants to streamline the process in dealing with and registering with prescribed stock exchanges around the country. This brings us very close to the issue of securities regulation, and the measure is so technical. I don't think it means very much to the average Canadian, but it does raise in my mind the issue of the development of a national securities regulator, or a regulator of securities that would manage the system nationally in partnership with the provinces. And so in a way, the government here may just be nibbling only at a very significant policy issue here. And I'm hopeful that this government will be able to move a bit closer to that objective of a national securities regulator. The previous government with which I sat in this House wasn't able to move the yardsticks too far ahead. There were discussions, expressions of interest, statements of principle, but it's a major task to bring the provinces on side, and hopefully one day we will get there. The next thing I want to mention is the provisions dealing with tax exemptions and withholding tax exemptions for cross-border interest payments. This is a good measure. We're going to have, we have now and will increasingly have large numbers of people in this country, cross-border, residing, staying, visiting on both sides of the border. That's the nature of our two countries, Canada, USA. This measure has got to help. There are many other issues we have to deal cross-border. This one is a minor tweak that will assist some people and reduce the paperwork. The next issue I'm going to be a bit harsher on. This has to do with what the government's calling double deductions of interest expense for the acquisition, financing the acquisition of foreign affiliates. This actually was stated quite differently in the budget speech, and I really think that the finance minister actually made a mistake in the budget speech, or those who helped him prepare the speech made a mistake, because when it was originally described in the budget speech, it was a decision by the government that they would ban all deductions used to purchase foreign affiliates. And this, of course, was an unwarranted, ludicrous intervention in what is a normal business tax deductibility practice when Canadian businesses do international purchases and acquisition. Our businesses have to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Tax deductibility is a basic, for financing, is a basic, routine accounting item. And for some reason, in the budget speech, the minister seemed to have gotten it wrong. Now, in the end, in the bill, they've refined the target here, the target thing that they wanted to work on to the double deductibility. They wanted to remove the double deductibility, and that may have to be looked at from case to case, but absolutely for sure, if a Canadian outfit is financing the acquisition of a capital property internationally, they simply have to be able to deduct the interest interest expense incurred in financing that. Otherwise, we as a country are going to be out of business in terms of global business, and international companies won't even want to be here if we have these kinds of income tax restrictions. So I think the government's repaired it, but I'll let the Finance Committee and this House and the other House, the MPs who work on this more intensively than I do, sort that one out. Number 6 on my list is with respect to the income trusts. The government has measures here to deal with the taxability of income trusts. There's been a lot said in this House and outside the House on this issue. It is pretty clear that notwithstanding the commitments made by the Prime Minister before he was Prime Minister, that he wasn't going to tax these publicly traded income trusts. Now the government has made the decision to do it. The day was referred to, I think, as Black Friday. It's been characterized as a breach of faith, as a broken promise, as a betrayal. This wasn't just a little hiccup, Mr. Speaker. This had huge reverberation in financial markets. In fact, it still is. The adjustments going on are still huge, and many or most of the investors, certainly not all, have real capital losses as a result of that. They're not going to forget, and I can't fix this one. The government made the promise. Sorry, the Prime Minister made the commitment, and the government reneged on it, and that one sits for the consideration of Canadians. The last thing I'm going to mention, Mr. Speaker, as I get right to the end of my list, is the amount of repackaging and rebranding I see going on. The government will take $50 or $100 million in a program, bundle it all together, and then re-announce the program as with a new name. That's okay in politics. Rebranding is important. I just hope Canadians realize that a lot of the money being spent and being announced now is really just the same old program with a new brand. And I wish the new government, well as it does that, but their rebranding is just as valid as my complaining that all it is rebranding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague, and I thank you for his comments. And as we had the discussion on Bill C-28, as we go down through the number of things that have come forward in this bill, everything from the GST that we've taken from 5%, actually from 7% down to 5%, the basic personal exemption from $9,600 that will further increase up to $10,100 by 2009, the lower the personal income tax to 15%. We've Mr. Speaker, we've introduced the real true child care program with $1,200 per year. There's some indication that the Liberal Party would remove that, in fact, and take that away. And we also want to make sure that we always talk about businesses, because those are family businesses mainly where we've reduced the tax on. But one of our key, in our government, one of our key issues was the reduction of the GST. And earlier we've listened to members from the Liberal Party talk about the GST, and it was interesting. As a Liberal leader, they say that they're in fact likely going to take that and raise it back up to 7%. The Liberal leader said in June that previously suggested he would raise the GST back to 7%, that he would take and scrap the 1% cut in the GST and use that $5 billion a year to expand that national child benefit program, which is a bit of a bureaucratic institution. And that's what he would take that money to do. And the member from Markham Union said, it's an option. All I can say is that it's consistent with our approach. I'm wondering if the member has some comments on that, please.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River will know that at 5:30 he'll be interrupted. So.
Yes. Well, look, I'm happy just to make a brief comment, and amongst a lot of what the honourable member said is correct. There's some political rhetoric, but the one that I react to quite simply is he suggested the government lowered the income tax to 15% for 15.5%. It was at 15% when the Liberals left office, and the Conservatives increased it to 15.5%. So you talk about rebranding, Mr. Speaker. That's rebranding and taking credit for a tax cut that never should have been made in the first place, where the increase never should have been made in the first place.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The honourable member for Rouge River will be interested to know that when we return to the study of Bill C-28, there will be 7 minutes left to questions and comments further to his earlier presentation.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
C-298, the perfluorooctane sulfonate virtual elimination act in the name of Ms. Mina.
C'est-tu elle, là? C'est-tu elle? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, let me take this opportunity, and it is an opportunity that very few of us in this House sometimes take, and that is to congratulate and to honor and to pay homage to our colleagues who, in fact, do good work in this House. It is too easy for us in the House to criticize one another, but there are many of us who do good work on behalf of the Canadians and behalf of people across this country. And one of these, of course, is the honourable member from Beaches, East York, who has an illustrious career both in defence of immigrants and refugees across the country, but also of women's issues and her care and passion about the environment. One of these bills that she has introduced, the Private Members Bill, C-298, is such a bill that I would like to lend again my support, and to also to congratulate her and to pay homage to her for her long career of service to Canadians and to people across the country. Mr. Speaker, yes, and she's worthy of applause, I quite agree. I'm pleased once again to have this opportunity to speak on the issue of perfluorooctane use, and specifically with respect to Bill C-298, introduced by my colleague, the member from Beaches, East York. This bill would add perfluorooctane sulfonate, or PFAS, to the list of chemicals on the virtual elimination list. As I have done previously, I believe it is important to recognize the very real dangers of PFAS. The fact is that they never degrade, and in fact, this substance accumulates in the human body. Mr. Speaker, chemicals like PFAS are toxic for our bodies and for our environment. the government needs to take the action of supporting Bill C-298 is a necessary and prudent beginning. Having served as the Vice Chair of the Environment Committee, I heard a great deal of testimony of important environmental issues, including the need to expand the virtual elimination list. During my time on the committee, it was also obvious that this government will say and do anything in order to avoid taking real action on the environment. While in opposition, the Conservatives called the Kyoto Accord a socialist plot and fought against it publicly while disputing the science of global warming. It is therefore not surprising that the Conservatives have cancelled successful and efficient environmental programs like the One-Ton Challenge. The government claims that these programs were wasteful, despite the fact the opposite position was taken by the Independent Environment Commissioner. This government clearly considers any investment in fighting global warming wasteful because they really don't consider global warming a problem. This is clearly disconnected not only from what we on this side of this House know to be true, but what the vast majority of Canadians know to be reality. The Conservatives like to pretend that they are taking action in the environment, when in reality all they are doing is producing more hot air. In fact, they're on the third failed environmental plan since they've taken office. Moreover, when the House of Commons committee, including Conservative members, drafted a real and effective plan for the environment, this government did everything it could to obstruct the bill from becoming law. How could it possibly get worse? Well, now we've seen the government has taken its environmental denial tour on the road. During the Commonwealth Summit in Uganda, the Prime Minister was given the shameful credit for having derailed a plan that would have created binding targets. Mr. Speaker, what was his reason for this? The Prime Minister says it's because the plan did not include China or the United States. It is interesting to note that it was a Commonwealth meeting and neither of these two countries are even member states. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, indeed the member for Beaches East York.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Alberni is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, this Act involves a chemical in use in Canada and the preparation of enactment to make that chemical unavailable in Canada. I just would ask perhaps the Chair to challenge the member on relevance of his Commonwealth and China and other nations related to climate change, which seem to be unrelated to the matter at hand today.
I thank the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Alberni for his point of order, and I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Davenport will come back to the point in short order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly will. I think my honourable member should also be aware that in my early remarks I was talking about the fact that when I was the Vice Chair of the Environment Committee, CEPA, which is a very important piece of regulatory body, that in fact this is one of these chemicals, in fact, needs to go through the CEPA review. And so there is a relevancy of the Environment Committee, what we're doing about the environment, what action this government wants to take on the environment, and its failure to take action on leadership on issues that affect global warming. So this is all relevant to the issue of the environment, and this is what this bill is also about. It's one piece of a larger pie of how to deal with environmental contaminations, deal with issues that affect our health, and as a society. Bill C-298 is a meaningful step forward. I'm honored to speak in support of the bill introduced by the member for Beaches East York and encourage all members to support this excellent bill, because what we're talking about is the environment, is about our health, is about the future of all of us and of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a pleasure to enter this debate and to speak about this bill, actually a very important act. This Bill C-298 is an enactment which requires the Minister of the Environment and the Minister of Health to make within 9 months after the coming into force of this enactment a regulation to add perfluorooctane sulfonate, or as the member before mentioned, PFOS as it's sometimes referred to to save the tongue a little twisting. So PFAS and its salts to the virtual elimination list compiled under Section 65.2 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. The Act, Mr. Speaker, may also be cited as the Perfluorooctane Sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act. It's a pleasure today to rise in the House and speak about this bill. It will add the perfluorooctane sulfonate and its salts to the virtual elimination list under CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. And I'm pleased to say that the government supports this bill. The government is committed to taking strong action to protect Canadians and our environment from possible harmful effects of chemical substances. That's why we announced in December of last year a new $300 million investment in the Government of Canada's Chemicals Management Plan, a plan that will maintain Canada among the foremost leaders in chemical management internationally, and a plan that was well received both by industry and by the environmental and health groups. We are now implementing it in earnest. One of the first substances to receive our attention under the Chemical Management Plan was perfluorooctane sulfonate, or PFAS. There is concern over this substance and what the government is doing about it domestically and with international partners. Now, when Bill C-298 was introduced last year, the government had not yet announced the Chemical Management Plan or our proposed actions on PFAS. I therefore congratulate the member for Beaches, East York, for bringing this issue forward. The bill has an important purpose to recognize that PFAS is one of those substances that should be virtually eliminated because it can persist for long periods of time in the environment and it can accumulate in food chains. Substances with these characteristics are among the highest priority substances in our chemical management plan. As PFAS is a high concern substance for which the weight of evidence supports that it is both persistent and bioaccumulative, the government supports the idea that it should be added to the list. However, as Bill C-298 was originally drafted, it would have not only required the addition of PFAS to the virtual elimination list under CEPA, it would also have required the costly development of an ineffective approach to pursuing the objective of virtual elimination. The government, therefore, did not support the original wording of the bill. To understand this more fully, it's important to understand both the requirement that would have been put into place and the principal route of entry of PFAS into the environment. PFAS was used in formulations of stain and grease repellents that were applied to all kinds of fabrics, to carpets, jackets, sofa covers, you name it. It was also used to make firefighting foams more effective and to suppress fumes in certain industrial applications. This wide variety of uses meant that PFAS was entering the environment from thousands of very small sources. But since it is a commercial substance, intentionally added to things, we have the ability to stop it simply by putting in place a regulation that says we are not going to manufacture, to import, to sell, or to use the substance anymore. That's why we propose to do under CEPA, and we're expecting to finalize that regulation this year. The bill would have required the government to develop and publish a level of quantification for PFAS. A level of quantification refers to the lowest amount of the substance that can be detected using sensitive but routine chemical analysis methods. The bill would also have required the development of a regulation concerning the quantity or concentration of the substance that may be released into the environment, either alone or in combination with any other substance from any source or type of source. A type of regulation sometimes referred to as a release limit regulation. The problem is, in the case of a commercial substance like PFAS, it can be very difficult to define and regulate the sources of release. And when considered in the context of our proposed regulation to prohibit the substance in Canada, it adds no value. Indeed, by prohibiting the production, the import, the use of PFAS, we will be acting to eliminate potential sources of its release. I would also like to add that requirements to develop limits of quantification or release limit regulations are not specific to this bill. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act contains similar requirements to publish levels of quantification and develop release limit regulations for substances that are put on the virtual elimination list. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, the same committee that considered this bill, has also just produced its report on the 5-year review of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. In that report, the committee specifically identified 3 requirements as problematic. PFAS is a case in point. Moreover, the committee recommended that the Act should recognize that prohibition regulations are an option excuse me, are an option towards achieving the objective of virtual elimination. We are proposing just that in the case of PFAS. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. That's a challenging word, Mr. Speaker. I'm getting choked up about it.
Use the short form.
At committee, the government therefore proposed several important changes to the bill. We still wanted to put PFAS on the virtual elimination list, but we did not want to create obligations to waste taxpayers' money or complicate the regulatory environment with ineffective regulation. And so, working carefully with the member for Beaches East York, we developed amendments such that the bill will still require the government to put PFAS on the virtual elimination list, but without the requirement to publish a level of quantification or develop a release limit regulation. Another important amendment we made was to make sure that the bill addressed the same substances the government had identified as priorities through its scientific risk assessment. The risk assessment identified PFAS itself, but also several related compounds, which are salts of PFAS, as toxic, persistent, and bioaccumulative. Bill C-298, therefore, was amended to address PFAS and its salts. And finally, CEPA puts the onus of implementing the virtual elimination on both the Minister of the Environment and the Minister of Health. We therefore proposed an amendment to make sure that both ministers were identified in this case, both for consistency and because in the long run, these persistent and bioaccumulative substances may be of concern to both people and to the environment. So I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, in review to say that the government supports the bill and will be very pleased to see this compound added to the virtual elimination list, and that that will indeed improve the environment for Canadians and take this substance virtually out of circulation, out of the bodies of Canadians and out of the environment, which will be good for all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak in this debate on Private Member's Bill C-298, the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act that was developed by the member for Beaches East York, and I want to thank her for getting this issue on the agenda. I think it's very, very important that we've looked at this particular chemical that exists in our environment and has, I believe, been misused over the years, and I think it's a very, very serious issue. So that I'm glad we've made some significant progress on virtually eliminating it, or we'll be moving to that shortly. I also want to say that it was interesting listening to the member for Nanaimo Alberni, who talked about the process that the committee went through in working on this bill, and that some of the compromises, the give and take that was made to this legislation to make it possible to gain support, I gather, in all corners of this House. Certainly we in the NDP are supporting this legislation. And I think that shows the kind of work that can be done here in the House of Commons on legislation. I wish that we'd been able to muster that same kind of nonpartisan, cross-party effort on the big environmental bills of our day. It would be great if we could bring back the Clean Air and Climate Change Act that had that same kind of cooperation through committee, where every party was allowed to bring its ideas to the table, where the final document, the rewritten bill, reflected the ideas of all political parties in this place. But sadly, the government has refused to put it back on the agenda. So while we're making progress on this very specific chemical, we're missing progress on that very important and large piece of work on climate change that all Canadians recognize is crucial. And I think that it's going to be a sad day if we don't make progress in this Parliament on that big issue. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention that this bill is similar in its intent and work to one that we passed last night at third reading, another private member's bill from Bill C-307 from the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley on the Phthalate Control Act, which also sought to limit the use of a particular chemical that was harmful to our environment and to our health. So I think we've been making progress again on some very specific issues, but it's too bad we can't get the big issue of our day, the climate change issue, back on the agenda of this place and make some real progress there. Mr. Speaker, with regard to this specific bill before us, it mandates the Minister of the Environment and Minister of Health to make regulations that will eliminate PFAS's release into the environment and keep it to a very, very low level where the substance actually can't even be accurately measured. That's what it means to be put on the virtual elimination list. It can't, it's not being eliminated virtually, but it's going to be removed enough to a point where its presence in the environment is negligible. And I think that's a very important step to take. It seems like PFAS is one of those substances that seemed like a good idea at the time. I know that it was a very popular substance when it was first introduced, and it was used in many fabrics as a stain-resistant substance, usually as a stain repellent. It was used in rugs, in carpets, in upholstery, in clothing, in food packaging, in cleaners, and in firefighting foams. So it was used in very, very many places across our society. It was thought to be inert at the beginning, and few tests were ever completed on the chemical's effects on people and wildlife and on the environment. But recently, more testing has been done, and it's been shown to have some very, very serious problems. For instance, animal testing was done, and it was shown to be a carcinogen that did cause certain kinds of cancers and damage to the immune system. So that was an important step forward where we realized some of the harm that could be caused by PFAS. This led, I think, in the year 2000 for the Environmental Protection Agency of the United States to ban the substance. And they said that continued manufacture and use of PFAS represents an unacceptable technology that should be eliminated to protect human health and the environment from potentially severe long-term consequences. I know as well that Environment Canada and Health Canada agreed in their own studies and work on PFAS. Mr. Speaker, we also know that PFAS is bioaccumulative, that it doesn't disappear, that it persists in the environment once it's introduced there. And that's a very, very serious consequence of the use of this particular chemical. Environment Canada and Health Canada and the Canada Gazette stated that PFAS has been detected throughout the world, including in areas distant from sources, and in virtually all fish and wildlife sampled in the Northern Hemisphere, including Canadian wildlife and remote sites, far from the sources or manufacturing facilities of PFAS and its precursors. So we know that it's a very, very difficult substance to eliminate now that we've introduced it into our environment, and we know that its health effects are very, very serious as well. So it's persistent, it's bioaccumulative, and it's toxic. All good reasons why we should be eliminating its use in our society. So I think this is a very important step to take. I gather from reading the honourable member from Beaches, East York, her original speeches on this, that there's proposals to eliminate this substance globally. That Sweden has proposed a global ban on PFAS as part of the Persistent Organic Pollutants Treaty, which is being discussed. And I hope Canada, given the steps that it seems that we're about to take with it, will strongly support Sweden in those efforts, because it is something that it is an action that we need to take. Mr. Speaker, we need to act quickly on this. I think originally it looked like it could take years, even if we did take the actions that were suggested in this legislation, for this to actually take place. We need to make sure that this process is expedited so that PFAS is eliminated as soon as possible and cannot continue to do the harm it does to our health and to the environment. Mr. Speaker, I think this bill pointed out that some of the difficulties with the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and with the virtual elimination list. how hard it was to get something onto the list, to get a harmful substance there. We're acting 7 years after the Americans acted on this issue, so it shows that our mechanisms are much slower, even though our own agencies like Health Canada and Environment Canada had their own studies that showed the importance of taking this step. So I hope that this bill also will improve our ability to react on other chemical substances that we should be concerned about for our health and the environment. And I hope that this will be part of the review of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, so that we can make sure that this weakness in our legislation and in our approach can be cleaned up and improved. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we are taking an important step. It sounds like that we may have a very unanimity in this place, as we did last night when we voted at the final reading on Bill C-307, and everyone in the House agreed to see that measure go forward, a similar measure go forward. And, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I'd still like to challenge members here that even though we're making progress on these very specific chemical compounds, that we must also make progress on climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And the best way for us in this Parliament to do that would be to bring back the legislation that in the first session was worked on by all political parties, where all the ideas came to the table and where a new piece of legislation was written, to get that back on the agenda of this House of Commons. I'd urge the government to do that without delay, because if we leave this Parliament without having moved in a significant way on climate change, I think we will have missed the important opportunity to do something significant for our environment and for the citizens of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
I'm just about to recognize the honourable member for Beaches, East York, for her right of reply. Once she's spoken, that's it. I now give the floor to the honourable member for Beaches, East York. 5 minutes, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I am very pleased to have placed this bill C-298, before the House for the virtual elimination of the perfluorooctane sulfonate, PFOS, as we all call it. And also, I want to thank all members of the House for their support on this bill. It is indeed a good feel to see at least one of the bad guys or a bad substance hopefully be eliminated from our system. But I concur with the honourable member who spoke earlier that it would be wonderful to see the government bring back the larger bill, the climate change bill, which all parties worked on prior to the proroguing of the House prior to the summer, to allow us to in fact address the overall problem of climate change in a more aggressive manner. And together in this House we really have to work together, because otherwise we cannot succeed. In this particular case, the interesting thing to note is that 3M, which is a private corporation, has stopped manufacturing this product quite some time ago, acknowledging the problem with it very early on. Also, Sweden has already called for a global ban on PFOS for some time now. And the reason for all these have been mentioned by other members, and it is very clear that this is a very, very toxic chemical. Some of the cancers that have been identified that it can cause are breast cancer, liver cancer, thyroid cancer, and of course affecting the immune system and other things. Because of its harmful effects and the levels currently found in our environment, Environment Canada and Health Canada recommended in October 2004, which is why I pushed this forward, because in the intervening time not a great deal had happened, they recommended that they define the substance as toxic and schedule for a virtual elimination from the environment. But thus far that hadn't happened, so this is one of the reasons that I brought this forward. Again, as I said, not only that Sweden but the United States is also the Environmental Protection Agency of the U.S. has called PFOS an unacceptable substance that should be eliminated to protect human health and the environment, and the Environment Canada agrees with that, and therefore, again, this is no reason to delay. Environment Canada has also determined that this chemical is inherently toxic and that it stays in the environment for extremely long periods of time. So the tests have been done. The verdict has been in for some time. This bill has received, Mr. Speaker, international attention on the issue of harmful chemicals, and it is our hope that PFAS will be added to the Sweden Convention on Prohibited Organic Pollutants, and we hope that the government will actually pursue that, because I think it's very important that that happen. We have worked closely with Canadian environmental groups in drafting this bill, and there's a great deal of support in this House, but also elsewhere. On environmental defence, Canada, just to give you another example, a report released in June 2006, based on tests on 5 Canadian families, parents, grandparents, and children, for the presence of 68 toxic chemicals, illustrates the urgency of the situation. There's many others out there. But in PFAS was found in every participant in the study, and children had higher levels than their parents. Children are more vulnerable, of course, to the effects of toxic chemicals because their bodies are growing and developing rapidly. So this is extremely troubling. Bill C-298 protects the health of our families, Mr. Speaker, and wildlife, and helps to clean up our environment. It is, I'm pleased to see that this is one chemical which hopefully will be going down and be eliminated. But I would ask and urge the government to really bring back the larger bill that all parties had agreed to prior to the summer break and prorogation, so that we can actually address in a more aggressive way the whole of the climate change issue, and of course in the process also address more quickly all other chemicals that I know are still in the system and can't be and have not yet been dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? Ready. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Mina, seconded by Mr. Sims, moves that Bill C-298, an act to add perfluorooctane sulfonate, PFOS, and its salts to the virtual elimination list under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 be now read a third time and adopted.
The House to adopt the motion. Carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable, the Deputy Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Oh, no. No. Okay.
Will anybody rise on a point of order so we can see the clock?
Mr. Speaker, that's what I was going to raise. I would ask that the House see the clock at 6:30 p.m. I am
agreed. Agreed. So, a motion. I need this form. This form.
Excusez, un instant. Non, c'est
Maman, ici.
This time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded.
Question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents of Don Valley East, and in fact on behalf of all Canadians, I am pleased to follow up on my question to the Minister of Environment on a matter of concern to all of us, the serious challenge of climate change and global warming. My question to the Minister pertained to the refusal of the current government to embrace binding emission reduction targets rather than fall back on vague and ill-defined aspirational targets that by all accounts are quite useless in the fight against climate change. It merely affirms, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives are not serious about the environmental agenda, nor are they offering any commitment to the international community to participate in the global strategy to save the planet before it's too late. Canadians were rather shocked that the Prime Minister abandoned environmental leadership at the Commonwealth Summit in Uganda earlier this month when he blocked an agreement that would have set binding emission targets on all 53 member organizations. To make matters worse, the Conservative Environment Minister has now departed from a long-standing parliamentary tradition of allowing opposition members of this House to accompany the government at important international discussions, which in this case would be at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change that will be held in Bali, Indonesia next week. One has to ask the question, why is the government so afraid to have opposition members participate in this important conference? The answer may be simple, or the simple answer is that the government is not confident of its own environmental strategy. The Conservatives know full well they are vulnerable on the environment and are scared stiff of being isolated by the rest of the international community. Mr. Speaker, environment is critical, and there is no time to play politics with the environment. A recent international opinion poll found that Canadians are among the most concerned with climate change and are quite willing to adjust their lifestyle in order to save the environment. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is home to 13 of the world's 19 polar bear population and its 3 northern territories and provinces. And these polar bears are slowly going to die out. The Committee on the Status of Endangered Species has named this national icon a species of special concern, and it is becoming recognized that our children may well see the extinction of polar bears as a direct result of global warming. Without binding emission targets, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would proceed with status quo, all the while paying lip service to aspirational targets that mean absolutely nothing in practical terms. This is a government that has squandered almost 2 years with its failed Clean Air Act and now has nothing to show the international community except an evasive Prime Minister who considers the Kyoto Accord a socialist plot to suck money from developed countries. Canadians are asking why this government refuses to acknowledge the reality of global warming and climate change. Why won't they commit to binding emission targets and take solid action on the environment? Finally, Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister step up to the plate and become an environmental leader rather than an international pariah on the global stage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the Deputy Government House Leader, the Deputy Government Whip, and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand here today to address this question. The Government of Canada indeed is committed to achieving tangible improvements in our environment. At home, the government is taking action to regulate both greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants from industrial emitters. This will pave the way for a cleaner and healthier environment. On April 26, 2007, the government released the Action Plan to Reduce Greenhouse Gases and Air Pollution. The plan will impose mandatory targets on industry to achieve a goal of an absolute reduction of 150 megatons in greenhouse gas emissions by 2020, and to cut air pollution in half by 2015, something completely ignored by the Liberals. The plan will also regulate the fuel efficiency of cars and light-duty trucks beginning with the 2011 model year, and strengthen energy efficiency standards for a number of energy-using products. The plan will allow us to reduce greenhouse gases now and prepare for deeper cuts later without derailing Canada's economy. It means we can achieve real gas emission reductions and protect the health of Canadians while still growing the economy. Internationally, the government believes there is an emerging consensus on the need for an effective and flexible climate change framework, one that commits all the world's major emitters to concrete action against global greenhouse gas emissions without placing unfair burdens on any one country. Canada is actively participating in international discussions within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. In this process, we are engaging with other countries in a global dialogue to shape long-term international cooperative action on climate change. And at the same time, Canada is engaged in initiatives that complement the UNFCCC process, including the G8 Gleneagles Dialogue and the Major Economies Meeting on Energy Security and Climate Change. Canada has also joined the Asia-Pacific Partnership on Clean Development and Climate. The partnership supports practical actions to develop and implement clean technologies that will achieve real-world emission reductions. The government believes that clean technologies are one of the most promising ways to address climate change. The partnership is of interest to Canada because it brings together countries that represent about half of the world's economy, population, and energy use. The APP also represents over 50% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. In the global fight against climate change, Canada will do everything in its power to help develop an effective, all-inclusive international framework that recognizes national economic circumstances. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for participating in this important debate. Surely the member opposite must be aware that Canadians consider climate change a significant threat to the environment, and they expect the federal government to stand up and show some leadership on the national and international stage. Canadians do not understand the refusal by the Conservative government to embrace binding emission targets, or the reason why it will not acknowledge global warming. I know the member has a neatly prepared speech that touts all the virtues of the government's failed environmental record, but I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to ask just one simple question. Firstly, when in opposition, they did not even acknowledge the science of global warming. Secondly, when in government for the past 2 years, they have done nothing, nada, zero. Kyoto has buy-ins. If the Conservatives are now seeing the light and wish to embrace climate change, why is the Conservative government refusing to take opposition members of this House to the UN Conference on Climate Change in Bali next week? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages.
Speaker, the government's ambitious regulatory framework announced in April is a key part of our concrete, challenging, and realistic plan to clean up our air, tackle climate change, and create a healthier environment. We are committed to achieving real reductions in greenhouse gases and air pollution. We will see absolute reductions in Canada's emissions in the period between 2010 and 2012. And our plan puts Canada on a path to achieve absolute reduction of annual greenhouse gas emissions of 20% by 2020 and 60 to 70% by 2050. Internationally, Canada will do everything in its power to help develop an effective, all-inclusive international framework that recognizes national economic circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion
to adjourn the House is now deemed to be adopted.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.